Today we are rebuilding in 5 years Southampton using the youth to gold method.
It's not going to be easy, is it?
No. Now, Southampton are quite known anyway for using a lot of youngsters and bringing youngsters through, so we are going to be doing the youth to gold method, but we're not being as strict as what we would on, say, for a series or a stream that I would do youth to gold, because it's a rebuild and it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So we're tweaking it slightly.
If you look at their prehistory as well, they bring through quite a few youngsters that have gone on and done better things. I mean, we're looking at my favourite striker, Alan Shearer.
Yeah.
Gareth Bale was at the World Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, so, they do bring through some good, excellent players themselves, really. So
absolutely.
I hope they got some on the team there, haven't they?
Yeah. So the youth to gold method that we are going to be using is we are going to be very strict with the transfer. Only 21 years of age and younger. Of course, when I do youth to gold, it's usually 19 and younger, but we're only doing a 5-year rebuild. So we need the players to be kind of match ready already. So I'm upping that age a little bit.
Yeah.
But I will be open to selling players if a good enough bid comes in, instead of kind of hoarding them like I usually would during a rebuild. And we're going to see how much success we can get through a youth to gold method in just 5 years with Southampton. A club that I think, Dad, are a bit of a selling club.
Well, they've proved that over the years as well, haven't they? I just brought Gareth Bale as one player who definitely sold on once he got to a certain stage.
Almost ruined his career and went to Spurs, but no, he salvaged it. He went to Madrid to play some golf instead.
And then you got Virgil van Dijk as well.
Yeah.
Really good player. Started getting to that sort of that top professional, and in comes Liverpool.
Yeah.
They sell him again. So.
And Sadio Mane is exactly the same.
Sadio Mane, yeah. I mean, good, interesting fact about him. Do you know what a record that he set while he was playing for Southampton?
I don't know.
No, 2014 season, last game of the season, they beat Aston Villa 6-1. He scored an hat-trick. The quickest hat-trick in the Premier League.
I remember it happening.
176 seconds.
That is crazy. That is crazy. So, and he went on. He's done all right for himself as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, another player has gone to the World Cup.
Yeah. Champions League winner, Premier League winner, and now obviously off to Bayern Munich and kind of been there. Well, I think he's basically paying up front for them at the minute because they don't really have a striker. So, yeah. And they obviously got him from Salzburg, if I remember correctly. And that is kind of another club like Southampton, focuses on buying young players and developing them to then sell them on for a hefty profit. But the only difference is Salzburg's in a league where they are the best team doing that because they are a smaller league.
I mean, to be honest with you, over the years, you can't blame Southampton for doing that now, because a few years ago, I can remember when they nearly folded. They went into administration, so they were very close to sort of folding completely. So you don't blame them now for if they've got a good asset on their books to make the most of it really when they can, when the money's there.
Exactly, because financially not the best club, and you can see here we have a balance of just £12 million in the Premier League, which is not a lot. We did have a budget of £20 million. We have spent that. But I actually want to highlight the transfer window that Southampton have had, because, I mean, there's 3 players here, just from 4 players from just Man City alone that they have signed. So they've completely raided Manchester City. Romeo Lavia looks fantastic.
Another team with a good youth setup, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Probably
18 years of age. Do you think?
At this present moment, I would say the best in the country.
They're bringing through some good players, aren't they? I think Chelsea kind of rivals it, but Chelsea just don't use them.
I think
that's the trouble.
I think Chelsea just go out and buy all these youngsters, and they've got I mean, you know, beginning of every season, this sort of thing comes out that it says where all the players have gone. Yeah. And Chelsea have got like 100 players loaned out.
Yeah, they're loaning out, like 60 plus, aren't they? So Edozie is another one, which I don't actually know about. But Bazunu I do, the Irish goalkeeper. He looks like he's quite good. And Juan Larios at left back as well. So that's another one. They've got a couple of players that I like. Armel Bella-Kotchap, who's a bit of a football manager wonder kid the last couple of years. Looks really good in real life too. And Seiko Mara is another one they got from Bordeaux, who obviously got relegated 2 divisions because of financial troubles themselves. They still spent £9.5 million on him though. But he does look a very good striker in real life and on the game too. But I have signed 2 players at the start of this season, and one of them is Andre. So we can see here, he is a centre defensive midfielder. They lost Romeo across the summer, and I don't really think Lavia might not be the idea to just chuck him straight in now. He's only 18, so maybe give another player some responsibility in that role, and I think Andre is our man. He is 21 years of age, so he is the highest age that we can potentially sign. We got him from Fluminense, and he got himself a work permit. £20 million is what he cost us, so a little bit on the pricey side, but we're going to have to pay that if we want players with good potential who are good right now as well. Nagalo is the second player that I got from Norgeland, that club, again, that I mentioned on the last rebuild. Go to Norgeland, sign their players. They're very good. Nagalo is a centre-back that I picked up who can play right back, left back, or centre midfield, centre defence midfield, but he has fantastic player traits and a good current ability. Only 19, £3.5 million, and he's starting some games for us already. So I think we're actually in a good stead here, building quite a very young team. Theo Walcott, I have sold him, by the way. Remember when Theo Walcott come through the youth academy at Southampton, and then obviously moved to Arsenal. There's a lot of people talking about him, but he is not very good anymore, so I got rid of him. And now he's 33.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? I remember when he come through as a 16-year-old.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So, tactically then, with this Southampton team, I think this season is all about survival, like it is in real life.
You've got to try and stay in the Premier League.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
So I've built this Southampton 4-3-3, kind of. Because obviously 4-3-3 usually you'd have the strikers, but we got shadow strikers because we don't really have all the strikers. But we got the likes of Joe Aribo, Stuart Armstrong, Elyounoussi who can play there, and our main striker, of course, is Shea Adams. Adam Armstrong is also there with Sekou Mara, so we've got a couple of options up front there. Now, nailing in position, I want Lavia playing as much as possible, and I want Nagalo playing as much as possible, because these are the two guys who are young enough that if you give them a lot of game time, they could shoot their current ability right up, and you could be looking at either a lot of profit or one of your best players in the team by the time they're 21. So that's my thinking. If I did take a look at the best 11, they probably wouldn't be picked in it. We've got the likes of Diallo, Bednarek as well, but I think Bednarek is on loan right now this season. We've got the likes of Livramento, who's already at the club, but he's injured for the first 4 to 5 months, which is a shame. Salisu's a very good player, don't get me wrong. He's fantastic, and he's only 23. Carl Walker-Peters, we've already mentioned before, but James Ward-Prowse, he is the deadly one, isn't it? That set pieces of 20 and 20. Absolutely phenomenal with good natural fitness and stamina. Well, phenomenal natural fitness and stamina, to be honest. So that's who we're looking at, really. And that was another one who was out on loan. So, starting off, how have we done? We've played quite a few games, of course. World Cup year. We started off with 2-2 draw. And it cost us because we scored a 92nd minute, what we thought would be a winner, after they scored in the 89th minute. But no. Ivan Toney, who's been a bit of a naughty boy this week. I bet he had a bet on it. Yeah. 93rd minute. Do you think that's why he didn't get picked to go to the World Cup?
100%. I mean, we spoke about this when they had the 2 friendlies that he was actually picked for the England squad, and he didn't play in them. And the second friendly, we thought, it's a dead start. He hadn't played in the first friendly. He's got to play in the second friendly. Didn't even come on from the bench, and we thought, what's Gareth Southgate doing? And now it's all come out. This is why England was told not to play him, I think. And that's why he hasn't gone to the World Cup.
Possibly. Absolutely. He could be in some deep trouble and probably suspended for quite a long time.
It's going to be,
because it wasn't just 1 or 2 times. It was like 200
few years,
times. Then we played Tottenham and lost 3-0. So, God, I don't know what we're doing right there. When we played Leeds, we beat them 2-1. That was good.
It's a good win.
Great win. Che Adams getting a brace there. MK Dons, we lost on penalties. I did play a fully rotated team, though. Because I think the league is more important for us to survive.
We've got to stay in that Premier League, no matter what.
We've got the worst team. I really do think we actually have the worst team. Even with the other teams coming up, Nottingham Forest, they bought quite a lot.
I think we're just fortunate as well. We've got a striker like Che Adams. He's not a top striker in the Premier League, but he's a good striker.
So we beat Wolves 3-2 after that, which is a fantastic result. Then this is even better because they are going to be relegation candidates as well. Nottingham Forest 3-0, Ward-Prowse.
These are the teams you've got to beat.
So I actually think that's a really good
I'll
start to the season.
Start.
Because that puts us in 5th. We've won 3, lost 1, drew 1. Very good. Che Adams is on the tail of Erling Haaland, so he must be doing something right. So we'll simulate his first season and see how we get on. Okay, first season.
5 points.
That was close, wasn't it? Did you also do what I did and look at the top and go,
no, I went straight to the bottom.
Very close indeed. 38 points. We're 5 points clear, to be fair, but we had a bad ending there.
We tried taking it away.
Yeah, we even lost to Leeds at one point, who were right below us.
I mean, I can't believe the 3. Well, apart from we say apart from Nottingham Forest, but that's where they are at this present moment.
That's true. Yeah,
Leeds Leeds and Villa, very surprised at being down there.
Yeah,
so.
they're normally quite good on Football Manager. Champions were Man City, Newcastle up there in 5th, Brighton in 4th. So Potter did finish above them.
Yeah.
But still. United finishing 9th, but it looks like they won the Europa League there, so they've got Champions League football, so we're all good. But you boys haven't, because you finished in the second half of the league.
Bad season.
Okay, we won 11 games in total. That is it. We needed to win a lot more than just 11
definitely.
in future seasons, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the goals. Who scored the most goals? Erling Haaland got 35, Salah got 22, Isak got 21. So Jay Adams no longer.
I think that could be what it would be this season.
Could be similar to that. We just need Isak to come back.
That's right. Yeah, we need
from injury.
I mean, when he was playing, he started to score a couple, didn't he? And obviously he got injured.
It's probably going to be Salah than Kane, more than likely.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, unless Ronaldo comes back firing for United.
You just never know. After that,
but it's not like there's any reason why he
he's done. I mean, United players are going to be wanting him
with open arms.
Yeah, of course
with open arms. Right, okay.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Competitions then. How have we done? We already know we're out of the Carabao Cup, but how have we done in the FA Cup? 4th round, we face Liverpool, so it's just a bad draw. We'll move straight on then and have a look at the squad. Now, we played 38 games in the league and obviously one game outside of that. 23 for Jay Adams.
You can't knock him for that.
That's all right. That's good. Joe Aribo, though, with 9 in that shadow striker role. Assist by Stuart Armstrong got 9. He probably played the other shadow striker. And Ward-Prowse got himself 9 as well.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we don't really have any threats at corners for James Ward-Prowse to aim for at the minute, and that's probably why that's quite a low number.
We'll probably do just another striker up there that's just give us at least 15 goals.
Yeah, or maybe like a Sekou Mara who might help out eventually, but we need to give them more game time. Transfer budget then, we've been given £50 million, which is not bad, but it's sometimes like, if we're looking for quality, that's one player, and especially when they are young, they hold value quite high. So we're going to have to find these little hidden gems.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a look then in the second season. Right, Dad, we mentioned Che Adams. Sold him to Everton. 27 years of age.
I can't believe you sold our only striker.
We'll see who we bring through first. £30 million.
I mean, alright, it's good money, but look, he's gone into Everton. Look, played 2, scored 2.
He has scored 2. I do see this, though. He cannot be registered for the next match. I hope they've managed to register him for the Premier League, because else he's played 2, obviously, during the transfer window, which you're allowed to, and then it's gone to his full name. He has Everton in his name.
There's something wrong there, then.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, just pick a name, because he's got 5 first names there. Everton: Zach, Fred, Adams, and Che. So he had it in his own name. So he obviously wanted to go there. They are giving him 120 grand a week.
I mean, you can't blame him. He probably is an Everton supporter. You can't blame him wanting to go there and go in there when he gets the offer, can you? Really? I mean, we would all do it, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I like Che Adams, but he is not a 120 grand a week player.
No.
We also, by the way, had to pay a lot of money to Birmingham, which I didn't realise was a clause. So they are quite rich now because of that transfer as well.
You've got the Bellingham fan, maybe it's come from there as well, haven't they?
Yeah, that's true.
So they do well, don't they? Birmingham really bringing youth players through.
Replacement: Vitor Roque. He's Brazilian.
We like our Brazilians.
We do. Now, he's not quite as good as Che Adams right now, but he's only 18. That's what we need to remember. He can also play on both wings, so if we do go to that, we have that option. He has good physical abilities to begin with, and he's got good basic abilities to be a good finisher, and the mental attributes are creeping up as well, at 14 and 13 there, and 13 for off the ball. So he's just not quite the finished product yet, but we are there to develop him because he has a fantastic potential, and that's what we like. And this one here, he's training quite well, which means he's got good professionalism, and we all know professionalism means they grow and reach their potential, which is exactly what we need. £13 million is what we spent. He hasn't played that well for us yet, but we need to give him a bit of time. He hasn't scored for a while, to be fair, in the league anyway, for at least 2 seasons, but hopefully we can get some goals out of him at some point. Taylor Harwood-Bellis was a last-minute signing, kind of, anyway. He was going to be a backup centre-back. Don't worry too much about that. We did spend £5.75 million, but he's not going to be starting. We have signed other players. Don't you panic. Callum Mwendu is another striker we signed. So we signed 2 strikers for the price of a Che Adams. This guy, again, 21 years of age, so he is the highest age that we could possibly go for. He's a little bit further on in his development than Vitor Roque. French, he come through the PSG Youth Academy, so we know that's good.
He started well.
And he has started very well. We signed him for the same price what Rennes bought him for the season before. That is unusual. Whether they got themselves relegated or not, I'm not quite
11
sure.
goals as well.
Yeah, so he's probably their top scorer in the league.
Yeah.
And we got 2 from 2 from him already, and a player of the match with a good good average rating too. So I like Callum Wendo, who's also got a very good potential on the game. A few people are going to be loving this signing because he has been recommended so many times to me in the comments. It's Oscar Gluck. Now, a new wonder kid to Football Manager this year, has a very good potential. An Israeli player from Maccabi Tel Aviv, 19 years of age, that you can pick up for around about £2 million.
It's a bargain, isn't it?
Yeah. Considering he has 10 goals last season, and really, he's not a striker. He's more of a centre attacking midfielder. So we brought him in. He can play centre mid as well. Still really young, really good potential. That youth to gold thing that we're looking at, we need to progress these players now because we have a lot of potential here for a really cracking team. Finally, our final sign is Fabian Ryder, another player that we used to like last year from Young Boys again. I'll mention those two teams all the time. Nordsjælland, Young Boys. Go and find them. Yeah. Not Young Boys. Don't go find Young Boys. Go find the club in Switzerland, Young Boys, and find their players. The £18 million is probably quite a lot of money considering, but we are at the point where we're trying to look for the elite players that are 21 and below who can start. He is that guy. So bringing him in, very good player. That's what I like about him, that passing of 15, vision of 15, some really good concentration decision makings. In centre midfield, you need that. We need that desperately.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, those are the signings and the sells that we have done. Tactically, we are going to this now. So we've changed it ever so slightly. We've bought 2 strikers. Let's use the 2 strikers with a shadow striker in Oscar Gluck. So we've gone to a 4-3-1-2. Nagalo, I still want playing there. Lavia, I still want playing in the Roman playmaker. We've got 2 centre midfield on attacks. That's going to be open then for James Ward-Prowse probably on one side, and there's a couple of players who can play on the other one. Oscar Gluck in the shadow striker, Vitor Roque as a pressing forward, Callum Wendo as an advanced forward, and that's kind of where the way we're setting up right now. See if that makes a bit of a difference. And we've got the wing backs who will obviously bomb on ahead. Yeah. Schedule wise, let's have a look. How have we done? Well, Premier League, our first game is Arsenal, so we know that's always going to be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. We lost 3-0 to them. They had Gabby Jesus who scored a brace. We then beat Newcastle.
What a result.
Considering they finished 5th, we finished in 17th. So that's a very good sign for us.
That next result is a bigger result though.
That's huge, isn't it?
For the fans.
I knew you'd like that.
For the fans, that is such a big result.
Yeah, absolutely.
People who don't know that's our arch rivals because they are so close to each other as well.
Yeah.
But they really hate each other. And
they do.
A bit to do with that as well is a little bit to do with my favourite manager, Harry Redknapp as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going from one team to another team.
That was not a good idea.
No.
Not a good idea at all.
Going back in the day though.
Yeah.
During the Second World War, the Dell got bombed.
Yeah.
And there was a bomb, it landed on the pitch, funny enough, and it done an 18-foot crater, and it burst some water pipes that was underneath the ground and flooded the pitch. So when the war finished and they had to repair the Dell, they played at Phantom Park.
Yeah.
Which is Portsmouth Ground.
I think things like that, rivalries just disappeared, don't they? And
during the war,
you help each other out.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So, fair play to those two. But now the rivalry is back, and but how many that we facing though in the Carabao Cup second round? Considering there's 2 leagues between the two.
Yeah,
it's quite a nice little thing that we've had the opportunity to play against them because they're next in the third round. We play Man United, so we don't get any lucky breaks there. We play them back to back.
Back to back there, yeah.
2 easy wins for Man United.
We were looking at what Southampton have won over the years, and they've won 1 FA Cup.
1 FA Cup in total, and it was in the 70s.
Who did they beat?
Did they beat Man United?
Yes, they did. They beat Man United 1-0.
Typical.
Man United was in the top league, which was Division 1 at the time.
Yeah.
Southampton was in Division 2.
Wow. You don't see that very often at all.
No, you don't nowadays, no.
No. Very difficult to do with the money that is involved in the Premier League. But don't neglect the Papa John's trophy that they won in 2010.
Hey, come on. That's a good trophy, isn't it?
Hey, for Plymouth Argyle, I'd love a Papa John's trophy. That'd be quality.
Nice trip to Wembley as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, they got an English 3rd Division South there from 1922. Yeah. There's some very old trophies here, and that League One in 1960, but they've never done anything else. And when I seen their honours, I was like, oh, I thought there'd be more.
Yeah.
Because they've been around the Premier League for all of my life almost.
Well, the best they've done, when it was the old league, so it was Division 1, Division 2, when it was Division 1, they came runners-up against Liverpool.
Oh, okay.
So that's the best they've done in the top league.
Yeah.
In the Premier League, I think the best they reached was 6th.
Yeah. I remember them playing in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so that's what we need to beat then, really, isn't it? 6th, I'd say. Modern history, we need to beat 6th.
That's what I was going to use as my target.
Yeah, that is our target. We've only played 2 games, so don't need to worry about anything else. Let's just simulate this second season, see how we get on. Second season, and we're up to 11th place.
Happy with that, definitely.
Avoided the relegation battle, and we've kind of like just slipped into mid-table, and I like that.
Yeah.
Calm, collected in mid-table, building something here, 51 points, nice and safe, really early. You can relax for the rest of the season then, because we know we're too far away from the European spots.
When you look at the teams in the top there, you would expect to be beyond, I would say, 80% of the players, a team that's there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Wolves and Fulham have done very well there. You always get a couple of clubs who overachieve each year, don't you? And then there's obviously a few that don't achieve very much at all, like Tottenham down there in 10th. So you've gone from, I mean, you've progressed from 11th to 10th. Well done. I can't really say much because United, we've gone 7th, and that's progression, but we're in a lower competition in the Conference League. It looks like Brentford have won the Conference League because they are now in the Europa League, which is quite good.
I think they won something last season as well, but we didn't touch on it.
I think they did because then they went in the Conference League.
Yeah.
So they've done really well to win that, I think. Brighton getting relegated.
That's a big surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, considering last season, Champions League to relegation.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
That's mental. Yeah. That's actually crazy, isn't it? Imagine that if the elation of, oh my God, we've qualified for the Champions League. Nope, we're getting relegated. Yeah. That's
terrible.
Wow,
18 points as well. That's really bad.
Yeah, I didn't even realise that. That's got to be like the second worst behind Derby. Erling Haaland got 36. It's the same players. I thought I had gone back in time. James Ward-Prowse got 17 assists, though. That's fantastic. We are bagging some yellow cards, though.
Was the most assists last season as well.
It is, yeah. So he's done very well there for Newcastle, who finished 8th, so they've dropped out as well from where they were previously. But Liverpool have clinched the title, 95 points, ahead of Man City, who have dropped off quite a lot. But there we go. Other competitions then. Did we overcome Manchester United? Did we win the FA Cup, you ask? We did not. Third round by Tottenham, third round by Man United. All right, we won't dwell on it too much. 21 goals from Callum Muendo, 9 goals from Vitor Roque. That's poor.
Yeah.
That's poor. I mean, we finished mid-table. We'll take that, but that's less goals than what we had last season. Oscar Gluck also got 9 as well from that shadow striker role. What I am liking, though, is the development of these players. We can see some of the star ratings improving from what they were when we bought them, but what I'm not happy with is the average rating. We only have one player that's above a 7. Yeah. And that's when you know you're going to be in trouble if that doesn't increase. We're just lucky this season. We obviously defended quite well, I guess. Or maybe the other opposition just didn't play that well against us. Either way, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Next season, we've been given again, roughly about the same as last time. However, we are losing our best centre-back, Salisu. He would not sign a new deal. He has gone to Bayern Munich on a free.
This is the problem when you're bringing through the good players. We've said at the beginning of the video, didn't we? You know, they're going to get a certain stage and they're going to want to move on.
Yeah.
And we've got to cash in on it.
Yeah. And I don't know whether you guys have noticed it, but on this year's Football Manager, we are seeing a lot of players who, before they even get to that end of contract 6 months point, they say that they are opting to leave on a free. It's a new, kind of like a new feature that they've implemented in the last couple of years, but this year it's like half of the players who are running out of contract are all opting to leave.
Yeah.
Don't know whether you guys like it or not. I think it's realistic, but I don't like it.
No.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
You see it time and time again in the last couple of years in real life. I just don't like it.
No.
Either way, because as a manager, you're losing a lot of money there from Salisu, who is worth 30-40 million pounds.
The players do it for one reason and one reason only.
So get a better sign-in fee.
Boost their wages,
yeah,
don't they?
Better sign-in fee and a bigger wage. Okay, which you can't blame them, I guess. I would probably do exactly the same. Okay, let's go forward. Third season, see who we bring in to replace Salisu, to be honest. We also say goodbye to Kyle Walker-Peters. Selling all your favourite players here, Dad. We sold him to West Ham, which is probably the only downside of this transfer, for 30 million. So that's a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money, because then that almost doubles our transfer budget. When you also consider, we also sold Adam Armstrong for £10 million. Player who hasn't really played a lot for us starting games, has mainly been a bench player, but he hasn't scored a lot of goals when he has come on. So £10 million I think is quite acceptable. That doubles our transfer budget to then kind of replace them with the younger players that we bring in through Youth to Gold. So, who did we bring in? The first of 3 players, and the most expensive, was Giorgio Scalvini, one of the best ball-playing centre-back wonder kids on the game. Italian, 6'4", only 20 years of age. He's phenomenal. A lot of 16s in there already.
Yeah.
That is the Salisi replacement.
Good,
yeah. The only downside, I guess, is his acceleration is only 11, but we can always increase that. He came from Atalanta, £35 million. That would have been pretty much all of our budget.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
If it weren't for the fact that we sold other players as well. That's because mainly he's not playing as many games as probably what he would hoped. At Atalanta, we're going to give him the game time. So that's kind of like a stunted development, and he's still that good. 2 years of barely playing, and he's that good still. Yeah. So we need to give him the game time that he requires.
You learn your trade in Italy, don't you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're chucked in the deep end in regards to you need to be that really good defensively solid player, or else they'll bring in somebody who's a lot more experienced. So that's the case with Scalvini. But there's 2 more players I brought in, and I raided Atalanta because I also brought in a third striker. We have Rasmus Højlund.
6'3".
Yes, this is this year's version of what Erling Haaland was a couple of years ago. When he burst onto the scene, because this guy is Danish, not Norwegian, so he's kind of that Scandinavian or Nordic type of player. But again, he's 6'3". He's quite quick. He's very strong. He's good off the ball. He can finish. He can head. It's basically Haaland a couple of years ago.
We got him early.
£14 million is exactly the same price as what Atalanta paid Sturm Graz, and he scored 2 goals for us already. Yeah, he hasn't again. Atalanta been playing 1 goal in four games, but only 2 starts. So in each of the year, he's only started 1 game and been a substitute appearance for the other.
The thing I like there is his average rating already is in the 7s.
Yes.
So we've started to improve already.
Yeah. I mean, even the games that they did play him had a 7, and they never continued playing him. No. It's mental, because I actually really rate this guy. He has one of my favourite traits as well, like speak the offside trap, so we need to focus on using his pace and power for good. For those types of things. Our final player is replacing Kyle Walker-Peters, and it's Guindo from Salzburg. We mentioned Salzburg earlier and their link, and which is quite funny, to be fair, he is also from Mali, an African player from Salzburg. It's Sadio Mane 2.0. I mean, he doesn't play in the same position. He plays left back or centre back, mainly left back, because he is only 6 foot and better suited to bombing up and down the line. But that is going to be our Kyle Walker-Peters replacement.
At least we replaced him straight away.
Yeah, and he only cost us £11 million, so I quite like that, to be fair. That's a really good signing in my eyes. So those 3 guys come in, and we are developing quite nicely, a very nice team, and this time we have changed the roles. We've gone for a DM, and we've gone for 3 players up top, so sacrificing that shell striker for 3 strikers instead. We've got Scalvini on the left centre-back, Guindo at left back, and if we take a look here at the pick without restrictions, does it do the best positions there? I don't suppose it does. It doesn't. Let's go best 11 there. Bang. So our best 11, according to the assistant manager, doesn't have those 2 in, which is the reason why those are the only 2 that I selected in there. But the rest of the team is the lineup that I would suggest would be my favourable positions. Vitor Roque is a pressing forward, Calamuendo as the advanced forward, but this time they've got Højlund stuck right in the middle as a target forward. And we need to be utilising him as that. He is going to be attacking corners for somebody like James Ward-Prowse, who loves hitting in corners. Very good stuff. Okay, let's take a look then at the results so far. We defeated Manchester United 3-0, and Højlund got both his goals there. Vitor Roque also scored as well. A draw against Watford followed. That's not fantastic. Chris Wood getting a 76th minute equaliser there. We beat Norwich in the cup though, and Højlund got 4.
Get in. Good start.
Absolutely. But then unfortunately we faced a very good Chelsea team. And we also went down to 10 men in the 89th minute, but we lost 4-2. So that's Stamford Bridge. Understandable. I wouldn't expect to win that game anyway. We had a belting game against Plymouth Argyle in a friendly though.
The Green Army.
6-4, come on. And as we're recording this, I don't know whether you know this because I only see it before you came round. But Shuey,
our famous manager.
But Shuey, our famous manager, has signed a new contract.
Get in. Yes.
That's great news.
I am pleased with that.
Very good.
I was a bit worried.
Steven Schumacher.
Yeah.
He has been linked for so many championship jobs, and we're like, no, please don't leave us.
No, don't.
You're way too... He started as assistant manager as well, so he's done very well.
We've been saying that we feel that he should stay with us to... We believe in him. We've given him his first job. he should stay with us at least 2 seasons, I think.
Yeah.
But if he does it this season and we go up, brilliant.
Happy days.
Yeah.
So he signed a new contract, which is fantastic for us. A good 5-year deal, I think, 2027. Very good stuff. Okay, now back on to Southampton. We have quite an interesting season here, so it started off quite well. Obviously, the mid-table finish. I'd like to start pushing for those European spots now.
All right, then.
With the development that we've got. We're going very attacking, of course, with 3 players up top.
Mid-table again, though.
I would set off mid-table, don't get me wrong. Just be out of that relegation scrap
Another year,
completely.
I think, because we brought in a couple of new players. They got a bond jet.
Yeah, Man United is bottom of the league at the minute. Ooh. 3 losses. Jesus. Okay, let's see its third season and see how we get on. Third season, we've dropped down to 13th place. We're still mid-table.
Yeah.
We are still mid-table, so we need to focus on that. But we do have a Europa League qualification. Hello. Right, okay. We'll take a look at that in a sec. Leeds came back up, went straight back down. That's Forest.
Yeah.
49 points, so we were safe, to be honest, by quite a bit, really.
Still thought we should have done better then.
Yeah.
I was hoping for 1 or 2 places.
Like an 8 for 9th, something like that. Liverpool finished as champions again, ahead of Arsenal, City and Chelsea. Newcastle and Man United finished in the other 2 European spots. The goals were scored again by Haaland, Mitrovic and Lukaku this time round. Other competitions. What have we won? It's the FA Cup!
Get in!
We have doubled,
my favourite one.
We have doubled the FA Cup wins. We've already doubled the trophies that we have won.
Yeah.
We beat Newcastle in the final. Oh.
Every day of the week.
Yeah, interesting. The Alan Shearer derby. Vitor Roque got the most goals in the competition as well. So that's fantastic. Let's take a look at the game itself. Vitor Roque scored both in the final. A 45th +1 right before half-time. They equalised right after half-time, and we scored in the 75th minute to win the game. Fantastic stuff. We got a lot of yellow cards, but it doesn't matter. Nope. We also took home the win.
I would say we were starting to struggle then, and we
were
diving in tackles, things again, isn't it?
Very much so. So that's fantastic. A trophy in our 3rd season. I don't mind the lower finish in
especially
the league now.
Cup.
Yeah, and we go into Europa League. Ooh. So that's very good indeed.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the goals then. This looks better.
There we go. Look.
Rasmus Højlund, 32 goals.
Hey. We've got a little one coming.
That's good.
You've got to keep him though.
Oh yeah, that's the trouble. Vitor Roque looks like he just got all of his goals in the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Because he only got 12 across the season. I think he got 7 or 8 in the FA Cup. Callum Wendy also got 12 with 11 assists, which is good. And Oscar Gluck got 11 and 12 when he's been playing up front. So he's actually played more games than what the other 2 have. So it looks like he is coming on his development a little bit more than the other 2 are. And as you can see there, his attributes look really good, to be fair. So the Israeli 21-year-old now coming into his own. Okay. I think that's a really positive season. We've got to be really happy with that.
I mean, I was a bit disappointed after seeing it, but no, it's the best season we've had. I'm chuffed to bits. That's a good season.
Absolutely. Next season,
the FA Cup.
The same amount of money again, around about £55 million. So we'll see who we can bring in and try and fight for something in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, before we do though, this guy came through our youth academy, Mark Vaughan. He looks incredible. He looks absolutely phenomenal for a 16-year-old. We mentioned how good the youth academy is.
Yeah.
Here we are. Here's your guy. He's already
Striker.
2-star, 5-star ability. A striker with good pace acceleration, good natural fitness, what you like to see. Good flair. Very good finishing, and he has the ability, the attributes that you want in finishing.
Yeah.
Anticipation, composure. Oh, there we go.
For the boys that take over from us.
Exactly. You Patreon members, remember on the £5 tier, you get this save game file. So, as a point from a youth to gold, who know it's going to be a team yet you want to take over because all of these youngsters are going to be growing into something. This could be one of your ones that you might see a lot more of than what we will. But anyway, let's go to the 4th season. Now, Dad, I did say I would be open to selling players should the offers come in, and Andre had a big offer come in from Borussia Dortmund. I rejected the first one. He kicked off. He wanted to leave, so I eventually got an offer for £35 million because then I realised he's in his last year of his contract.
Oh, well, they got to take it, didn't you?
And I'd rather take 35 million and leave him for another season.
Yeah.
So he moves on, and he has actually developed quite nicely. We did also sell Joe Aribo for £8.5 million, so we haven't really been using him, and he moves on now, and he's 29, so it's the right time to move on. If I was being really strict with youth to gold, you're not allowed to use anybody who is 30 or above. So he would be out the door. But the reason why we're not being that strict is because I can't, like, obviously choose what the assistant manager chooses, so it's a lot harder that way. But anyway, we have built up £46 million the transfers out, and we have spent £75 million in total, including a couple of the game's best wonder kids. We're talking Endrick.
Right.
He has the highest potential range on the game. He is the new Yusufa Makulko from last season. He has the 200 out of 200 potential range ability. He doesn't quite look like it yet, and he hasn't really been used much yet, but 19 years of age, he still has that time to develop if he has played.
Scored 2 and 2.
2 and 2 already, and he only started
rating.
1.
Look at the average rating.
9.2. Endrick for you boys. Endrick. And in the 190 potential range, so not 200, but only 190, we have Warren Zaire Emery, who is going to be the replacement for Andre from Paris Saint-Germain. £35 million. We have to give them the money, unfortunately. He hasn't even played any games for them properly yet. He did there in 2022-23, but he's been playing really for the PSG too. Went out on loan last season and only played 1 game. That's a shame. You're going to be playing more here. You already have 2 starts already, 6.9. Not amazing, but I've seen this guy at his maximum, and I would love a piece of that pie.
Yeah.
Whether we'll get him at that, I don't really know. Maybe you guys would on the Patreon, but I am definitely buying a squad here for you guys that you're going to love. Now, this one was just because he was so cheap. My scouts brought him to me, and I thought it's a risk-free signing. He's 6'4", he's 18, from Portugal, from Gil Vicente, £1.8 million. He's in the under-21s. If you do get the save game file, take a look.
You're going to be spoilt for strikers.
Yeah, I mean, we got 3 up front,
time.
so that's the reason why we've got them all. Because who knows, a big bid can come in from Rasmus Højlund, and he might have to leave because they have already been coming in. £51 million there from Leicester, £39 million from Bayern, but I've been rejecting them so far. Now, these 2 players, you think I've never heard of those names before. That's because they are regenerated players. Let's start with Stephen Jones, who is Spanish. Stephen Jones. I thought he must have a dual nationality. He does not. He was born in Barcelona. Stephen Jones.
Stephen Jones from?
I don't know.
Spain.
No idea, but there we go. Okay, he is a centre-back, 6'1", from Real Madrid's academy. We have brought him in. He does look quite good. He's only 18, remember, and we have spent £7 million on him, but he's been playing for Real Madrid B team last year and had a very good high average rating. That's amazing for a centre-back. The fact he's getting like 5 assists, like, you think goals for a centre-back's all right, set pieces, but getting assists, you think, oh, he must be quite good then. So we spent £7 million, and we've actually played him 2 games already. Ray Lomax, Man City. We keep going back to the Man City, the Man City hotbed of talent. 18 years of age. This guy is actually English. He has good potential on the game by the looks of it. There, our scouts rated him very highly, and he can play left back and he can play left centre back, which is the reason why I picked him up. Has very good anticipation and bravery, which I thought was quite good. But he's only 5'6", so I'd say stick to left back, mate.
He's a tall player then.
Yeah, for you. £90 million is quite a lot of money, but it's a gamble that I was willing to take. So I spent quite a lot of money, but I think I spent it quite well.
Yeah. I'll take that.
Yeah. Tactically then, we stick with what we have. We got Guindo playing on that left-hand side because if we didn't, he would be kicked out of that. But let's take a look at the best 11 there. I think that's basically what our best 11 should be, which is the reason why I put Guindo in there instead of Perraud. That's how I would see it instead. So these 3 guys up front, we need them to carry on scoring as many goals. And we got the supply here from midfield. Lavia, by the way, is coming on leaps and bounds and looking very good indeed. Quite a good player with his value of 73 to 93 million pounds. And every season as well, Ward-Prowse has bids coming in, and every season we reject them, and he never really kicks up much of a fuss. God bless you, James Ward-Prowse.
He's a good professional.
Yeah, I agree. So, schedule-wise, let's take a look at the games that we have played. We started off in the Community Shield, of course, after winning the FA Cup. We lost that Community Shield 5-2 to Liverpool, but the most important thing is the Premier League, we won all 3 games.
Yes.
Very good. Everton 2-1 victory there. Rasmus Højlund getting both. He then got a hat-trick in the next game against Brighton, who bounced back up. And then Luton, their first time in the Premier League for a very long time. Rasmus Højlund also got a brace in that one too.
He's doing well already, isn't he?
Yep. Endrick got a couple, and I think he got a couple of assists as well, so that's the reason why he got man of the match. And Vitor Roque also scored in that game as well. Happy days.
Yeah.
I can't see anything about the Europa League.
No, that's what I was just looking for. There's nothing there.
That's a bit strange. What's happened there?
Did we qualify for the knockout stage before you play into it or something?
So we enter the league phase on the 18th, but we are at the 2nd of September, and they haven't actually given us when that's going to happen. It's weird. It's drawn on the 18th. Okay, fair enough. Oh, right, we don't know when we're getting it yet, so we'll just have to find out at the end of the season. But so far, we're top of the league, so we'll take that for now.
We've got a little bit of history with European teams.
Yeah.
Especially Spain. I know we've spoken about this story before when we spoke about the
we're lending
teams.
shirts.
They had a representative come from Atletico Bilbao, come over, and he bought 50 shirts off Southampton, went back, and he distributed them between Atletico Bilbao and Atletico Madrid.
Yeah.
And that's why these two teams play in the same colour as what Southampton do.
Yeah.
So that's the little story with the kit. They've always played in the red, so I know I've used the story a few times, but it is an interesting story, isn't it?
I think so. I definitely agree. And that was obviously in last year's games. So there might be new people here who are hearing that story for the very first time. You're welcome. Make sure you're subscribed. Okay, let's simulate this 4th season, see how we get on. 4th season.
Oh, get in.
2nd place. Oh, that's a big leap.
Runners up to Liverpool again.
Oh, yeah. 91 points to
we weren't
80.
close to winning it, but to be there.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Absolutely. And we pinched it by the looks of it on the very last game of the season, as we can see here. So we dropped down. We were 5th for a while, bounced into the top 4. Then on the final day, we got 2nd, which is, we haven't been there since like match day 6. So that's fantastic stuff. That's what we wanted. That beats our Premier League record. But the most important thing, we also got the Golden Bootler.
Oh,
Rasmus Højlund with 31 goals.
Who is this lad?
Yeah, Dominic Calvert-Lewin's playing for Man United, which is a bit odd. But he also got the highest average rating. James Ward-Prowse got 15 assists, probably just banging in corners for Højlund to score.
Get in.
And he also got the most man of the matches there with 9.
Our goal difference is the best in the league as well.
Other than Liverpool, who had 64.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the top. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. That's where I looked at the top one, actually.
Well, if you don't count them, then we win the league.
Yeah.
So they've won 3 in a row now, which is quite depressing as a Man United fan, but there we go. Bournemouth, Luton and West Brom have gone down, so maybe we'll see Leeds come up, probably.
Nottingham Forest.
And Nottingham Forest again. But Brighton survived, so well done, Brighton. Okay, other competitions then. How did we do in Europe? Quarter-final exit by Manchester United. Semi-final of the FA Cup. And quarter-final by Brentford in the Carabao Cup.
To be honest with you, that is a really good season.
That's a hell of a season,
because we've done really well in the cup games, got so far, come runners up. I'm happy with that, definitely.
We beat Man United 3-0 in the first leg, and then we lost 7-0 in the second leg. Unbelievable.
Always do well when you win your own games, but you can't afford to be stuffed 7-0.
7-0. I don't know why I'm doing that way. It's round of 16 that I wanted to have a look at. We beat Olympic Lyon there. Did we have to play the knockout round? We didn't. So we finished in the top half of the group. We did. Man United there finished top. They won 8 out of 8. We finished in 4th there. We didn't lose a game in Europe. Wow. Okay. So we drew 2, which was Valencia and Anderlecht. We won 6. Lyon again, 4-0. Oh my, look at the goals we're scoring in Europe.
Yeah.
And we only conceded 2. Wow, we were very tough in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, ruthless in fact. Very good stuff. I'm happy with that. Very good season indeed. 54 goals from Rasmus Højlund. He scored more goals than he played games. Jesus. In a 3-striker formation.
I'm more impressed with the players behind him. 28 22. Our first season, that was our top striker, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Che Adams. Yeah. More than Che Adams.
Yeah.
22. Callum Oendo got 17 there. 28 assists from James Ward-Prowse. Fabian Ryder's coming in with double figures in both.
Look at the greens as well. The
so many
average ratings as well.
So much more. Everybody's delighted. They love playing for the club. Squad's looking a little bit slim. But we've got some youngsters coming through, of course, from our youth academy who can eventually be there. Oh, we've got a goalkeeper there now from this year. Fraser Allard. Oh my God. God, that guy's insane.
Yeah.
He's hell of a good. His handling and reflex is 15 for each. Patreon members, he's 16. I've got 1 season left of him. With another 5 years, he could be the world's best goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Right, okay, fair enough. You got some unbelievable talents coming through. And you still got Gavin Bazunu, who's good. Okay. How much money have we got? They're just consistent with this. 50 million every year, aren't they? We're losing Seiko Mara, but we haven't really used him a lot.
The club are still probably making a good bit of money, like profit on top of that, as well as giving it back into the team as well. So
43 million in the bank.
That,
Obviously, we've gone up and down each year that we've had different competitions and stuff. Now we're in Europe. It should be a little bit more consistent. Champions League money. That's going to be a big. That's going to be a big thing for us.
So our last season is a big season for us.
Absolutely. Right. Okay. Let's go forward to the 5th and final season. Dad, we sold Vitor Roque.
What did I just say to you? This is our biggest season.
We sold him. Wait, we sold him for £104 million. Yeah. He only scored 13 league goals.
All right.
They didn't even come in for Højlund.
104 million.
Yeah, that's unbelievable, isn't it? That's absolutely outstanding.
I don't think any team in the position that we're in would turn that down.
No, I mean, he is fantastic. Look at the growth on the player, considering what he was in that first season when we paid whatever it was for him at age 18. Now he's 21. Yes, he's going to be one of the world's best strikers.
Hell of a profit, isn't it?
But it's a big profit.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to like the signing that I brought in instead. And you guys are definitely going to like him. Welcome to the club, Youssoufa Moukoko. We mentioned him before. Youssoufa Moukoko, one of the best wonder kids on the game. He is also in that 190 potential range category. So we have 2 of them and Endrick, who is in the 200 potential range category. They are the 3 best wonder kids that you can
just
get.
Look at the greens on there. You?
Yeah.
Dribbling 16, finishing 16, composure 19. That's good, isn't it?
And the physicals
Pace,
are phenomenal.
16, yeah.
Yes, he's not quite up to Vitor Roque's level in regards to how good Vitor Roque was, but he's not really been playing. And that's the trouble.
Yeah.
If they're not playing, they're not going to develop. Game time's most important.
2 games.
Give them game time.
1 goal, 1 assist, 1 player of the match, and 7.8 average rating of 2 games.
Of 2 games. He is going to repay us
And 100
for
million
giving
in the
him.
bank.
Exactly, because we only paid less than £30 million for him, which is mental, isn't it?
We're going to take it then.
We did sign a couple other players, but I'll tell you what, I had too much money, and that's what happens in youth to gold at this point. 5 years in, you have more money than what you know what to spend on. So you end up either spending it on crap, or you just
That's the thing. You
pick the ones that you want.
You got to try to discipline yourself that you don't buy crap as well,
Yeah.
because you can waste money quite a lot as well. Can't you?
Exactly. So I picked up this right back who I think is a really good backup right back, has an okay potential. Not bad starting off with. He can also play centre defensive, midfield. Portuguese, and he only cost £1.5 billion. I loaned him straight out to Club Brugge, who are starting him as a good player. Four appearances so far.
Yeah.
So development, again, that game time that we need. And I also spent £10 million on this guy. He has a fantastic Portuguese name, João Veloso dos Santos. It's the only reason why I signed him. Nah, he's good, to be fair. He's still 19 as well. From Porto, £10.25 million. So hasn't played for Porto yet, but we won't give him that much game time, but he is there or thereabouts. So it's up to you guys possibly who will give him game time. But he already has 17 for passing and 16 for work rate. So attacking wise, not for work rate, for vision, sorry. Attacking wise, he's going to be good. Gets in the opposition area, those types of things he's very good at. Okay, so those are the signings that we have made, and yet we still had £67 million in the bank.
Right.
If we wanted to.
The board would be happy with us.
I literally just like, there's nobody who I really want to sign.
No.
You know, so that might still be there when you guys take over the Patreon. So all I want to do is I want to play Moukoko on the left, Endrick on the right, and I've changed the player roles around to suit them a little bit more because Endrick is more of a supplier, so I've got him on a complete forward on support because he likes to drop back and get the ball. We didn't play him that much last season. That was a mistake. We know he has that unbelievable potential. He only played 21 games, but only with 3 starts. We need to give him more game time. That's what we're doing this season, and 1 goal, 2 assists so far.
Not letting you down, is he?
Not letting us down. So we need to be aware of that. Now that we have lost Vitor Roque, we need one of those 2 to really step up and get the goals in. So that's what we're looking like. We've even changed around the roles in the midfield as well to make them a little bit more solid, and wing backs instead of inverted wing backs, more on support than anything. So I have changed the tactic around. Best 11 looks like this, but you've got to remember that these 2 wouldn't be there. It would be Moukoko and it would be Endrick, but Højlund's in the middle, Ryder, Ward-Prowse, Lavia now, who looks unbelievable. Look how many greens as he's developed now that he's 22, and now he's worth 90 to 110 million pound. Nagalo and Scalvini, brilliant players now. Absolutely. The only player that we've been playing who is probably over the age of 25, unless Livramento is now 25. He's not. He's 23. It's James Ward-Prowse.
Yeah.
James Ward-Prowse is surrounded by players who are 23 and younger, and that's impressive.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so he is going out there as the veteran.
And we started watching him when he was that age.
Yeah, and he still looks that age. So there we go. So how have we done so far? Schedule-wise, we have won every single game, including all of our friendlies. Leicester, 4-0.
Banging in goals for fun again.
Rasmus Højlund got himself 4. Crystal Palace, we beat them 2-1 with Yusuf Makoko and Endrick. And then we have a Brentford 4-1 victory away from home. Højlund, Lavia, Gluck, Calamuendo, they're all getting in on the act. Our Champions League games, we've got Besiktas, Feyenoord, Bayern Munich, Roma, Basel, Real San Sebastian, Real Madrid, and then Juve. Some tricky games.
I'd still like to think we would qualify.
Yeah? Maybe for the playoff thing?
Yeah, I'd still like to be. A quick one for you then. Why are we called the Saints? Since our nickname is the Saints.
Is it something to do with the church around the church near the stadium?
You could say it. In a way it is. But when they were formed in 1885, they were formed as part of the church football team.
Okay, yeah.
So it was St Mary's Church.
Yeah.
And that's why they were called the Saints. And that's why I think, personally, that they moved. They were at the Dell for 103 years, I think it was. And then when they had the purposely built stadium for them, they went back to the St Mary's area where that church was. And I think that's probably what they called the church, the ground, St Mary's.
St Mary's, yeah.
Which you've been to, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, yeah. Very nice stadium.
When it was first, I think it was the first season or second season you went there?
Second season I went there. Watched them versus Norwich, and it was a Ricky Lambert classic. He came on, scored. Great games, 4-2.
Yeah, it was.
So it's the closest Premier League stadium to us. So me and my mates went for our birthday. I bought it for not my birthday, sorry. I bought it for my friend Dan's birthday. Great birthday present, don't you agree?
Yeah.
Guess what he got me in return? A bottle of blue TVX from Tesco. He didn't even get the brand of WKD, which still I would have been like, why have you got me this? No, he got me a bottle of blue TVX. And I was like, Dan, I got you Southampton tickets this year. And you got me this 4 months later. But there we go. Gotta love Dan. Okay, let's simulate this 5th and final season. 5th and final season? We're Premier League winners!
Good.
I mean, it's a low goal tally. Don't get me wrong.
I don't care.
Yeah, points tally. But yeah, we've won the league. Unbelievable. Liverpool dropped off a cliff there, down to 75 points. We only lost 7. We won 1 more game than them, which was the decider. And we beat some big teams in there.
Yeah.
Scoring a lot of goals. We got 49 in our goal difference there. Phenomenal. We're champions after 5 years using youth to gold. Only signing players are 21 or younger.
So you can do it.
And Rasmus Højlund only scored 21.
What's going on there?
It's mental, isn't it? It's absolutely mental. Ward-Prowse got 17 assists. Højlund also got... Højlund and Haaland. I think you say Haaland's name is like Haaland, don't you?
Yeah, something like that.
But I know, I looked up how you say Rasmus's name, and it's Højlund.
Right.
So it's Højlund and Haaland. That would be so difficult if they both joined. But there we go. We're champions, Dad. Gotta be happy with that. Let's see, how do we get on in the competitions? I thought we won a treble. I thought we won a treble. We were this close.
We got to the finals.
We got semi-final as well. PSG.
Mate, we were
what a
awesome
season.
Team.
Oh my God. Right, let's take a look at the trophy that we did win. The first one that happened this year. Southampton, we beat Villa 3-1. Happy days. At that point, we're thinking, oh, bonus, we've got our trophy done.
That's the first trophy of the season.
Yeah, we hadn't won the league at that point. We hadn't done anything in the Champions League at that point. But we have won a trophy, which is fantastic stuff. But the FA Cup runners-up to Arsenal. 1-0 as well. That's a tight game. I hate that. Semi-final. Oh, we were 1-0 up in the first leg. 1-0 up against PSG. They went on and faced Milan in the final and won on penalties.
Yeah. That's such a shame, isn't it?
League phase. Well. Oh my, we finished 21st. All the way down in 21st. We lost 4. Real Madrid, Roma, Bayern Munich, and Feyenoord. How the hell did we get to the semis from that? So the knockout round, we beat Marseille, which I would hope after winning the league, you'd think so. Round of 16, we beat Newcastle. Newcastle not gonna like us in this, and they beat us 2-1 in the first leg. We beat them 5-0 in the second. Not bad.
Win your own games, mate.
Quarterfinals, not that Bayern Munich. That's a big boy.
That's a big team.
That's a big boy. We drew 1-1 of them in the first leg. We beat them at Munich 2-1 to progress through. What a phenomenal season that is. 43 goals for Rasmus Højlund. Moukoko got 22. Endrick got 20 with 21 assists. Oh, he's looking good.
Yeah.
He's looking good. He's getting better and better. You boys are going to enjoy him. Yusufa Moukoko, 20 composure. Wow, okay. Right. But you've got some players on your squad now. Just got to keep hold of them because a few of them might be asking for new contracts. Sign them for new contracts. Get them nailed down.
Yeah.
Your oldest player is James Ward-Prowse at 32. After that, you've got a couple of players. Bednarak played quite a lot, to be fair, at 31. Other than that, you've got quite a very young team that you've got time with.
You've got
a
the
lot
first
of
season
time.
easily with a really good team.
Easily. So I think I know what the target's going to be. You've got £75 million as well. Dad, what's the target going to be?
It's going to be one target, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to win the Champions League.
You got to win the Champions League. Which I never thought we'd be saying in a Southampton rebuild, but we've built an unbelievable team here for you.
What else can I challenge him at?
Yeah.
We've won the league. We won the FA Cup. We won the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
It can only be the Champions League after getting to the semi-final.
Yeah.
So it's an hard challenge. Good luck. Win the Champions League for us.
Absolutely. Right, Southampton fans, I would say, let me know what the food's like at the stadium, but I know. I had a hot dog there. It was good. How's it improved? How's it improved in the last 7 years, I think, was when I went there, when Ricky Lambert was playing for you. Maybe even longer than that.
Just look at the bottom of that picture and see those trophies now, look.
Oh, yeah, it looks so much better now, doesn't it? 2 FA Cups, 1 Premier League trophy, and a Carabao Cup as well. Fantastic stuff.
Didn't we do well?
We did do very well. Thank you very much. Yeah,
we deserve that.
Well done. We become Saints legends there, easily. Right, thank you very much for watching. Keep your suggestions coming in the comments. We absolutely love to see the comments. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done so already. And we'll see you next week for another rebuild. Bye-bye. Now, with Football Manager 23 beta period, we need to have fun in the beta. We can't go rebuilding teams just because they're bad, and plus Newcastle United have a lot of money and I really want to spend it and see what we can do with them.
Definitely, let's have a laugh, shall we?
Yeah, so we're going to do 5 years with Newcastle, see what we can achieve with them, and I'm fully aware that they don't necessarily need a rebuild, it's just the format of the video, and I'm very aware that we've already done them twice, and that's why today we're doing things a little bit differently with Dad's sections as well.
Yeah, what I'm going to do this time is just pick out 5 of my favourite players that I've seen over my time playing for Newcastle.
In a Newcastle shirt, so yeah. Going all the way back to like the 1800s in Dad's time. We're going to see his 5 favourite players of Newcastle United, each year that we'll do in this rebuild. Because I promised this time round we're actually doing 5. We didn't like cut any corners like we did last time. So no special stipulations. We're just going to have fun, buy some expensive players, use all of the money that they're going to give us.
We're taking over a really good side at the moment.
Absolutely.
They're not outstanding players, but they are a good team.
Yeah, for sure. Eddie Howe's got them playing really well as well. As we're recording this, they're in the top 4.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Also, they're rugby on Spurs, but they did give Spurs a bit of an arm.
They give them a bit of a tonking. Right, so at the start of the Football Manager period taken over Newcastle, you get roughly about £80 million. It's not as much as what you did last year, but it's still probably one of the most that you're going to get for any team at the start of a game of Football Manager 2023. So let's take a look at what I actually spent that on then, Dad, because of course they had the big signing of Isak in, which I think is a perfect signing. Looks really good. Then he got injured.
Shame really, because he got going, scored a goal, and he got himself injured, didn't he?
I think him and Haaland, and that they're coming into this new era of strikers who are very tall, slender, strong, quick, powerful. He looks talented, doesn't he? So we've got him at the club already. We are training to beat the offside trap, which is one of my favourite things to give a striker, so that's fantastic. They also brought in the likes of Sven Botman, but I have also brought in a centre-back because I think that is probably their weakest area still, is defence.
Yeah.
I think going forward, they've got some good players now. Midfield, they're okay. Maxence Lacroix is the first player that I have brought in. Very pacey. Very much the opposite of what Newcastle have in defence right now. Dan Burn, great defender, but he's really slow. Sven Botman's also the same. Big, tall, powerful defender, not exactly the quickest.
No.
This guy's different. 6'3", so he's still quite tall to be fair, and he's still quite strong. I like him. He's only 22 years of age. He's French. £34 million from Wolfsburg.
Good price, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And he's done quite well for Wolfsburg in real life too. But he's not the only signing that we have made so far. Miguel Crespo is another player that I have brought in. So this guy, centre midfielder for Newcastle, we can see got good tackling, good passing ability, but the mentals is where it's at. He was actually featured in one of my must-buy videos at the very start of Football Manager, and I think for a very good reason. We picked him up. He's Portuguese. We picked him up from Fenerbahce for £8.25 million. He's made 4 appearances already. So that's not bad at all. I quite like that player. The final player that we brought in was a backup to fullback, because I think they were kind of weak in numbers. We got Trippier, who can play right back. They got a couple of other players who can play left back. But Joe Scally from Borussia Mönchengladbach can play on both wings. He's only 19, a USA player as well. Possibly. Yeah. And he looks quite good, to be fair. He's got a good potential on the game. At 5-star that we can see there, and he's only worth, 2.5 current ability. So we picked him up from Mönchengladbach, £11.25 million. That is so far our summer, and takes Newcastle's tally in total to £171 million, which is roughly what you were given last year to spend. So it's kind of fair, I think, that they've done that with obviously the additions of Nick Pope and players like that.
That's probably Newcastle's best signing.
You think?
Present, yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think he's just changed the team, really. I think.
Yeah, I agree. Even so, that Man United loaned out their goalkeeper, Dubravka. Don't know why, we haven't even used him yet. Right, so tactically then. Now, Eddie Howe's tactics are quite interesting, to be fair, looking at it. He's played quite a variation of different things, but it's getting to be working. To say it's close, we're going for this. Now, we're going 2 up top because we do have Callum Wilson and Isak, and so far, touch wood, they're both fit.
Yeah.
And once they're both fit, then it's kind of like, who stays off?
You can't afford to leave Callum Wilson out, can you? He's a top quality striker, I think. He's just been under the radar all the time, and now he's got into a team that could put him the next step into the England team.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always picking up injuries. I feel really bad for him.
He can't be far off making the England team for the World Cup.
No, I would disagree. I would disagree. Yeah. So you might recognise that this formation has a name. It's basically the Spurs setup, but a different formation. So the Spurs tactic that we had. No, the Spurs tactic that we had did really well.
Yeah.
But we just moved around the positions and everything like that. So we've got 2 holding midfielders. So Segundo Volante is perfect for Bruno Guimaraes, who's arguably Newcastle's best player.
Yeah,
really good. Really good.
I love watching him play.
He's fantastic on the game too. And then we got this left-hand side, Alain Saint-Maximin. So Alain Saint-Maximin
scares the shit out of everybody.
He gets that terrifying when he runs
at you.
He
just runs at you.
Yeah, I actually think they've done him dirty because he looks worse than what he was last year on the game, which is a shame. But there we go. We got a ball-winning midfielder role, which is going to be difficult to pick up. And this is the reason why I think their lack of depth in midfield might play a thing into it, because they've got the likes of Longstaff and John Joe Shelby. They're just not good enough. No. Not for where Newcastle are wanting to be. I think this is maybe where Newcastle in real life might need to upgrade. Yeah. So we got the 2 strikers, of course. Now, this is a custom gegenpress. It's positive, everything like that. We have had a bit of injury problems. And if we do look at this, look how many injuries we have got. And they all seem to be a long time. 8 weeks to 3 months in Joelinton.
That's a bad one for us.
Kieran Trippier is out for 3 to 5 months.
That's a bad one.
That's why I bought Joe Scally.
There's your set pieces and things like that, isn't it?
Yep. Saint-Maximin, 4 days to 2 weeks. So that's not too bad, but it's still annoying. Kraft is 9 to 11 months as well. And John Joe Shelby, 2 to 7 months. And we've got Matt Targett only just coming back after being out, I think, for the whole of pre-season, maybe. It might not have been because he's played some games. But there we go. So we have had a lot of injuries already, and that's going to play a factor into it.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially the likes of Trippier, like you mentioned, who's crucial to how Newcastle play. So relying on players that aren't necessarily first-team players might come into factor. However, has it affected us? Has it hell? We have won every single game so far.
First game of the season beating Chelsea, that's a hell of a result.
Oh yeah, Callum Wilson with the first 6-minute goal, and then Trevor Chalobah got himself sent off. We then beat Brighton 1-0. Isak, so our other striker, managed to bag a goal as well. Fulham 4-1 victory, good result. Nottingham Forest 3-1. Crystal Palace, very difficult game where you go to Selhurst Park as well, 2-1, and a Wolves home win own goal, 90th minute. That's when you know your luck's in for you.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Very North London-based
results.
September there.
Apart from the Chelsea game, you would expect to get results from the rest of the games.
I agree,
You're going to want to be in the top 4 Newcastle now, so that's the results you expect to get.
Absolutely, and it's put us in good stead.
The next couple of games is the hardest ones to play
Arsenal,
against.
Tottenham, absolutely. Now, we are second behind Man City, who are above us on goal difference because they've got a goal difference of 18. That's because Haaland scored 11. We've only played 5.
Goes to show the game is on board.
It's realistic. Yes. Okay, now speaking of players, before we simulate this first season, Dad, who is your 5th favourite player? Have you done it in order, or is it just...
I have done it in order, but I'm starting with my favourite player.
All right, okay.
And I think
it breaks all the rules.
And I think it's so predictable. My first player is going to be
Alan Shearer.
100%.
Yeah, I'd have to be Alan Shearer.
You're talking about the Premier League leading goal scorer with I think it was 206 goals, was it? Yeah, 206 goals. Comes from Blackburn for 15 million, which was a British record.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can remember this day so good. You know that the rumours around were so much that he was going to play for Man United. And I watched a video the other day with Alan Shearer talking about his life with
Gary
Newcastle.
Neville.
That's
Was it?
The one.
Yeah. On the overlap.
If you haven't seen it, have a watch of it. It's so good. And he was talking about how he had a visit from
Sir Alex
himself and all that. And Sir Alex got there and he said, he said, am I the first interview with you or the second? And he said, I've already spoken to Kevin Keegan this morning. He said, that's me then.
Yeah.
So he knew where he was going to go. And Alan says himself, I had 100% think I was going to go United. He said, until I spoke to Kevin Keegan. He said he just changed my mind. He said, and that was me doing, I was coming on.
He ruined his career. He could have won so much.
I was pleased with that, really. But so Alan Shearer is my favourite. I can remember watching so many games of Alan Shearer and being a striker myself. You know, you try and learn off what you see, and he was just deadly. His pace, he was deadly in the air, either foot, which I believe any striker should be. Good striker should be any foot. Yeah, and he is so good at all of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And seeing him at Newcastle, at his own ground, he always wanted to be there. Brilliant.
Yeah, amazing that he scored that many as well when he had some massive knee injuries.
He did.
He lost a lot of his pace.
He broke his ankle.
Yeah.
A year being there.
Yeah.
And that's what slowed him down.
Yeah.
As well. So
crazy.
Yeah, he was out for a while with that, and he said in the video again, he said, you know, I knew I'd lost a yard of my pace.
Yeah.
Because of that injury, and it took him a long time to come back from that. He said when I'd done my cruciate, his knee cruciate, when he was younger, when he was at Blackburn, I think it was. He said, I knew I'd come back.
I think it was.
Was it Southampton, was it? He said, I knew I'd come back from that injury.
Yeah.
He said, because I was young and still, going. He said, but when I broke my ankle, I thought, oh, this is going to cause me a bit of trouble. And it took him a long time to come back. And he said that was the lowest he's ever felt in football.
But you can gain 2 yards with a smart mind, and Alan Shearer has a smart mind.
What it was with Alan Shearer.
So there we go. Right, let's simulate this first season then and see how we get on with Newcastle United. Right, first season then, 6th place.
Not bad.
6th position. Yeah.
When you look at the teams in front of you, that's the teams you expect to see there.
Yeah. UEFA Conference League is where we finished as well. So, yeah, when we finished above Chelsea, obviously we beat, at the start of the season, Graham Potter obviously not doing that good of a job. We beat them by 1 point. Liverpool all the way down in 5th, which is interesting. Man United top of the league. Would you believe it? But one of the games that they lost was against Newcastle on 88 points there. Was he top scorer though? Of course he was. 43. Jesus. None of our players are there though, which is shocking. Isak did get the highest average, second highest average rating if you count in Haaland. I'm not. Because that's just ridiculous. And he also got the most man matches as well.
Our goal difference is only 13 compared to Man City of 66.
66, and he still didn't win the league. That's mental. So there we go. What about other competitions then? Because obviously, seeing as we're a top 6 club now, we might be in for a cup competition as well. Let's take a look. No, quarter-final by Wolves, quarter-final by Arsenal is as far as we got in both competitions. Wolves went on and won it. They beat Arsenal in the FA Cup. Okay. That's shocked to see it. And the Carabao Cup was won by Liverpool. They beat Arsenal. Oh, poor Arsenal. Such a shame. They lost in both cup finals. Let's take a look then at the players. They scored. Isak scored 26, which is good, with 10 assists, and Callum Wilson only got 17. Now I know he's playing in a 2-striker formation, so you might not get as many as what you should if you're playing by yourself, but I still think that's low. We've seen 2 strikers get big tallies before.
It's 43 goals between two players or your 2 strikers, and you think, well, 43 goals is a lot of goals.
It's no Shearer and Sutton, though, is it?
Well, no, but...
Wrong team, but still. I can't remember who he had who was good at Newcastle, who was a strike partner with him.
Les Ferdinand.
Les Ferdinand, that was a good call. I don't think Les Ferdinand would have scored 17, though.
No.
Probably not. Isak did get injured at the end of the season. When was that? 16th. So he missed a couple of games there, torn back muscle. Injuries really playing a factor there. And transfer money-wise, we got 97 million, so just under £100 million to spend in the next year, which is not bad at all. Before we take a look at that second season, though, we got a very special video sponsor, swaz.co.uk. Okay, on the outset, Joe Willock has left us for just short of £20 million, giving us a little bit more money, as well as Fabian Schär and Emil Kraft and Javi Manquillo, a lot of players who didn't really feature last season, but we definitely have replaced them, starting off with, I think, a bit of an upgrade on that right midfield. I like Miguel Almiron. This season, he's been very good, but on the game, they don't rate him as highly as what he's played in real life at the minute.
I think that's going on from the last season. Yeah.
I
think he's a different player.
He looks completely different now. But we have signed Samuel Chukwueze, who is a Nigerian young right midfielder. 24 years of age, can play on the right, cuts inside on that left foot, and he's a little bit better than Miggy, I think is what they call him, but I think he's a little bit better. So we have brought him in from Villarreal, £37.5 million. He didn't have the best best season last season, 0 assists, but in 2 games he's got 3 assists. It's the Omega Luke effect. Average rating of 8, and he's got a player of the match too, so that I think is already a good signing. Now, one of the best one-legged centre-backs in the game is Antonio Silva. He is phenomenal. He's actually playing for Benfica in real life. By the way, congratulations to Benfica fans. We know you watched the video, because that comeback, or that win in the Champions League to put you top was hilarious to me. I thought it was amazing to knock PSG down into second place. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, and I think Antonio Silva played a big part in that. He was really good in the group stage for you.
The good thing is it puts PSG against one of the top sides now, doesn't it?
Yeah,
instead of them getting easier.
So funny, I love it.
As long as it's not Spurs.
No. So Antonio Silva joins the club as well from Benfica, £38 million, around about the same money as well, but we're actually starting him, so that's going to be good for a 19-year-old to get that Premier League experience from the off, and I think that's really crucial. He's a good ball player with as a defender, especially a young one. 13 first touch, 14 passing, 14 vision, and he tries to play way out of trouble, tries long passes, so he's very good on the ball. He's good composure as well. So I like him a lot. Now, they're not the only 2 signings. I did sign a centre midfielder because I mentioned they were weak in midfield. Kieran Dewsbury-Hall, who, I mean, Leicester haven't had a lot of positives this year.
No.
One of them, I think, is getting this guy into the team playing regularly and having that start off as something that looks like could be something good in the future. He is one of the things that I think Leicester have, and I stole him from him in this pre-season. But anyway, I think he's really good, really talented midfielder, can play defensive, centre mid, or in the attacking side of things. So 41 million pound, but because he's English, you get that English tax. That's always going to be the case. He did play quite well last season. He started quite well this season. Tactically then, we are sticking with the same, just seeing what the new signings can do with this team now, with this tactic, because of course finishing 6th is great, but we did highlight how we are weak in certain positions. So I will show you now. If we take a look at our best 11, we can see Dewsbury-Hall and Bruno Guimaraes in that midfield. Chukwueze, Saint-Maximin on the wings, Isak and Wilson up top, of course. Trippier, now that he's back from injury, should be good. Target on the left, Silva and Lacroix at centre.
Having Trippier back, that'll give us a few points this season.
Hopefully, yeah, because his not even just his dead ball, but his crosses is good. And you think Isak's like 6'3". Wilson's not bad in the air at all, is he? No. How tall is Wilson? 5'11", so that's still tall enough in my eyes. Very good strikers. So I think, yeah, he could cause some trouble this year as well. Let's take a look then, schedule-wise, because we have played 3 games. Oh, no, that's 2 games. Juventus is a friendly, but still. We beat Juventus. We beat Chelsea again.
First game of the season again.
Yeah. Great, isn't it?
Callum Wilson again.
Yeah, so we went
2 minutes this time, so we beat it last season.
Yeah. We went 2-1 up. Trippier actually scored on the 61st minute.
So he's already got his 3 points there.
He has indeed. Lukaku's back as well, and he could only get a consolation goal for Chelsea in a 3-2 loss. Then we played Leicester, who we just pinched Dewsbury-Hall from. They scored in the 93rd minute, and again another consolation after Bruno Guimaraes and Callum Wilson scored for us. So good start, but again, we have
Our
Man
game
City next.
Yeah.
Of course, we entered the Europa League, finishing in 6th position. We had to do the qualifying. No, we didn't have to do the qualifying. We went straight through. Let's take a look at our group. Parthenorp is Napoli, by the way.
Right.
They haven't got the license in to call them Napoli. Kind of like last year, they didn't have Juve. Now they have the full license for Juve. But they haven't got Napoli.
You'd have done all the Italian sides then, wouldn't you, really?
That's weird. So Parthenorp or Napoli, Feyenoord and AEK from
Greece. If you
Greece.
go by the way Napoli's playing this season,
untouchable right now.
You think second would be good enough for us then, really?
Yeah, very, very entertaining team.
Yeah.
They're scoring a lot of goals.
What's that young boy they got playing?
Kvaratskhelia.
Oh,
he is incredible.
he is, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks amazing. I'm going to show you how good he is on this game because I'm excited by him. So when we went up to SI to have a look at the brand new game, he's the first player I wanted to have a look at.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, lads, come round and have a look. Because look how good he is. He's incredible. The fact that he's only 22. Now, he was a wonder kid on last year's game.
Was he?
But he was nowhere near as good as this.
No.
So I think they rated him quite fairly because from what I've seen, he is immense.
Yeah.
Very good player, but his value is ridiculously high. It's very hard to prize him away from Napoli. But yeah, incredible player from Georgia. And the club that he was playing for, because of the Ukrainian war. Yeah, so with the Russian war, he left Russia.
Yeah.
Then went to Dinamo, and then within like 6 months, Napoli bought him. So fair enough.
Yeah.
He scored 8 goals in 11 games for them there.
There you go with that.
So he's done very well. So they are in our group for the Europa League alongside Feyenoord and AEK.
Well,
I'd like to think we go second. Yeah, I agree. So we should be having an exciting time in Europa League next season, as well as obviously try and get ourselves into the top 4. Now, Dal, what is your second player in your all-time favourite Newcastle players?
I'm going to go for Andy Cole, or Andrew Cole, as he wanted to be called near the end of his career.
Yeah.
I love watching another striker scored loads and loads of goals. When I looked it up, I couldn't believe where he'd come from because he'd come from Bristol City.
Yeah.
For I think it was 1.5 million, no, 1.73 million. He scored 68 goals in 83 games appearances.
I think people forget how many goals he scored for Newcastle because of how many he scored for United.
He was phenomenal for Newcastle. I mean, as much as I like watching him, the biggest thing that stuck in my mind about Andy Cole when I was thinking about different players is when Newcastle sold him for 7 million to Man United.
Yeah.
And it kicked up so much fuss that the board actually asked Kevin Keegan to go outside onto those steps that you always see the Newcastle fans outside the ground and explain, him and Terry McDermott had to go and explain why they sold him.
Really?
And I can remember seeing the videos to it and Kevin Keegan out there saying, look, we had to get rid of him, things weren't just right, bear with us, we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
We will correct it. We know we've lost a big goal scorer.
He'll do nothing at United.
Yeah.
He'll do nothing.
I mean, he went on and won so many trophies with but I think he left in the January window, and in the summer transfer window they bought Les Ferdinand.
Okay.
So they replaced him with another good striker, but that bit in between, I think, was a big loss for Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, if you like watching Newcastle, watch some of the videos of Andy Cole, some of the finishes he done. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay, let's simulate this second season. Second season, second place.
I'll take that.
Look how close we are from winning the league.
Oh, joints. So that one game that we lost 3 games, that cost us the league.
Oh, that's a very
Then saying that
heartbreaking
Liverpool
drew
drew their last game, so
they had already
lost it.
Yeah, they had already kind of won it. Well, to be fair, they needed a result.
Yeah.
If they did, who did they draw against? Sheffield United.
So if they had lost that game, we'd have won the league. So.
Who finished bottom on 20 points?
Sheffield United.
They almost cost Liverpool the league.
Yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely devastating. I want to check the past positions of that. How did we actually? Oh my God, we threw it away.
That game that we lost cost us our position in the league.
Yeah.
As well as the league.
Yeah, that's tough, isn't it?
Hey, I'm still going to take that, mate.
Still take that. Still take that.
We're improving.
Yeah, absolutely. Erling Haaland got 33 goals. Isak got 24. And again, he's second fiddle to Isak. But Chukwueze got the most assists this season with 15. Very good. But that's...
I think in the Premier League, that is the best Newcastle have done. It's come
really?
Second. Yeah. Didn't they? I think they've come second twice in the Premier League.
Yeah, when Keegan did that. I will love it if we beat them.
That's right, yeah. And they were so far in front then, they lost so many points, didn't they? And they pipped them at the last game of the season, was it?
Yeah, that was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What a shame. Sorry, team fans. Right, okay. What about other competitions then? Our first season in Europa League. How have we done? Quarterfinal.
Bolton Wanderers.
Quarterfinal. 5th round by Bolton. 4th round by Chelsea, which you kind of expect, but Bolton's knocking us out. How are Bolton knocking us out of the FA Cup? Man United won that. They beat Brentford in the final there. Lazio's difficult team. We know that they're very good. They probably beat us by Immobile scoring a goal. So they beat us on penalties. It was 4-4 and they beat us on penalties. That's unfortunate. The round of 16, did we play in that? We did. We beat Antwerp in the round of 16. Did we play in the playoff? No, which means we topped the group. So that's not bad. Napoli there, they had to face Porto in their group. So we topped the group and the final was Napoli.
There you go, mate.
Unlucky Napoli having to play the playoff and they go and win it. Fantastic. Talk about putting your foot in it, Luke.
Yeah.
Right, okay. What about the goals then? Who scored the goals? 39 goals for Isak, 22 for Callum Wilson.
Better, isn't it?
Yeah.
61 goals, two players.
Callum Wilson is leaving the club though.
Joe Linton, 17 goals.
Joe Linton, in only 17 starts as well, which is not bad at all. Samuel Chukwueze got 20 assists. Alan Maxine, 13. We do need a new striker because Callum Wilson's contract has run out and he is leaving. He is 32 now, so it is kind of around about time.
Yeah.
How much money have we got to replace him though? 117 million. Should be enough.
Yeah.
Should be enough. The likes of Dan Burns also leaving. He's 32. Isaac Hayden, Chris Wood. So we're losing 2 strikers during this transfer window. So let's go see who we replaced them with. Now, the first signing I made is Angelino, who is a left back. Used to play for Manchester City at some point, but we've brought him in from Leipzig because I think he gives us a bit of an upgrade in that left back position.
I do like him as well. I've watched him a few times.
Very talented. Really good crosser of the ball, and it shows that on this as well. So that's one of his highlights, I'd say, one of his highest attributes, but he is a very good tackler of the ball.
Yeah.
Passing as well, so he's a good ball player, can win the ball back, can he also progress further up, and I think that's exactly what we need now that we're kind of in the top 4 and we're a top 4 club. £29 million, I think that's worth it, to be honest. Definitely. Interesting that they actually loaned him out in real life. I thought that was really strange when I've seen it, but they did bring I think they bought Hoffenheim's left back David Raum.
Oh right, yeah.
So I think it's a case of, if we buy your left back, can we loan you ours for a season type of deal? So there we go. But he joins us the club, but he's not the only player because we needed to replace a goalkeeper. Now, Nick Pope is good enough still, but Diogo Costa, I felt like, I mean, have you seen how good this guy is in real life?
No.
He is the Porto goalkeeper who has saved 17 penalties.
Oh, right,
I think it is in 2022.
Yeah, I remember reading that,
The fact that they've actually conceded that amount of penalties did shock me to begin with. But now he's actually saved them is awesome. I mean, there's goalkeepers who will go throughout their whole career and not save that many. David De Gea. But, I mean, Diogo Costa, who is actually linked with Man United, I thought it was around about the right time to bring him in because Nick Pope is getting to that point now where he might be looking at retirement or too old. I think he's 33. And this guy is definitely 24. An upgrade. Yeah, it's going to be the goalkeeper for the next 10 years. So Patreon members, we're building you a young side here, remember. So if you are new here, patreon.com/MegaLukeGaming, you get the save game file at the end of the 5 years so you can continue the journey, and Dad will give you a task alongside that. It is £5 for the month, but you get all the save game files from previous and all the save game files this month as long as you continue to renew. And I thank you very much for everybody who is a Patreon member. I do appreciate it. Patreon.com/OmegaLukeGaming. The link's down below in the description should you wish to just find a link. But there we go. So 23 million I think is a really cheap cost as well.
It is for a keeper nowadays, I think.
Yeah. There are people who are saying that this is going to be the next Alisson and Ederson.
Right.
When they came to Premier League and everyone was like, they're going to be the next big thing. That's who people are touting to be the next big thing. Now the striker situation. I went back to an old favourite. Do you remember how good Beto was last year?
Yeah.
I brought him back because he's even better this year. He's even Beto this year. That's a bad pun, isn't it? He's quicker, he's got better mental attributes, and he can still finish, and he can still header, and he's 6'4". He's bloody fantastic. Yeah. He's absolutely incredible. And it's another Portuguese player. We're becoming Wolves. Wolves are like, whoa, who are we supposed to sign? We're bringing him in. He's very good. He's got 1 cap for Portugal. There we go. 24 million as well. That is cheap.
It is,
for a player who scored 19 goals for Udinese.
In Italy.
Yeah, Udinese are not getting a lot of chances.
No.
And he's bagging them. He has not scored a goal for us yet, but I'm sure he will.
Oh,
it's a good cost for a very quality player. But our final signing is Kyle Walker-Peters, £35 million. Did you find it really weird when Tottenham brought through a player called Kyle Walker and then Kyle Walker-Peters?
Yeah.
Because I did.
And then sold both of them as well.
And sold both
I find that even more weird.
Yeah. They sold him for £12 billion.
Such a young player as well, I thought.
Yeah. Really good. Played on both sides.
Yeah, play for the future, isn't it?
But that's the reason why I bought him. £35 million is what I spent. It's quite a lot of money, but he does play on both wings naturally. Yeah. He's really good too. So yeah, Carl Walker-Peters joins the club, which actually makes our team look ridiculously good now. Now, we are still going with the same formation because right now, it got a second position in the league. We can't really just ignore how good that was, even though we are improving the team ever so slightly. Our best 11 looks like this. Antonio Silva, Lacroix, Angelino, and Walker-Peters actually is better, according to our assistant manager, to Trippier. Bruno Gomes, Dewsbury Hall, St. Maxime, Chukwueze, we know that, and now it's Beto and Isak up top. I like that a lot. Let's take a look then at the schedule. We're starting off the season very well again, but we have drew a game to Brentford, which, first game of the season.
That's because we usually play Chelsea in the first game of Brentford.
That's true. But instead, we played Arsenal, we beat them, and then that.
City's even better.
Woo. We didn't even concede a goal against Haaland. Atrocious player.
Brilliant.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
Isak, 77th minute. Chukwueze, the 89th.
Late. That's what City normally do, don't they?
Yeah. Now we are in the Champions League. We've just stolen Porto's goalkeeper and we've got to play them, but we are going to the new format. So we don't have a group stage anymore. We've just been given the games that we've got to play. So now I have to press more buttons so that you can see the games that we've got
City,
in the future.
Porto,
so it's Celtic, Porto, Juve, Dortmund, Ludogorets, Marseille, Madrid, Leipzig. I'm not going to be used to this when it actually happens.
I'm lost already.
Yeah. You play 8 different teams.
Is it class as a league? Is it a league thing now?
So it's all one league.
Right.
And the top 8 qualify automatically. The second 8 go into playoffs.
Right.
To go into the round of 16. No, the second 16 go into, I don't know. Who cares?
Celtic, I'll be disappointed we don't beat Celtic.
Yeah.
Porto,
we just stole their goalkeeper.
I'd like to think we get a result there.
Yeah.
Juventus are not very good at the moment, so I'd like to think we get a result there. Dortmund, my favourite German team, they're our team to beat.
Yeah. So, I think the only game that we would expect to lose is the Madrid game.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think we'll get a result, if not win every single one.
Got to win your own games, mate.
We have indeed.
Win your own games, you get through.
Absolutely. So, will that be the case for this Champions League and this new Champions League format with 36 different clubs in? Who knows? We'll have to find out. But before we do, Dad needs to give us his third favourite Newcastle player.
Well, I'm going for an actual midfield player this time.
Okay.
Player that I enjoyed watching so much for Spurs. But I watched him at Newcastle, thought he was absolutely brilliant.
Jermaine Genius.
Close. But I was so chuffed. I was so chuffed when Spurs bought him in 96, I think it was. 97, I think it was, yeah. David Ginola.
Oh, Ginola, of course.
Skill-wise and that, and even Kevin Keegan said that he was absolutely brilliant. That's why he signed him.
Yeah. I thought it was because of the hair.
Yeah. He signed from PSG.
Yeah.
In 96, I think it was. No, 95. I'm getting all the years wrong, aren't I? 95. The following year, Bobby Robson tried to buy him for Barcelona.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's how good he was
That's how close he was.
Oh, he must have thought, shall I go?
Yeah. But then Barcelona wasn't the team that they were
no.
kind of 5 or 6 years later, I guess.
So, he done so well at Newcastle, and I think the fans absolutely loved him over there.
Yeah.
And whenever he's in this country, you get so much respect in this country
Yeah,
for what
he's
done. Spurs, I'm not a Spurs fan, thinks he's a legend, and I do.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's my next sort of player that I really enjoyed watching for Newcastle and also for Spurs as well. So.
He even featured on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out.
Yeah, he did, yeah. He didn't score many goals for Newcastle.
Well, I'm a Celebrity.
I think he only scored 6 goals in his career at Newcastle, which I was surprised about.
No, that is quite low.
He was bombed in the wing, taking players on, and I think he just sort of cut them back and let someone tap in the net.
Yeah, quality player.
What a midfield player.
Yeah, very fun to watch. Let's take a look at the end of this third season. Third season, we've dropped down to 7th place.
Not good, is it?
No, that's not good at all. We've qualified for the UEFA Conference League. 61 points as compared to last season's 84. So we are lacking a lot of points there. A lot of points. 23 points in total, less than what we had the season before that. I don't know what to say. Liverpool have won the league again. 94 points this season. They got 10 more. Only losing 2 games.
Man United is second with 81. So
yeah,
we got into the 80s that we did last season. We'd have been second again. So that's really disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Man City are down in 6th place. That's quite shocking, really, to see that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lukaku's now the top scorer of Erling Haaland on 28. Surely Pep Guardiola's not there anymore, so Steve Holland's there. So I think Pep has just been sacked. Oh my God. So Pep Guardiola was sacked, and then Jurgen Klopp was sacked. Ooh, serves you right. So Man United manager is still Eric Ten Hag. Thank you very much, Eric. And the Liverpool manager, of course, is now Simeone.
Do you know, I was already just thinking, Atletico Madrid, they got beat again, didn't they, in the Champions League? Completely knocked out of every European competition. They could finish bottom of the group, didn't they?
Yep, and then definitely not going to win the league.
He's going to be sacked. They're going to be sacking him, surely.
Absolutely. Mikel Arteta.
I won't be surprised if they do sack him soon.
Is Conte still there? No. Favre is at Tottenham. I don't suppose you know who that is, do you?
No, I don't.
I'm a little bit of...
68-year-old. I'm surprised I haven't heard of him.
So he was manager of Nice as well from 2022. Dortmund for a little bit. He was at Dortmund as manager, Nice again, Borussia Mönchengladbach. But yeah, he's kind of getting into it.
Yeah.
He's a Swiss manager there, so not bad. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Who's Chelsea manager now? I want to see Pioli, who's the AC Milan manager right now. So very good manager as well. So all of the, what you think, obviously, Guardiola now being sacked. I don't know where he is right now, but still, he's not at any of these clubs. But we have dropped down to 7th place. Yeah, that's not good enough. No. Okay, other competitions then. How have we done? We have, the runners-up of the bloody Carabao Cup. Quarter-final, we can't get past the quarter-final, can we? Quarter-final against Leipzig in the Champions League. Penalties again.
We had them in our group as well, didn't we?
Yeah, penalties again.
Yeah.
No, we played them. There isn't a group anymore, is there?
We played them on that league basis that we were in.
Yeah, that random league thing. So the knockout. Oh, so we got to the knockout stage. So we were in the we didn't finish in the top 8, but we faced Man United and knocked them out. That's not bad considering who
winning your own games, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, 3-2.
You know, you won 2-0 and we won 3-0.
Absolutely. So the league phase then. How do we? So it's the 16 after from 9th. 16 down from 9th.
Right.
So because we finished in 21st with 3 wins and...
Yeah, see, Leipzig, they come 3rd, look.
Yeah. Wow, they did really well.
Yeah.
They must have beat us. Oh, we drew against them. We lost 3. Real Madrid, Porto, and Dortmund. Bayern finished the top there. So it's very difficult to understand. It's not going to be nice having to go through this each time. The Champions League winners this season, though, was Barcelona, who beat Leipzig in the final. Wow, fair enough. They had a really good season.
Yeah.
4-0 in the final. But yeah, who beat us in the Carabao Cup? It was Liverpool 2-0, the champions, who have won it 4 years in a row now. Ridiculous. Squad-wise, who scored us the most goals? Beto got 34. Isak got 26. St. Maximin got 12. Assist-wise, not a lot of assists. Chuck Woozy had the most with 13.
So we got a new striker in and he does the business.
Yes.
So our defence let us down then.
Our defence has let us down there. How much money have we got? £118 million to repair that. Trippier is leaving. He's 34 now. He hasn't played much this season. Didn't want to sign a new deal, so he is going to Real Sociedad. What can we do with this money here to replace him and others at the back to try and hopefully take us back up the table? Let's take a look. Okay, first signing I've made is a player that I've never actually heard of, but when I've seen him, I can't believe nobody's ever told me about him, and it's Vitor Roque. 20 years of age, Brazilian striker. As a backup, he wants to be a backup as well. He's happy to be a squad player, so rotational at the very least. Really good, really talented. Yeah. And we only picked him up for £17 million. Now, he did score 12 goals the season before that, when he was really young, like we're talking 18, 19. But he's only played 3 games this season so far because of the way the Brazilian league starts, and we've bought him just as that started. But he's already scored 1 goal for them there. So yeah, he looked good, to be fair. So gotta be happy with that signing, bringing him in. Who else have we brought in though? Well, let's take a look. We wanted some defenders. We needed another right back, Nathan Patterson from Everton.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously they just bought him
through,
from Rangers, and he started playing games, and he's looking really good for Everton in real life. Yeah. Lampard's got him playing quite well. He's really good on Football Manager. So 23 years of age, we've picked him up 48 million. It's a lot, but in that first 3 games, he's got us a very good average rating and 1 assist.
Yeah, that's good.
So he's going to come in as our starting right back, to be fair, in front of Kyle Walker-Peters, and I'm happy with that. Really quick player and good stamina, so he's bombing up and down, which I like about him. And he can play on both sides if we need him to. Always a positive. Yeah, so that's really good. The final signing though, I can't believe I managed to pull it off. It's Gavi from Barcelona. Oh, that's good.
What a signing.
Yeah. Only 21 years of age and we're in the 4th season.
Yeah.
So you paid your members going to have Gavi for the remainder of whenever you have it.
Already, like between 190 and 133 million.
That's mental, isn't it?
Hey.
How many caps does he have so far? 13 caps for Spain and he's 21. That's saying something because Spain's midfield is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like mental attributes, you wouldn't see that on a veteran. Like that is impressive.
Good, yeah.
It's just his physicals that kind of let him down, like jump and reach and strength, but he's not really built for that. He's 5'8". He's very much like the Iniesta, isn't he? He's like an Iniesta regen, to be honest. Like really good passing, technical player. Mentally, he's insane. So we bring him into the club as our new creative midfielder because I don't think we have one. We had two very much box-to-box midfielders.
Yeah.
Nobody who's going to give that defense splitting pass. He is that guy. He has tries killer balls often. He will come deep to get the ball, plays 1-2s. He is a playmaker. So we bring him in for £52 million. I think that is so good.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the players that we have brought in. We have changed things around tactically to fit Gavi. We have now got a centre midfielder on attack. He has a license to just go, and we've got a DM there who can be Dewsbury Hall, it can be Bruno Guimaraes. One of those two players can fit in there really nicely. So let's take a look then at the pick without restriction best 11. This is what our assistant sees as our best 11. As I kind of expected, other than Kyle Walker-Peters is arguably better than Angelino, but we do have inverted wingbacks now because we have less in the midfield, so they will sit in here instead and help out. That's probably why Kyle Walker-Peters has been picked up.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's kind of as I'd expected it to be. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have been playing a lot of games and we've been winning a lot of games.
Good start.
So we've
Really
played
good
a
start.
few qualifiers in the Conference League. We've won all 4 of them, so we are into the conference. I know you're going to be over the moon with that. Bournemouth 3-0 win to start things off. Beta with 2, Gavi with 1 on his debut. Great stuff. Leicester 2-1 victory against them. Isak and Chuck Woozy. But a 1-1 draw against Southampton in a 94th minute equaliser.
Yeah.
That's just that's just one of those games of not putting your chances away and it costing you at the end of the game, isn't it? They're going to feel like they smash and grabbed us there. Now the Conference League, you'll be pleased to know, is exactly the same.
We're going to take about 2 seasons to get used to this, isn't we?
Oh, it's going to be horrible. It's going to be awful. So we are playing loads of different teams, so let's take a look at it again. UEFA Conference League, there we go. So we got AEK, never heard of that team. Dynamo Minsk. Again, I'm curious of where that's a class like crest, but where is that the finish? Playing a team from Finland.
Yeah.
Maccabi Haifa, who we've just seen Benfica beat and qualify through thanks to the win in top of the group, and Riga as well, which is that I don't even know what that is. Latvia. Latvia as well. Okay, so we should be winning all those games.
Disappointed if we don't.
Yeah,
Really.
we
Come
should
on.
be winning those games. Okay.
Top Premier League, so we should be winning that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, okay, we'll see how we get on for the remainder of the season. But Dan, can you give us your 4th player for Newcastle?
Yep, so I'm back on the striker again now.
Okay.
Now, as a child, I was 10 years of old and I started watching this striker. And I used to go and watch my dad play football, your granddad, all the time. At that age, and I can remember saying to my dad, watching this striker on the telly is like watching him. That's how good my dad was. Malcolm McDonald.
Yep, you've mentioned him quite a few times.
Yeah, Super Mac. Very aggressive, very quick, both feet again. No defender wanted to play against him. And back in them days, the centre defenders, they were allowed to knock you about as well.
Yeah.
And he took all of that as well.
He give it back.
Oh, what a striker he was. He signed for Luton for 118,000, and he scored 168 goals in 258 games. What a striker. If anybody wanted to see videos going back the old time and all that, it was 1976, I think it was, somewhere around that time he played. What a striker for Newcastle. And I'd like to think that the Newcastle fans must have been a legend back there, loved him and all that. But yeah, Malcolm McDonald, Super Mac. Finally went to Arsenal.
Yep.
And made a name for himself there at Arsenal as well. Won quite a few things there with Arsenal, but what a striker. Solely reminded me of my dad.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Right, let's find out how we have done in this 4th season. 4th season, champions!
Get in.
Look at that. That is a turnaround.
91 points. That's a hell of a turnaround, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's
9 points.
9 points ahead of Man
We
City.
lost 2 of our last 3 games.
Yeah, Liverpool at the end of the season there as well. Lost quite a few. They dropped down massively compared to the 94 points that they had last season. Big drop off like we had, down to 4th place.
Looking at that as well, we've got the best goal difference as well.
51. So we scored 99 goals in total. We only lost 5 games. Man City, Wolves, Chelsea, Forest and Tottenham. Losing 2 home games there, drawing only 4 games. All of them were away. So we lost a lot. We won, a lot of our home games, exactly, which you always tell us to do.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Erling Haaland got 32 goals, but both Beto and Isak was behind him with a total of 54.
Brilliant.
So there we go. Better in numbers.
Beto's a good signing, mate.
He's a very good signing indeed, as well as Isak. Gavi got the second most assists after Bernardo Silva with an insane 22. And Beto got 7 player matches.
I watched a programme on Grealish this week, and he said, who is Pep's favourite player?
Yeah.
Bernardo Silva. He is his pet. He's his pet.
Very, very good. So, cracking season for us. We are champions of England for the first time in a very long time for Newcastle. First ever Premier League win. Okay, let's take a look at other competitions then. Do we get any other silverware? Oh, we're the winners of the Conference League.
I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a double.
Let's go. What a competition. Let's take a look who we beat. Midtjylland in the final from Denmark. Tottenham won it the season before.
Hey.
So yeah, we managed to do that. Let's take a look at the league phase. We finished in 4th place. We won 5. We lost one
top of the group.
Midtjylland. Yeah, there we go. We lost to AEK Athens, which is that's a bit strange. We didn't play in the knockouts. We played round of 16. We beat Marseille 8-3 on aggregate. Quarter-final, we then faced Sparta Prague 8-1 on aggregate. Semi-final 9-1 on against Sociedad. That's tricky.
What a result that was.
We're about to record. Well, we're recording this today, just as, and they're actually kicking off in 4 minutes. United versus Sociedad, and United need to win by 2 goals to qualify as top of the group. So we'll see whether that happens. I'm not making any comments about how good Real Sociedad are. But anyway, in this we beat them 9-1 on aggregate, and we went on and beat Midtjylland in the final to pick up our second trophy of this whole rebuild so far. It took us 4 years, but we finally managed to do it.
We got there.
And what was the Premier League as well? Yeah. Our squad's looking quite thin, though, isn't it? Yeah. 46 goals for Beto, 44 for Isak. That's what I wanted.
100 goals.
And Vitor...
90 goals, sorry.
Vitor Roque got 23, which is incredible, really, considering he only had 18 starts.
So you got 120 goals there from 4 players.
Yeah.
No wonder why we won the league.
Unbelievable. And look how many assists people got as well. Really good. Really solid. How much money have we been given? Another £100 million to spend. Nice.
Yes.
To see if we can retain and see if we can do any better.
I mean, the good thing is they're not, Champions League. As a board, they're not just chucking money at it. Because 100 million nowadays is not a lot of money.
Not a lot
it's one player, really. Isn't
it?
So it's good that they're not just chucking millions and millions at it, which you'd think they would do. Because they've got beyond the scenes things to sort out as well.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I have updated the training facilities once. I'm asking to do it again and trying to get as much as that done as possible.
That was one of the things Alan Shearer in his video brought up. Is there things going on beyond the scenes? They want to
emulate Man City, don't they?
They want to make the stadium bigger, get more fans in, because they've got the fans there wanted to get into the ground. One of the training facilities go up there. I'll tell you one thing, I was surprised, and I forgot to say it when I talked about the Alan Shearer video. They've got a statue of Alan Shearer outside the ground.
Yeah.
When I say outside the ground, it is outside the ground.
Yeah.
They wouldn't allow it to be put actually on the ground premises. So the council said you could put it just outside the ground where we wanted to put it. And
I did see that.
Is it Mike Smith, the chairman then?
Yeah, Mike
Ashley, sorry. He wouldn't let him bring it in.
Yeah.
I mean, Alan Shearer, he's an hero.
Yeah, he's a legend.
And he wouldn't let him do it. This board have now said they're bringing that statue onto the premises of the ground. They're going to do it. It's going to be done.
Good.
So brilliant. Well done.
Right, okay. Let's take a look at this 5th season then, see who we bring in with this money, and see if we can retain the Premier League. Final season then, and I brought in our friend. We've got to see what he's like. We've got to see what he's like.
He's a good player.
Yeah. He's even better now, and we spent a lot of money on him, 73 million. He's had some wonderful seasons at Parthenope, or Napoli as we all know them, and now we are bringing him to the Premier League. So you guys who are getting the Save Game File will get to play with this guy.
I mean, look at it. 187 with 237 million.
Yeah.
How much did we pay for him?
He had a release clause, 73 million. So bargain.
Best 73 million you'll ever
Absolute bargain bringing him in. We did bring in a couple of other players as well. So one of them was a backup goalkeeper because Nick Pope has left the club. We brought this guy in from Norwich, who actually is really good. So if you're looking for like a backup or even a first choice goalkeeper, this guy's really good from Barry that they picked him up. We bought him for 7.5.
Our goalkeepers are good.
Oh yeah, he's not going to replace Diego Costa. No. He's just going to be a backup. And we also needed a good centre-back backup because we only had 3 of them. So we brought in this guy from Real Madrid, another youngster, only 25, so he starts off at 20. Danny Luick, Austrian goalkeeper, who actually Austrian defender. Austria have a really good team, like low-key, a really good team. Interested to see what they're doing internationally in the next couple of years. I don't remember whether they qualified for the World Cup, but whether they do or not, like the next couple of years, they've got a team that could be there in a couple of years' time. That's really good. £21 million is what we spent, half the much as what Real Madrid paid for him 2 seasons ago, and he can play right back. Really good player, and left back should we need him to. I like him a lot. Yeah. So tactically, we don't need to change anything because we just won the league. Let's take a look at the best 11, and it is pretty much the same as what you'd expect, but with Kvaradona is what they're actually calling him because he plays at Napoli. He is replacing Saint Maximin on that left, who, I would say he's a little bit better than him. And of course, Beto, Isaac up top, as we would expect. Schedule-wise, we are currently top of the Premier League because we have won 3 games.
Friendly against Barcelona, we just hammered them.
Hammered them 5-1. We did lose the Charity Shield. First time the Charity Shield, we lose it. 4-3 to Southampton. But we did beat Norwich 3-0. We beat Fulham 3-2. And we beat Wolves 6-2. So we haven't really been tested.
Expect to win, innit?
Yeah. Champions League then. We know it's a stupid group. So we just need to see who our games are against.
I'm surprised we played the friendly game against Barcelona. See, we've got to play them.
Well, it's probably hasn't been the draw for them. Barcelona, Inter Milan, Wolfsburg, AC Milan, Real Madrid, Benfica. There are some tricky games in that.
The 2 top Italian sides and the 2 top Spanish sides. How did we work that out?
The draw for that is a little bit wrong. Considering as well, we should have been first seed because we won the league. So that's a little bit out of order, but there we go.
Well, Liverpool and Chelsea looks like their first and second seed there, doesn't it?
It's just, I don't know why that is, to be fair. I don't know why it's set up like that. But yeah, it does look a little bit dodgy, doesn't it? The games that we've been given.
It's a hard group, isn't it?
Absolutely.
A hard league.
Right, okay. We're going to simulate the 5th season. Dad, give us your final player for Newcastle.
Well, this time I'm going for a goalkeeper. Really enjoyed watching this goalkeeper. Thought he was a legend for Newcastle. Played for a long time. Played 354 games. Signed from Blackburn, Shay Given.
Yeah, it was obvious. As soon as you said goalkeeper, I couldn't think of anyone else.
What a goalkeeper. Now, one thing I can always remember watching about Shay Given, and it's a shame really because he's a really good keeper. If you want to go and watch a video of Shay Given, look at the mess ups that he's done. And this one was against Dion Dublin. Ball's come across, he's caught it, he's looking around to where to throw it. Dion Dublin is stood right behind him, and he ain't got Scooby-Doo, he's there. So he's looking around, puts the ball on the floor, Dion Dublin runs around, puts it into an empty net. Oh, hilarious. And out of that came a joke. Shay Given is the only Irishman who doesn't know where Dublin is.
That is good.
But yeah, I mean, he went on and he signed for Man City, but never a legend, I think, at Newcastle.
Yeah, I agree.
Really good goalkeeper. You can't knock him. What I will say though is, if I haven't picked any players that you thought I should have picked, I'm sorry, but it was players that I've watched that I feel that I've really enjoyed watching playing for Newcastle.
Yeah.
And they were the top 5 for me.
Yeah, let us know down in the comments your top 5 for Newcastle. Be interested to see. Right, okay, let's simulate this 5th and final season. Final season, we finish in 2nd place. We cannot retain the Premier League.
That's a shame.
6 points behind Liverpool, who are champions. We dropped off quite a lot of points, to be fair, which is disappointing. Isaac only got 23 goals. Haaland getting 41, and they're still down in 6th place. How are you getting that low when you got Erling Haaland scoring 40 goals? It's ridiculous. But I guess we did stop Liverpool winning 4 in a row, so that's something. Tottenham down in 8th place. Southampton creeping up into 5th. They beat us in the Charity Shield, obviously. Yeah. They carried on and did quite a good season. Let's take a look at other competitions then. How have we done? Oh, Champions League winners and the FA Cup. Oh. And the FA Cup.
Favourite trophy as well.
We beat Barcelona in the final after extra time, which is quite impressive.
So we played them in the new league basis.
Yeah.
And then we beat them in the final.
Beto with the winner. Kvaratskhelia had a goal disallowed on the 87th minute as well. And obviously we thought we might have won it. Yeah. No, Beto scored in the 115th. 5 minutes left before. And we went on and beat
I'll take runners up in the league there for that.
Yeah, I would. FA Cup as well. Extra time. Against Chelsea. 2-1. That was a 92nd minute winner from Almiron, who's still at the club. And Beto again got a 68th minute goal. So he's been a great signing for us, getting crucial goals. So we love to see that. Let's take a look at the Champions League then. Who we played where? Did we go through? No, so we were 13th. So we had to play in the playoffs again.
13.
Yeah, so let's take a look then. We played the knockout playoffs. We beat Salzburg in that. Round of 16, we then beat Chelsea on penalties. We've had a hard way to the final. Real Madrid 2-1 on aggregate against Real Madrid. Then we played Bayern Munich. We had no slouches.
Real Madrid and Bayern Munich.
And then
Chelsea.
Barcelona.
And then Barcelona, yeah.
We deserve to win
when
that
you look
Champions
at that, that's
League.
exactly what Real Madrid done this season, didn't they? Well, the season
They have knocked out all the
big
teams.
guns.
But we have definitely done that, and we deserve to win the Champions League. Yeah. Absolutely incredible.
Best team in Europe. Get in.
37 goals from Isak, but Beto got arguably the most important goals that we have seen anyway from the finals. 26 from there. St. Maximin got 15. Kvaratskhelia got 11 and 11. So St. Maximin played a lot less, but he got more goals and assists, which is interesting.
Happy with that, yeah.
Dad, what is your 5-year plan? We've already asked the Geordies what the food's like and stuff in a previous video.
Yeah.
So what is your 5-year plan taking over this side?
I'm going to go, seeing that we've just missed out on winning the league, win the league.
Yeah, win the league.
Just simple as that. You got a really good team, young team coming through. See if you can win the league. Take what else you give them after that. I mean, we just won the Champions League, just won the FA Cup.
Yeah.
2 favourite trophies for me, especially the FA Cup, to win us the league back again.
Yeah, you got 182 million with an unbelievable wage budget.
Why do we always, whenever we get to the end of our time, it's the biggest transfer market,
unbelievable. So page.com/MegaLukeGaming, that save game file will be available for you to download right now. And of course, check out swaz.co.uk.
Let us know what you think of the shirts.
We might do a giveaway because we've got some extras here. Yeah. So let us know down in the comments your favourite Newcastle players, and I'll pick somebody out and I'll send you a shirt. They are limited sizes, so if you are the right size, then hopefully
large.
Yeah, it's small. Right, thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you next Monday for another rebuild. Bye. Well, you finally got your wish. Today Dad starts his first ever rebuild, and we can only do it with one club, of course.
Of course. Well, I'm not going to volunteer to do any other team, am I?
No.
I might do it further down the line, I might not, but this team is the team I'm definitely going to do it with.
So we are here, day one. We haven't picked our tactic or anything yet, so we're going to go through. We'll set all that up and we'll let you know. So we have set up what you would like as your tactic, Dad. So do you want to go through and kind of explain your thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, Harry Kane to me is not an out-and-out striker now. As much as he is probably their leading goal scorer for so many seasons, I think Harry Kane now, people who watches Harry Kane now play, that's his role now. I think the number 10 role properly. So let's stick a boy in front of him who we think is going to be very aggressive, who will push onto the defenders, make them make mistakes. You can't ask for a better striker than that.
Charleston, yeah.
So I'm quite happy with them two up front. Song on the left hand side, he's good at anything really. So he does run a lot. So I've put him in that position. He will help me up front, but he'll also help me in the midfield as well.
Good
so I'm happy with
progressor, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Then you got the centre midfield and your right midfield 2 players. I rate them 2 good signings this year, I think, that we've had. So I'm happy with them too. The right side of midfielder, definitely bombing down the right, giving Harry Kane the 1-2s, which Harry Kane is so good at, receiving that ball, the little delicate little flicks that he gives and all that, or he holds on to the ball, then puts the ball through. Brilliant from our right midfielder to go through, or even Song on the other side. Yeah. And you've got to have your that one midfield player just sit there in front of the defence.
The screen, the anchor role,
And you couldn't ask for a better player. I think he's probably been Spurs' best player for probably 2 seasons now. Yeah. He's been with us since he come from Southampton. Probably made Ben Woodwell on that. Couldn't ask for a better player than doing that.
The only thing, Casemiro.
The only thing that annoys me with him sometimes is he gets the most amount of touches of a game, and it's because one player passed him and he just passes right back to him, and then he just moves to the pass him and he just passes, and it winds me up sometimes. But you can't ask for a better player to sit in front of your defence and just help them. Yeah, and he will put a foot in when you need him to as well. So, but my biggest problem, and I've always said to you, we are lethal going forward. We will be rubbish at the back, and my back 4 will show you that why I think we're lethal at the back. Yeah, Eric Dyer is gone. Yeah, Ben Davies is gone. That's my back 4, preferably my back 4 that I would like to see play at this particular moment. Yeah, people might say I'm putting Doherty in. Where's
Emerson Royale?
Emerson Royale. If you watch Emerson Royale play, he gives away silly free kicks. Yeah. When the player's out on the touchline, just jockey him. Just leave him out there. Let the players get in behind you. No, woof right through. He gives a free kick, and we can see goals then. Yeah.
So out of this, you've picked this then. This kind of like a 4-4-2 with Harry Kane dropping off. What position are you looking to try and strengthen in this transfer window? Because you've got £26 million to start off with.
I'm going to go. I definitely want a really good central defender. Yep. Possibly to go with Romero. Yep. And I want a better goalkeeper.
So those are your 2 targets to begin with.
I've told you for years, that I do not like Lloris.
Hugo Lloris, yeah.
He is, I think, Spurs' weak point. And if you watch France in the World Cup, he did have a couple of good games, but every team who played against France, whenever they passed the ball back, they pressurised Lloris and he made mistakes.
Yeah, kicking the ball out of play.
That's what he does for Spurs. Yeah. He makes silly mistakes when he's under pressure. He's not good with his feet.
Yeah.
He's a good reaction goalkeeper, but I don't think he's a good keeper. I know he won the World Cup.
Modern day goalkeeper.
And I know he got to the final of the World Cup, but
yeah,
for me, I just want something. Give me something better, and I think Spurs would be better for it.
Okay, well, we're at the very start of pre-season now, so we're going to go through, make some transfers, and we'll bring you back before the start of the season. Okay, first bit of business you've done, Dad. We've sold Eric Dyer, £36 million in total.
Well, I had to, didn't I? I've slagged him off all season so far. I said he's not very good for us.
Gone.
Bye-bye.
Real Madrid, of all clubs, have picked him up. Quite a lot of money as well. And he's not going to be the only one who might be leaving the door. Emerson Royale, we've accepted a £21 million bid for him as well.
Another player I've slagged off. Bye-bye.
Yeah, which hopefully will give us a better transfer budget to bring in some players. Okay, so we got the Eric Dyer deal done. We also got the Emerson Royale deal done, £21 million. That gives you 94 transfers out.
Yep.
But we paid more than double in transfers in. First signing, and I think this might be a controversial one for the comment section, Kepa.
It's going to be in it.
Arrizabalaga.
Yeah, I do like this keeper. He's a bit arrogant, but I like that. And I do think he is a good keeper. Chelsea brought in another good keeper. Did the manager not like him? I don't know. I thought he was a good keeper before he put everyone in. So
well, Graham Potter seems to like Kepa a little bit more than Mendy, doesn't
that
he?
says a lot, doesn't it? So
yeah.
I jumped at him.
Yeah. We've seen his value and we went for him. And he's happy to be a backup as well. Dad liked the fact of that and the fact that we'd only had to pay £13 million.
I mean, he would be my first choice, but we'll see as the game goes on, shall we?
Yeah. We looked through a lot of centre-back options as that was the secondary target of Dad's transfer summer that he wanted. And one guy, well, two players stood out, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
The first guy stood out. However, they wanted £41 million, which was Robin Lenormand.
Yeah.
The other player was Nathan Ake, but because of Manchester City being a competitive rival, they then tried to take the mick out of Dad and asked for £61 million.
Not happened.
Dad said no, and we ended up going for Eric Garcia, and I think you actually negotiated quite a good deal there for around about £30 million for a very similar player to Ake, just right foot instead of left.
I like this player as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good signing for us. Good, solid centre-back. And I think that's what we need.
And he's young as
well.
well.
I want him to do, and that's even better, isn't it?
Yeah.
21. All I want him to do is just control that middle of the box.
Yeah.
And that's what he'll do for me.
Yeah, very good on the ball, and he has a great potential on the game as well.
Yeah.
For the price that you paid, just short of 30, very good. And that left us with around about £28 million left. You wanted to fill in that right back row where we sold Emerson Royale, and as soon as we looked at right backs, you went, let's have a look at Matty Cash, and that is who we ended up with.
I think
Matty Cash.
I think he's a good Aston Villa player. You know, if you watch the World Cup, showed you Mbappe was in his pocket.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
and that was good enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a good player on the game.
But he's had a good start to the season, I think, and he is a good player. His work rate is tremendous. You've seen that in the World Cup. I think everybody's seen that. I do like him.
Yeah.
So, like you said, as soon as I seen him, I wanted him.
You were on it. £25 million, and he's only 24 years of age. So for the rebuild, it'll be very good.
Business, that.
Because Dad is building you a squad that you can get on the Mega Luke Patreon channel.
I didn't want anybody above 29, did I?
No, you did. Yeah, we set our targets. Now, as it turns out, we've come back on the first game of the season. So there might be more transfers yet, but we had to come back for the first game of the season because it's against Manchester United.
I can't believe it. You couldn't write this, could you?
Now, we've got a suspension for Richarlison, so this is Dad's first 11.
Gutted. Yeah.
Yeah, so Son is going to play up front instead of the left.
The reason I've done that is because I wanted Harry Kane to stay in that position. I could have easily put Harry Kane up front and stay with a bit of formation than I had, but no, I want Harry Kane set in that position.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to be the only player that I'll say I definitely want in
that role the whole time.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll see how we get on the first game, and let's check it out. Okay, unfortunate. We have a 6th minute goal here by Bruno Fernandes, and that was the only goal of the game. He didn't even get a shot on target, unfortunately. We have got Heung-min Son coming back from an injury, so that could be our problem there. 3 bookings each. Thoughts, Dad?
Disappointed, but first game of the season, you just never know which way it's going to go, do you?
Yeah.
We're trying a couple of new players.
We're still working on the tactic as well.
Yeah.
Going fresh from a new tactic, so that's obviously going to play a part into it. Bringing in 3 brand new players into that first 11. Let's take a look at the goal and how it was scored by Bruno Fernandes. It was from an Eriksen free kick. Played all the way back post. We've got Jadon Sancho retrieving the ball. Back to Bruno Fernandes. From that position, fired in the bottom corner there. Well, we'll do the rest of the preseason and we'll join you just as we go to simulate the first season. Okay, so we settled on this as our tactic and formation, and these are the positions that we're going to be locking in as much as possible throughout the season, because when we do pick 11, it doesn't give the choice that Dad wants in that role, and the rest of them can kind of rotate as need be, but we want Heung-min Son really in that role and Højbjerg in that role as much as possible. We have played a few more games, including a North London derby. Let's take a look at the results. Dad's seen them as it happened. We had a 3-0 win against Fulham, which obviously kicked us off at the start of the season there after that defeat to Man United. But that one,
Harry Kane always scores against Arsenal.
90th minute win.
Get in.
For Harry Kane and his Spurs. Unfortunately, we didn't follow it up.
Yeah, a bit disappointed with that result.
Yeah, after being 1-0 up as well.
Yeah.
88th minute, Jefferson Lerma. Richarlison.
My boy goes to Everton and scores at Everton.
Yeah, after Bentancur got himself sent off after 17 minutes.
See, to me, that is a good result. Everton are not an easy side to beat, but being down to 10 men as well.
Yeah.
And my boy goes back to Everton and scores against them, and I bet he loved it.
A very interesting Champions League. We have Real Madrid, Red Bull Salzburg, and Club Brugge.
Not an easy draw.
No. Do you expect to go through?
Of course.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, then, let's simulate Dad's first season as Tottenham Hotspur manager and see how we get on, if we still have a job. So your season result for the first season, a 5th place finish.
I'm happy with that one way and disappointed in another way.
That's exactly what I thought you would be like. So basically I ran this season and then we left, and I had seen it, saved it, and this is Dad's first reaction to it. So
it's the Arsenal result.
That's what I thought you would be. I thought position-wise you might be okay with that. It's just the clubs around you might not be.
I mean, I've missed out on the Champions League, but by missing it by Arsenal, same as what we've done to them this season. So
yeah, some big clubs gone down. Leeds and Crystal Palace. Maybe keep that in mind for players. For your season 2. Richarlison, you wanted him playing up front in that role. I think he's done you quite proud there with 26 goals.
Yeah,
and Heung-min Sonny boy, your favourite there with 12 assists. So that's quite good. Obviously, Erling Haaland run away with it there. They got 85 points. Now we don't normally always look at it, but sometimes we do. I was quite curious to see your reaction to this, because at one stage you were in the top 4 for a long time, and it does look like at that stage it was Arsenal who was catching you, and then eventually overtook into that spot.
Bad start, though, didn't they?
They definitely did.
They were on the catch up all the way through.
That was the case. Yeah, we dropped down a little bit, and at the end of the season we've got a little bit better there.
Yeah.
Other competitions though, we were in a Carabao Cup, obviously the next round, and we've got that FA Cup which we all know you love. How have we done? Quarter-final, 4th round.
Do you know I'm really pleased with that though? Quarter-final of the Champions League.
Yeah.
You can't be disappointed with that.
Only knocked out by Liverpool.
The biggest disappointment is being knocked out by a British team.
Yeah. So Carabao Cup 4th round by Man City. Liverpool went on and won it in an
Man City.
In an all British final as well, or an English final there. So quite an interesting turn of events here.
I'll be honest with you, for my first season, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Do you know what? I am surprised as well, because we haven't the tactic. We've just built it, haven't we? We played around with it a little bit during pre-season, but that was basically it. So Harry Kane, this I thought is going to be your one disappointment. Not how many assists he got, because obviously it's hard to rectify, but maybe his performances in total, 23 goals and 8 assists.
Yeah, but the way I look at it is that the Premier League, good strikers are always in the 20s. We moved him from being the out-and-out striker back into play, so he's not going to be the out-and-out striker. So 23 goals from him, I'm still pleased with that.
That, though, was only 12 Premier League goals.
Right.
And 3 of them were, he took 3 penalties and scored 2 of them. Apparently he's prone to missing one every now and then. But that's it. Anyway, so Richarlison obviously is our top scorer with 30 there. We have a couple of players on 11. Kulusevski, of course, will be joining us as a permanent player. Heung-min Son with 11 and 13. I think you'll be quite pleased with that, with his performance and his output. We do have a few wanted signs. PSG in for Heung-min Son, who is 30. We've got a couple down here as well.
I was thinking about this last night actually, and I was just thinking, because we've improved the defence. I felt we brought a couple of players around there. I thought my next improvement place has got to be up front really, because Harry Kane, what's he now? 29 there.
Yeah, he's 29.
Heung-min Son 30. There's 2 what our classes our best players are going to be
They're going to be needing replacement by the end of this
5-year plan. They're gone, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're going to be my next sort of like replacement of them too, really.
Well, before we skip to that part where we have done all that, transfer-wise, we do have £81 million. It's a good amount of money.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Dad can do.
Sell a couple of players as well. I mean, I've got 3 goalkeepers now. I only need 2.
Yep. Right.
We know who's going.
Let's see what happens in this pre-season then. One thing, by the way, we were just going in diving into what went wrong and what didn't go wrong. What went well was we actually eliminated Barcelona from the round of 16 in the Champions League before we got eliminated.
I would say that was down to a home win as well, wasn't it? So
yeah.
Always put it down to their home wins, didn't we?
We had some wacky results. We were just going over and looking at it then. There was a period where we lose 4-1 to Man City in the Cup, but then we beat Brentford 7-0, then beat Man City 3-1, but then we lose silly games like West Ham and Arsenal here. So that is our problem, really. There's a string of results around here where we lose to Southampton and Wolves we get battered, but then we beat Newcastle and Chelsea the next month.
Yeah. I think we lost to Southampton twice, didn't we?
Yeah, so it's just some bad results there and there.
Oh no, that's just cost us that 4th spot, really. It's cost me, innit?
Yeah, Wolves done the double over us in the Premier League, and Villa did as well. So it's those types of games against the mid-table sides that we're not winning, whereas the big clubs, we are beating. But okay, that's something to rectify. Okay, so we have got to the start of the second season. Let's talk about the transfers that we have done this pre-season. Transfers out, Dad. We've got a couple going out here to PSV, both Sessegnon and Tanganga.
They were squad players, so I needed a bit of cash. I wanted to buy a couple of good players. So I went through the squad, and there's a few there that was obviously getting to the age that I didn't want them to be in the team, as well as just squad players that I thought I might not use. So.
Absolutely. Joe Rodon was another one of that, another £13 million added to the pot.
Yeah.
And we actually sold Hugo Lloris as well on the first day of July. He went to Real Sociedad, £2.5 million.
And anybody who knows me knows that's not going to be a surprise.
That is not a surprise, definitely not. And that was the only sells of the club, but we did bring in quite a few players. Now, let's talk about the big one.
Yeah.
It was our first one that we made, Tammy Abraham. What's your thoughts?
He came up for sale. Well, he was interested in coming, so I had to go for him.
Yeah.
Good striker. Proved it in Italy the last season.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe that Roma took him.
Yeah.
From Chelsea, so let's get him back in London.
Absolutely.
Working with Harry Kane, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah. 25 years of age as well. That played a factor, didn't it? Knowing that he would be around for a long time.
When we were doing the transfers, I said to you, I didn't want anybody above 29.
Yeah. He only played 22 games last season, but he did score 9 goals. He's got 2 for us so far in 4 appearances. £70 million is what we paid for him. It was your big chunk of your budget.
It was worth it, though, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a good decision. The other signings that we made then. So we also brought in Jack Harrison. We went and looked at the relegated clubs. That's what
Leeds got relegated, and as soon as we found out the Leeds got relegated, he was one player that we earmarked that we sort of thought, let's see if we can get him.
Yeah.
And he was interested, so we got him.
Yeah.
Good midfield player.
We fought off a couple of other Premier League players for his signature as well.
You've got to have a good squad around you as well. He may not start every game, but he'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
The fact that he played on both wings also played a factor in your decision as well,
definitely,
didn't it?
Yeah.
But we also managed to get another winger in Marcus Thuram on a free transfer.
When we seen it, we didn't believe it, did we? So we just offered him a contract, and he snapped us up.
Exactly. 6'4", the son of Lilian Thuram, can play up front as well as the left-hand side as a natural position.
Another reason why we took him as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And then the final signing was Matteo Gabbia. Obviously, Kulusevski was already at the club. That was already a done deal. Yeah. Gabbia from AC Milan.
We got 2 good central defenders at the moment, but I wanted another one just in case one of them got injured.
Yeah, and he's very good.
As you know, and a lot of viewers know, I always say it, I do like my Italian defenders.
Yep, definitely. So we went to AC Milan and we didn't offer them that much money, £10.5 million. I think you got a bit of a bargain there, to be fair. So we did spend quite a lot of money and we still had £9 million left, but we felt like the squad was good enough. We did try and get rid of a lot of the loan players coming in, but unfortunately, Ndombele is a player that just kept rejecting contracts, as we can see here for Fulham with mandatory fees in, so we couldn't get rid of him. Lo Celso is still at the club. We've got Reguilon and Udogie coming into the club, as well as the previous left backs that we already have. But Ben Davies has left on loan with a deal to go as a permanent deal as well, isn't it? So that's another one that'll be out the door. Right, now talk to me about your tactic, because Dad wanted to change the tactic, the shape.
Yeah.
We changed it certainly different up until the game before this. Results might have changed Dad's mind.
It did a bit,
what
didn't
happened.
It?
Yeah.
I went for quite an attacking formation, didn't I? And I got hammered by Arsenal. Put me back in me seat back. So I've dropped Harry back into the same position again, because I did start him off as the main striker.
Yeah.
And with 2 players around him, so I've just gone for Abraham up front again, and we're going to put him on near post for corners.
Near post corners, yeah.
Because of his height and that. So we've gone for him as our out and out striker with a high pressing tactic for him. Kane supplying him, and then I've sort of dropped it back in midfield a bit more.
Yeah.
And dropped my centre back, wide backs.
We dropped the defensive line.
Yeah, we dropped that back a bit more.
Yeah. So originally we had these 2 up as wing backs, higher, and we also had Kane as a secondary striker here. Well, in this centre, wasn't it, with Tammy Abraham on the right-hand side. It worked well for a couple of games, not so well in the last couple of games. So this is what we're going to go with the season for. So let's take a look at the schedule then and see how it went. It worked very well for the Brentford game, a 4-1 victory
and
there.
all the friendlies we played as
all
well.
All the friendlies did really well too, yeah. Real Madrid 6-3 there.
Man City, well, it's going to be one of them that you think, we scored 2 goals, all right, one of them I think was an own goal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
4-2, I thought, well, all right, you take it. Then we had the Chelsea result, and we were happy with that.
Yeah, because it was only a penalty that we conceded as well, Lukaku.
But the Arsenal knocked me back a bit. I don't like losing against Arsenal, so hey, here we go.
3 away games was a little bit harsh, I felt, with those 3 games.
Yeah. But no, I've settled it down a bit. Hopefully we'll do well again. Quite happy with the Europa League draw as well. I'll be disappointed if we don't go through on that.
Definitely, Rennes, Partizan and Boleslav. We should go through with that. So, let's see how we do. We're going to simulate Dad's second season as Spurs manager. Season number 2 end 4th place.
Are we 1 place higher?
Yeah.
Than the Arsenal.
Only just been overtaken as well by Man United there in 3rd place. So the tally actually is quite high. 75, and you had 3 losses in the last, and one of them was United. So that put them in striking range of you, and then the loss to Everton where they've won a match.
So I could have come third in.
Yeah, but the top 5 would have guaranteed Champions League football anyway. It does look like Chelsea have won the Europa League, so it means that the English sides have had 6
That means I didn't win the Europa League.
You didn't. No, you didn't.
I was doing so well in the first couple of games that I've seen. We were doing so well.
So let's take a look. Oh, well, actually, before that, we'll go and have a look, see if we got any goal scorers or anything like that in the league. So we've got Tammy Abraham, 21. So he's only 2 behind Duvan Zapata, which is good. Heung-min Son got 16 assists. Harry Kane got 13. That's what you wanted to see, wasn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
So that's fantastic.
The biggest surprise there is Erling Haaland not being leading goal scorer.
Yeah, only 22.
Yeah.
I think last season he had like 40 odd, so
I think he did, yeah.
A massive drop off, and yet they still won the league as well by 5 points above Liverpool.
What was my goal difference?
Your goal difference says 28.
I watched the first couple of games that we've got to, because you've got to go up to the transfer window, and I was conceding a lot of goals.
Well, you scored the second highest, only 1 behind Liverpool. But fewest conceded. I very much doubt you. Yeah, you're not even in the top 8.
I'm not going to be there nowhere near that.
So you're probably second now, 12. So you're conceding more, but you're scoring a lot, and that's a good sign in a way, because you'd rather it be like that than like struggling to score.
I bought the players to do that, didn't I? And I set up the formation to do that as well. So
okay, competitions then. We probably know we haven't won Europa League. Quarter-final exit by Chelsea, but it was a 5th round
side.
Yeah, by Brighton.
That's bad
in the FA Cup. 3rd round by Arsenal in the Carabao Cup. We'll look at statistics then before we kind of evaluate what we've got to do next season. We've got 37 goals from Tammy Abraham and 30 from Harry Kane.
Really pleased with that.
I think that's fantastic. I think, we can kind of say
69 goals by my two main
you've
strikers.
made a great decision there with the tactical change at the end of that pre-season, because we weren't getting those numbers beforehand.
Nowhere near
with them both up front. So dropping Harry Kane, I think, was a smart decision from you, because not only did he get 17 assists, but that 30 goal tally is high.
Yeah.
So that's really good for the tactic in that regard. But yeah, statistically, really good at an 18 as well. Heung-min Son, 14 and 24 assists.
12.
Yeah, some
5
really
players
good
in double figures.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's nearly for a team to win a league. You need that.
Yeah. So money-wise then, what are they giving us next season? Let's take a look. £80 million again with a good wage budget. So that's good. We're losing Davinson Sanchez. He hasn't signed a deal.
I'm happy with that because I think I'm only 1 or 2 players away now.
I think you are as well.
We've bought wisely
Yeah.
for the first 2 seasons. Now I've just got to buy certain positions and improve certain areas.
Yeah, and I think your squad's good enough now that you don't have to worry about filling in the substitute positions.
Bought quite a few young players as well, didn't we?
So I think now it's a case of improving the first 11.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Okay, let's see what we do then across the summer. Right, Dad, what a transfer window we have just had. Let's start with the biggest shock, I think, for everybody. You sold Heung-min Son.
My favourite Spurs player as well, isn't it? Well, one of them, should I say. But he was 30.
Yeah, 32
32 now. So cash in where you can, I think.
Yeah, and I think you did just that because when we offered him out, there was 2 clubs that come in, Real Madrid and Barcelona. £40 million Real Madrid offered.
Couldn't turn it down, could I?
Couldn't turn it down.
When you think of the strikers that I bought last season, I've still got 2 good strikers with Harry Kane sat in the same position where Son could sit. So
yeah, and we actually removed the position that Heung-min Son can play, but we'll talk about that in a second when we look at the formation. Other players have gone out. Ben Davies, £17 million. That was a deal that was done last season. Yeah. Jed Spence, an extra £7 million.
Didn't use him, did we? So
no. Ndombele, and I believe there was some more. Brian Gill, £24 million was a really good deal.
He was one player I was imminent and whether to keep because of his age as well, and he is a good player.
Yeah.
But I just didn't use him last season, and I thought, well, the way I look at it, it's a shame to keep him when I'm not using him. So
yeah,
let him go to boy. 24 million and help me buy someone else that I really needed.
Exactly. So let's look at the players that come in there. Now, first off, we recognised we needed a backup goalkeeper, so we brought in Nathan Baxter.
Two reserve keepers will go in, so I needed one. Good young 25-year-old boy coming through.
Yeah.
No-brainer.
Homegrown as well, so that counts for something. And then you highlighted to me that you wanted to go for a better right back.
Yeah.
And we recognised one of the best on the game.
Yeah. I mean, at that price, was it 39 million?
Yeah.
I thought it was a giveaway, really, for that price. An outstanding right back. So,
yeah, an attacking one as well.
Yeah,
Pedro Porro.
In the formation I wanted to play, he fitted in perfect.
Yep, definitely.
Really pleased with getting him.
Then we went big, and you went for Urian Timber.
Yeah, this is my main position that I wanted to fit. That player that just sits in front of the back 4, but also could drop into the back 4. And you can see by his positions, he's a centre back, he's a defending midfield player, but he can also play right back as well.
Yeah.
Ideal squad player.
Well, £65 million from Ajax. Yeah. Really good deal. We almost got Enzo Fernandez. So that was your first target, wasn't it? As a CDM was Enzo Fernandez because he was like £20 million cheaper.
Yeah.
But he rejected us and went to Liverpool instead.
I was a bit disappointed, but I'm happy with this one.
Definitely. He's younger, obviously, a little bit more better fitted to us. So that was the final signing in June. Then we moved over to July, and we recognised that you wanted to change formation and go with 3 at the back, which meant that we could potentially have a little bit of money left to go for another CDM. That's why you went with Eduardo Camavinga.
Yeah, and he's solely just for that centre midfield area.
Yeah.
As you can see his positions, he can be a proper centre midfield or the defending centre midfield.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted.
Absolutely.
Someone just to sit in that area and defend. I conceded too many goals last season.
Yeah.
I wanted to block it up a bit.
Well, let's look at what we changed to. So Dad guided me through what he wanted for the team to look like, and this is what we ended up with. So it's a 3 at the back.
2 hours of missed sleep off work tonight.
So it's kind of like a 3-5-2, but one dropping off.
Yeah.
And obviously in the 5, it's instead of wingers, it's wing backs, and we've got a defending one on one side, an attacking complete wing back on the other with Pedro Porro because we know how good he is attacking.
Yep.
So, and obviously we got Harry Kane dropping off on the left hand side instead of the right last season. Ignore this, by the way. This is just the team that we had playing in the last game because we've been picking the club, the players to play each time. It won't look like that when we simulate. But yeah, talk to me through the roles.
Well, I wanted to do the 5 defending players really. So 3 there at the back with the 2 wide boys and that centre defending midfielder right in front of my 3.
Yeah.
I just wanted and bring it in a bit narrower But obviously, like you say, Perro going up the wing just to give a bit more support in the midfield. We watched the first couple of games up to the 31st of August, and I just noticed we were just conceding goals. We won a couple, but it was like 4-2, 4-3.
This was last season.
Yeah, last season. I wanted to get rid of that. So this is the formation I've come up with. So I've made it a bit more narrower, a bit more defensive, but we still got the two quick boys up front.
Yeah.
With a midfielder doing box to box work behind them.
Yeah.
So that was the idea I had, and it was getting the players in to do that role. I already had two centre defenders that I was really happy with, Garcia and Romero. Just needed another one to fit into there.
Yeah.
Like we say, Timber was the obvious choice.
Yeah, and what's good about the Timber sign is that he can play in that role perfectly. Yeah. And you've got Gabbia, who can then drop in at centre-back.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite good. And if anyone of... During the pre-season... Well, during the start of the season that we've just had, we didn't have two midfielders for the first three games, did we? No. But we didn't feel like we were overrun with not being able to have enough players. We still had enough players. Yeah. So I think your squad depth is actually quite impressive here.
And what I was really happy with as well, the players I'm bringing in are still in their early 20s.
Yes.
So I've got rid of a couple of the older players. Or I didn't really want to get rid of them, but I had to. But brought in some really young players. So I'm building a good squad for whoever's going to take over from me.
Patreon members when they take over Dad's team. Okay, so schedule-wise then,
so we can
Liverpool,
see we've done really well up.
We didn't concede hardly any goals at all.
When you see Liverpool's results after that, that's a hell of a result for us.
Absolutely. Then a 1-0 against Southampton.
Didn't concede another goal.
2-0 against Newcastle.
Hell of a result at Newcastle. Didn't concede a goal.
Only bad result that we had here.
Didn't lose against Arsenal.
That'll be against Arsenal.
Oh yeah, the one game I really wanted to win, but
the only game you actually conceded a goal in.
Yeah. So,
and then a 1-0 win against Bournemouth.
I'm happy to win 1-0 every game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm quite happy to do the Arsenal role.
We also go to Heung-min Son because we play Real Madrid in the Champions League, as well as Atalanta, Juve, Dinamo, Leipzig, Ajax. So that's going to be a nice game for Timber, Dortmund, and Slavia Prague.
I'll be disappointed if I don't get into the top
knockouts,
30,
the top 8.
Oh, top 8.
Where you don't have to play the playoff role. Okay then, let's simulate this third season and see how we get on. Okay, third season. It's an 8th place finish.
No, I can't believe that. I felt so confident with that bloody team that we set up then. Seeing the first few results as well, not conceding very many goals. I thought I was going to do really well then.
I mean, there are some surprises in there. Leicester, Brentford, and obviously Newcastle have come into their own. We are 10 points away from them, and we're almost, I think, we're more than 10 points away from our total last season, which was 75. So we're 15 points away. That is a bad year, unfortunately, Dad. 60 points, 1 point off of some kind of European spots.
Surprised I didn't get sacked with that. I'm missing the European spot.
Well, I think your performance maybe in the last couple of seasons has actually saved yourself. Erling Haaland got 49 this year.
What a difference from last season, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. He's come out of nowhere there. Okay, and we got nobody above 20. That's a problem for us. Other competitions then, how have we done? It is a round of 16 by Arsenal. Again, it's an English club in the Champions League. 5th round by Birmingham. Semi-final of the Carabao Cup by Man United. It's poor. It does look like we finished in the top 8 as well, and Arsenal still eliminated us because I don't think if we look at the league phase, we are 2nd, only behind Sevilla in the Champions League. That's going to throw up some weird teams, I think, in this competition.
We have Real Madrid in that round as well, don't we? So we've done better than them as well.
We beat Real Madrid 3-0 away from home. 3-0. We beat Juventus 4-2. It's a very weird occasion. We lost to Borussia Dortmund 3-0 there, and we drew 0-0 with Atalanta.
Some good results in it, but disappointing season.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised in that Premier League because we started off quite well.
Yeah,
so
we did,
I'm guessing then past positions. Did we drop off at some point? Okay. So it looks like mid-table, and then we just kind of just teetered off, and I guess just didn't really do much. Schedule-wise, will tell us a little bit more about it. So in December, we had a bit of a bad year. We had a couple of bad losses there in October against Leicester and Brentford, and then December. The end of December was quite bad, and start of January.
Southampton, Brentford, Leicester.
Yeah.
No, not Leicester, Man United.
Some bad results. Too many draws in February and March as well.
That's what cost me there.
Absolutely. Okay, let's see the goals then. So obviously we are not scoring as many as what we had before. Richarlison was the top scorer with 27. So it looks like Richarlison and Tammy Abraham rotated the starting 11 striker role.
Which is what I wanted them to do.
Nowhere near the amount of goals from Harry Kane or assists compared to what it was in the season before that. So that's not good.
No.
Money-wise, they are giving us 36 million. So it's a lot less than what we had previously.
I don't need to buy a lot of players, though.
Yeah.
1 or 2 players I think I need to buy.
Yeah, you're losing a left-back in Reguilon.
Possibly sell 1 or 2 players, and I'm afraid Harry Kane might be one of them.
Oh!
Already got it in my mind. Harry Kane might be one of them.
All right, okay then. Well, we'll do another pre-season and we'll get back to you and see if Harry Kane is still wearing a Spurs shirt or not. It happened.
32.
32 years of age. We sold Harry Kane to PSG. I mean, he's on better wages there. He's 300k, but how much did we get for him? The question is... I actually think he did quite well. Yeah. £75 million because he was on his last year of his contract.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take the money while it's there. 32 years of age, 75 million. I'd be silly not to take it.
Yeah.
You know, and I got 2 good strikers. I can find another good squad player now, or even 2 good squad players. That was my thinking at the time, but we'll see what I've done.
I actually think you've been really smart with us, to be fair. Okay, we actually had some other players who had left the club as well. So we also sold Pierre-Emile Højbjerg for £15 million.
He's a big workhorse in my midfield, and
yeah.
I really did question myself with doing this, but I just thought, well, he's another player getting to a little bit of age group as well. I've bought wisely in midfield, especially defending midfields. I think I've got 2 really good ones in at the moment. I could afford to lose him.
Yeah.
Because I knew where I was going.
Yes.
After this.
And Jack Harrison, £30 million you got for Jack Harrison.
Good money. Good money for what I'd
signed him for half the price and barely played him and then sold him on for a double. You're a bit of a wheeler dealer.
He helped me out a couple of times when I needed him.
Yeah.
He just couldn't get into my team now because I've better players in there.
Yeah.
In the role that he was playing as well, I've just thought, didn't really need him now.
All right, Del Boy. Let's take a look then. Now, the first big signing that we made, Josko Gvardiol.
Yeah. Left back, that's where, when we looked at my squad, especially my defending squad, picked up that my left back was probably my weakest position. He was good where he was, the player that I had in that position, but out of the 4, that was my weakest. He come up, I went for him.
Yeah.
Thought it was a good signing. Only 23 years of age again, buying youth.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can cover you in centre back as well.
Yeah, I never think of that as well, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely got the pace, acceleration. Fantastic player. £55 million is actually a bargain. But your talisman signing of the season, it is Jude Bellingham, 90 million.
Just touched the get out clause. But see how we get on. He was a player I really, really wanted. So that was where we sold all the players to make up the money so we could afford to buy him. And we pinpointed it as soon as we seen him up for availability. I said, Jude and I, one player I want, that's the one player I wanted. So we hunted, sold, and got him.
Yeah, you did that. Definitely did that. So £90 million for his release clause. I still think it's actually a good signing, to be fair, because he is world class.
He'll go more than that, I think.
Yeah, he is world class in that midfield. Yeah. We signed him on for a good 5-year contract on a lot of wages. There was interest elsewhere, but we're the only club who made a move. Unlike Gvardiol, who Newcastle also bid, and we actually got the signing done.
Yeah, we offered him a little bit more wages than anybody wanted, just to make sure of that deal.
Yeah, and that wasn't even a lot of wages, by the way. No, that's only 115. Yeah. He only wanted 110. Dad offered him 5k more, and he said no to Newcastle and joined. You tell me whether this game's corrupt or not. So, tactically then, what have we done?
We've changed. My best season was my second season, was it?
Season 2, yeah.
Even though I conceded a few goals in that season, I just looked at my defence and thought, well, we had a better season playing that formation, and now I've got a much better defence. So we've gone back to that, and I think we're going to do well.
Yeah, so we're missing Harry Kane, because he played a pivotal role in that shadow striker role, but we do have Dejan Kulusevski, because Pedro Porro can fill in on the right. That's the one position we decided to change from inverted to a winger, because that's what suits him. But this is what we're looking at, and when we select best 11, it actually picks Dad's favourite 11, other than these two switch around, so we decided not to even bother with it.
Nope.
So that's what we're going with.
Hey, if I think that it's my best team and my assistant thinks it's the best team, we're on the same wavelength.
I agree. So let's take a look at the game so far then, because we've had quite a fruitful time in the Premier League. A nice 2-1 victory against Wolves to kick things off with Christian Romero and Tammy Abraham. We seem to be getting a lot of red cards against us, which is good. 5-2 against Southampton. Tammy Abraham got 4 goals in total, taking his tally up to 5 so far.
Brilliant start for him.
Yeah, and then West Ham.
Look at this, look at my boy there.
Pedro Porro getting a hat-trick from right midfield. And none of them, because we watched all the goals, were from a set piece.
Nope.
They were all from open play, which is phenomenal.
When we watched it, Jude Bellingham just opened them up, didn't he, for us?
He did, yeah. He was very good. He got his one assist in that game there for Pedro Porro. And Tammy Abraham also got a nice little tap in, so he's on 6 goals there. Wickham, we fully rotated the side. Still 1-4-1.
Ready for the next game. I really wanted to win this next game.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Taking the lead 4 minutes in, Sandro Martinez, the best centre-back in the Premier League, in my opinion. He managed to get an equaliser. 1-1.
I'm happy with that, though.
Very good
really
start
happy
to the
with that.
season.
Good start. And the goal tally against isn't so much as what it was when we played that tactic last time.
No, but we're scoring a ton.
Yeah.
Which is good. So no European football to worry about or distract us.
Yeah,
we can solely focus on the league and get back into the Champions League because a few of our players are quite unhappy we're not in it.
Yeah, they were. And that was a big thing with Jude Bellingham. We didn't think we were going to get him to win because of that.
Yeah.
But, hey, we got him.
He's here.
He's here.
And he's going to get us back into the Champions League.
I know the fans weren't happy with me selling
They were not. They were furious that you sold Harry Kane.
No, they were. They gave me sticks and they sold.
Yeah.
But I think Jude Bellingham will be their number 1 now.
It softened the blow for sure.
Well, we give
Shirt sales
we
went
give him the
through
number
roof.
10 shirt as well.
We did. Okay, let's simulate this 4th season and see if we can get back into that Champions League. Okay, the result for season number 4. I don't know the result either.
Oh, gets it!
I can't believe that. Now, genuinely, I said to Dad, I was like, when we simulated this season, I turned it off and I set it to autosave and I turned it off without even looking at the result. I can't believe it. I knew around about Christmas you were first at one point. That was the last time I had seen it, but I can't believe you carried on and went on and won it. That is ridiculous. Fair play. 91 points as well.
Games.
45 goals for Tammy Abraham.
Get in. What a boy, eh? What a boy.
He had the highest average rating, the most man of the matches by double as well. Richarlison's up there. He had 13 assists. You only lost 5 games. Man United, Arsenal, which I think we had seen. We're recording this a few days after Christmas, so it's been a while since we've seen it. Newcastle, a 4-0 loss, but I mean, we still went on and won 29 games. Won the league by 3 points, above Man United as well.
Oh, thank you.
Well, fair play. Take my hats off to you, Dad. I didn't expect you to do that. I really didn't.
Here we go. We tampered with the formation, but I just knew what players to get in.
Yeah.
I mean, we're recording this the day after Spurs drew with Brentford, 2 each.
Yeah.
Eric Dyer. No, you can understand why I had to get rid of him.
Yeah.
What a bad mistake he made.
And Højbjerg as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, already scored the second goal, but hey, we got rid of the players that I always said were doing Spurs no good at all. Got rid of them. Got better players in. There's your result.
There is your
Conte,
result.
take a look at that, my son.
Yeah, let's have a look. Well, have you done anything else in other competitions?
Come on, FA Cup.
Let's see. Semi-final of the FA Cup. Semi-final of the Carabao Cup. Liverpool and Arsenal knocked you out.
I can take the Liverpool one, but not the Arsenal one.
Yeah. I mean, that was obviously without European football.
Yeah, I mean,
so we need to remember that.
That's a big help because
you had a huge advantage.
Yeah, not playing during the week, so.
But also on that, you are going to lose players if it weren't for the fact you guaranteed yourself Champions League football. You've gone on and won the league with it. So props to you. Transfer-wise, only been given 40 million next season.
It's going to be hard now because I ain't got many players I want to get rid of now.
No, that's it. It's going to be, that might be like one player. Yeah. So we'll see what we do season number 5 and we'll get back to you at the end of pre-season. Right, Dad, 2 players have left the club.
Yeah.
Oliver Skip being one.
We didn't use him very much, so I thought we could get him out, generate a bit more money. We looked at our team that we're in, and I thought really was only one position I could do with strengthening, really, and that was the left striking attacker.
Yeah.
Not someone, Richarlison was good.
Yeah.
Someone else in as well, just to sort of strengthen it up. But defence spoke for itself. We looked at defence really bad. It went really close, didn't we? And there was just nothing we could change with it. It was top strike.
We brought in Urian Timber and Gvardiol recently.
Yeah. You couldn't ask for a better defence than what we had. We've won the league with it. Why change it? We looked at it. We looked at changing it. The reserve keeper. That was what we looked at, really. Weren't we?
Yeah.
But there was no one any better than what was there, wasn't it? Really? No. So generate a bit more money, and I was going for one player.
Yeah. So you sold Oliver Skip. You also sold Marcus Thuram, who was your backup left-sided player, £19 million, again to generate because we only had £40 million. That generated another, so we got to 80, which meant we went for Rafael Leao.
One player. What player to go for as well, eh?
Exactly. Probably the best left-sided midfielder outside of Mbappe on the game.
And it's not the only position he plays, so he is really a reserve striker.
Yeah.
shadow striker, but mainly on the left-hand side, which is what we wanted. So I have 2 strong now left-sided strikers.
Yeah, and Richarlison is nearly 30.
And that was a
as
reason
well.
why,
That was another
so I was
option
looking at
that you mentioned.
So I brought in another youngest lad, 27.
Yeah.
Thinking of the future.
Absolutely, for you Patreon members.
So what a team they're going to take over from me, eh?
God, yeah.
We've just won the Premier League, and look at the players we've got in that squad now.
Yeah. So Tammy Abraham has been missing injury-wise for the first 2 months of the season. So we've played quite a lot of games already, which has meant
5, didn't we?
Yeah, which has meant that we have been playing Rafael Leao as a striker.
Yep.
And he's been doing quite well there as well.
Last game hat-trick.
Yeah.
5 games.
5 goals already there. So he's done very well in that position.
And he had a few man of the matches as well, didn't he?
He did have a few man of the matches as well, yeah.
We couldn't ask for a better person to come in and take over from him.
No, so tactically, we're obviously not going to change tactic because Dab won the league last year, so we're still sticking with the Season 2 tactic. I think we've only made one alteration on the right there. So Tammy Abraham, we have locked in up front. And you were a little bit enamored, and then I reminded you, he did score 45 Premier League goals last year.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And that is his main position. So the other players that we got in, Rafael can go there anyway.
and Kulusevski.
And he can play the left side or striker. So
yeah,
where Tommy can't go anywhere else but there. So we've got to lock him in that position.
Exactly.
If he's not available, one of the other 2 will drop into that position, as you can see there. Look.
Yeah, because if we put best 11, he would put Richarlison up front, which is not necessarily what we want to happen, because even if Tammy Abraham's not available, we'd rather it be swapped around, wouldn't we? So we'd rather put Tammy Abraham up front in that selection there instead of Richarlison, and that would be what Dad considers his best 11 going forward, and I tend to agree with him. That defence has been very good for us. Let's take a look at some of the results, because I think we're going to be really happy with this. Now, we beat Liverpool in the Community Shield. It's a first for Tottenham. I said to Dad, I was like, do you know what this competition is? Because you've never been in it before.
No.
So we had to play Liverpool in the Community Shield, and we beat them 2-1 with an 89th minute winner. Enzo Fernandez, the player we tried to buy, but we didn't get. He did score against us. Then we went to the other side of Merseyside in the away game at their new stadium.
With that game, I expected to win that one.
Yeah, we had a red card as well, and they scored right after a minute later. But back to winning ways. 3-0 against Norwich. This is a clean sheet, Aston Villa, clean sheet, 2-0. But your biggest win, I think, was this.
Get in.
1-0. Now, you might think, why is it the biggest win? We restricted them to 1 shot and a 0.00 XG, which means the shot that they did take was probably like a halfway line clearance. And they never expected to actually score it, which I'll be honest, I've never seen a 0.0 XG. I've never seen it. I might have just had it, but never took note of it, but I've never seen that. So you absolutely battered them, really. We even missed a penalty there. A lot of yellow cards, but it is a North London derby, and a 1-0 win. What a result that is. Then Rafael Leao then scored a hat-trick in a 3-1 away win.
Just those 2 games, to me, he is then a fans' hero. Scoring the only goal against Arsenal, and then next game, an hat-trick. He's all straight away a fans' hero.
And it's only Man City next. So
then Bayern Munich, then Chelsea.
So there we go. That's a few and then West Ham, Man United. So a few tricky games to come up. Now our Champions League, as we mentioned, is Bayern Munich, Leipzig, Dinamo Kiev, Shakhtar, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Sporting, and Monaco. Welcome back to the Champions League.
I'd still be disappointed if I don't go through the knockout stages.
Yeah, there are some really. I mean, you're playing against the 3 best outside of the Premier League.
There is our teams that get, but I think the rest of the games that we got there, I think we could just scrape in. I think, hopefully.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we are the champions after all.
You are indeed.
With the defence that we've got.
Don't get too cocky, because we've got one season left. And if you get sacked, it's going to be even more hilarious.
So what I really want is the FA Cup.
Yeah, I thought you would say that at some point. Right, okay then, let's simulate this final season and see how Dad's last year as Tottenham manager gets on before you guys take over in the Patreon.
Come on.
Final season then. How have we done? Winners of the league again. By a mile as well, by the way. 83 points to 75, 8 points clear. That's huge. Didn't have a goal scorer.
Only lost 5 games again.
Yeah, Pedro Porro there with 12 assists is your main man there. 2 league titles in a row, Dad. And I got a little bit of a surprise for you. I brought you back maybe a little bit premature, because we are about to play a Champions League final.
I got the final as well.
Final. And you won the Carabao Cup. won the Carabao Cup. You're knocked out of the FA Cup by Arsenal, but it is a Champions League final, and we're going to instant result it. So it's going to be a simulated Champions League final, but we will pick the team.
Mate,
so
I'm nervous as
yeah, we'll do that. Before we do that, actually, we'll take a look at how people have been performing. So 36 goals from Tammy Abraham. Rafael Leao got 18 with 13 assists. Jude Bellingham got 9 there. And Pedro Porro got 17. So nowhere near what it was last season in terms of like how many goals.
Played as a squad though, mate.
But you're still there. So let's take a look then at how we've been getting on. What I think is quite funny is the amount of 1-0s that you've got.
Yeah.
Look how many 1-0s there are. There are so many 1-0s. It's unbelievable.
It's all about keeping a clean sheet though, boy, isn't it?
Yeah, you had a bad spell around the mid-period here. So in December, you had quite a few losses here. Liverpool, Brighton.
Look further up though. Look at the
Barcelona,
nails all the way down through there.
So I actually had an accomplishment on Steam. You won me a Steam achievement because you got 10 clean sheets in a row, which I haven't done yet. So thank you very much for that Steam achievement, which was the buying game all the way down to Fulham, where you played the likes of Man City, Chelsea, Newcastle, and kept a clean sheet all the way through that. So that's quite funny. You had that one bad spell in December.
Yeah.
That was it. You had a few losses here in January, but one of them was a cup semi-final, which you actually obviously progressed through and won.
Yeah.
Which we can see
Then
is over there. The Man City game 3-2.
Back to the Greens again. They're like,
and back to Greens.
Oh, we beat Man City 3-2.
3-2 in the final. You played Lazio in the knockout rounds. We defeated them. Then Juventus 1-1, 1-0. Barcelona, after losing to them earlier on in the season, 3-2. Then a 1-1.
Right, winning your own games, mate, innit?
Oh, yes. You had a bad end of the season as well. Few draws, no wins in 4 there.
Yeah.
Picked it up with a 1-0 win against Brentford. But obviously, you kind of already knew that you had won the league at that point, so we were fine. So, let's go ahead to the PSG game.
Of course, Harry
Pick
Kane's
the
there,
team.
isn't
You sold Harry Kane to PSG as well. It makes it even more interesting, doesn't it?
Ooh.
Let's find out.
Come on.
Right, Dad, let's pick your team then for this game.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep Tammy Abraham up front?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Okay, your left-hand side, you got Richarlison, Rafael Leao, Kulusevski.
Raphael, got to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the shadow striker role, what's your option? Kulusevski.
Yeah, he's my boy for there.
The right midfield, you got
Picks himself.
Pedro Porro.
Yeah, definitely. And Jude go into that position.
Jude Bellingham in the box-to-box midfielder role.
Yeah.
And then you got Camavinga or Basuma.
Who we got? PSG.
Camavinga has been your main starter there by the looks of it. He's played 46 games.
No, stick with him.
Stick with him.
And to be honest, I think the defence talks for itself.
Yeah.
They've played so well all season, so...
You got Timber on the right.
Yeah.
You got centre-back of Romero one side. Gvardiol is carrying a knock.
Right.
But he can still play.
Oh,
so he's back to full training tomorrow, and he's got the fitness to play a good 75 minutes. And then you got obviously Udogie at left back. So what you can do,
Udogie's going to go left back, isn't he?
Yeah, and then obviously Kepa in goal.
So who would I play centre back if I didn't want to play him the full game? Say I wanted full strength. Is it Garcia?
Garcia would be your guy. Yeah.
How many times did he play for the season then?
So Garcia, he started 37 games and played 16 off the bench.
And he's fully fit.
Yes.
Garcia
over Josko Gvardiol.
How many times did he start?
Gvardiol is probably your main, because he's your main centre back. So
Yeah.
he started 43 games with 9 off the bench.
So when you say he can start fully training tomorrow, how long have we got? What's the?
This
time?
is it now. You're literally picking the 11 to walk out.
Right, Garcia.
I
don't. In a cup final, you can't play a player that's injured. I don't think.
All right. Okay then. Well, that's your lineup.
Yeah, go for it.
Here we go. We're going to simulate the match. We're not going to watch it. We're just going to simulate because that's how we've been doing it the whole time. Let's see how we get on.
Come on.
Oh, it's a 2-1 loss, and Harry Kane scored in the final from the penalty spot.
He never scores
And
penalties.
Kylian Mbappe also got the second. Should we take a look at the goals? So apparently Harry Kane does score penalties. Indeed.
Yeah, when he puts them in the corners.
Yeah. Now, statistically, again, you kept PSG very quiet. They only had 7 shots all game. We had 20, I believe. Tammy Abraham there from Pedro Porro's assist, which seemed to have happened quite a lot this season. But unfortunately, it was trying to clear your lines. Bellingham gets caught on the board. Jamal Musiala to Mbappe, who had the space, and nutmegs the keeper in the 52nd minute, and that was game over. As you can see, 7 shots to your 24. So you dominated the amount of attempts, and unfortunately, you did not lift the Champions League trophy. But a valiant effort getting to the final, and of course, 2 Premier League trophies.
I'm happy with that. I've won a cup. As much as I wanted to win the FA Cup and Arsenal knocked me out, I'm chuffed to bits with that, mate.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that you managed to do it that well, considering
win the league twice.
You picked all of the players and you picked the shape of the tactic and the tactic itself. I'm rather proud of you, I must admit.
Yeah.
So this means I give the viewers, the Patreon members, a challenge after 5 years. Well, you got to keep winning the league, of course you have. You've also got to win that FA Cup for Dad. He didn't manage to do it himself. I'd like you to do it, and if you can... 320 million. I've never seen that much.
I do that all the time.
Never seen that much in my life. 320 million.
I'm going to put a challenge in as well. You got to win the league and the Champions League.
You got to win the lot. 320 million. I've never seen that before. That is huge.
With the squad that you've got, there's only 1 or 2 players you can go out there and buy to improve what we've got.
Yeah. Very true.
Buy Ray wisely.
Yeah, just fill the squad out now.
I did the last 2 seasons and look where it got us.
Unbelievable.
We won the league last 2 seasons. How many players have we bought in the last 2 seasons? 3 players.
3 players the last 2 seasons, and we promoted a youth prospect in when we sold Oliver Skip. So
buy Ray wisely.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You finally got what you asked for. Dad did a rebuild, and he was actually really successful with it. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Smash a like, and of course subscribe if you haven't done so. And back to Monday, where I'll be taking over the reins again, and we're going to do one of my favourite clubs, Eintracht Frankfurt. So we'll see you then next week. Bye-bye. Today, we are rebuilding Leeds United after quite a ropey start to the Premier League.
Yeah, they have, surprisingly. But they've had a lot of injuries as well. Their main players have been sort of injured as well. And so they've took a while to get them back into it. But I think they're slowly climbing up the league table again now. Yeah,
my friend at Wrestling, who's a Leeds fan, he still wants Jesse Marsch to be given more time.
Yeah.
For that simple reason. He thinks he's building something with the players that they have brought in the summer. And he would like to see him give a little bit more time.
He's one of those funny managers. We've spoken about him before, and I didn't like him when he first came because of the way he just dresses. He just didn't look like a manager, did he? I remember his first game just stood in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and I thought, you don't even look like a football manager.
I knew him quite well from the Red Bull project. He's been around the clubs of Red Bull, so I knew the type and style that I was expecting him to bring in. But I didn't think he'd struggle this much, maybe because of the injuries, like we say. But this anyway, he's had quite a busy summer, bringing in quite a few players, including the likes of Tyler Adams from Leipzig, his former club, and Red Bull Salzburg, a couple of players from there, Brennan Aronson. 2 American players, of course, we've seen in the World Cup, and Christensen as well. Some really good players that he has brought in. One of my favourites is Luis Sinistera, and of course we do also have Wilfred Gnonto, who is a wonder kid from last year's game. But I have also brought in some players. Now I have brought in, and the grand total when I have then brought in players took it above £100 million.
What a difference.
It is, isn't it?
Or over rebuilds.
So Eduardo Sacha was the first player I brought in because I think one of the positions that Leeds are struggling with is that striker role. I've never used this guy before, but through just attribute searching, finishing, heading, and off the ball, I found him, and I think he looks quite good, to be fair. He is 30, so he's coming towards the end of his career, but we are needing him to take us to the next step.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
We're not looking for somebody to grow with us right now. We just need kind of an instant striker. So we've brought in Eduardo Sacha as that striker role. I also think that maybe their fullbacks, I think one of their fullbacks got a long-term injury at the start of the game, so I've brought in a fullback on either side. The first one's an absolute bargain. How this guy, Pedrosa, is only about £4 million is beyond me, because I think he's quality. So, and he's only 24, so really good price that is.
Yeah.
I don't think the Leeds fans like Junior Firpo that much.
No.
So that's probably the reason why I brought him in. And on the right-hand side, I mean, I don't think he's as good on the game as what he is in real life, but Mæhle from the Danish national team plays on both sides. I brought him in from Atalanta. Again, for not that too expensive, £8.5 million.
Good squad play, though.
Yeah, definitely, because he plays both sides and everything like quite naturally. Okay, so tactically then, how I want us to shape up in this first season is a flat 4-4-2. 4-4-2s on Football Manager, they're kind of hit and miss. Sometimes they work unbelievably well, but what they do give you is good defensive structure to the point where I don't feel like you get battered in a 4-4-2 with the right instructions, whereas some of these fancy tactics that sometimes are used, you end up shipping in an 8-0 every now and then, and it can cost you your season on goal difference. So we've got a complete forward on support who will drop in as kind of like a 4-4-1-1 then, with the advanced forward on attack. But the wingers on attack, which is what Leeds do have, is Sinistera on one side. They have that option on both sides as that kind of support system for the strike force, with the box-to-box deep line playmaker in the middle. If I went best 11, obviously it's taken away Sasha there, which is what I don't want to happen, so I have selected him in as much as possible, but this is what the team looks like. Dallas is the guy who plays right back, who is out for 5 to 6 months. So that's the reason why we've got Mailer to come in, but Pedrosa sticks in that left-hand side perfectly.
It's like Bamford, really. I mean, very unrated.
I agree. Works hard, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's what you talk to his teammates and you hear them talk about him, and they all love him because of the amount of work off the ball he does.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what players like Tyler Adams is also bringing into the club. Now, the only thing with this is doesn't give you any position for the other American that they've brought into the club, Brendan Harrison, who is more of an attacking midfielder. But I do think in real life he is far better than what Football Manager have given credit for, because there's a lot of 11s there. I'm like, really? Off the ball 11? That's harsh. Finishing 11? That again is quite harsh. He looks like he's quite a good player, and I think Football Manager have done dirty here. So it might be a sacrificial lamb this first season, especially. This is what we're gonna look like, very similar to that. Now, how have we played? Because this was a developing tactic in it. I do think we are quite unlucky with the teams that we come up against at the start of the Premier League season.
Chelsea, Man United, Man City.
So a club who I do think, two clubs who I think are around us, ignoring the cup game, because to be honest, I think it's a fully rotated team that I played, or no, maybe not. It was these two teams here, Leicester and Villa. We lost one and won one. Both of them were at home. The Villa one we won at home. Which I do think is probably the easier result out of the two. Leicester, I think, do give us a harder game, but they scored 2 within 4 minutes with Vardy and James Maddison. So, okay, so it's not a great start because we lost to Man City, Man United, and Chelsea, but
you're looking at your next 6-7
games.
Games.
Goal.
Next 6-7 games is what gets you going again, isn't it?
And the ones we lost, all by only 1 goal. So the 4-4-2 is what I'm on about, where I'm not getting hammered. So we'll simulate this first season and see if we can survive at the very least. So I don't think it'd be a very short episode if I didn't. First season then, and 14th place is where we are finished.
All right, not too bad.
I'll accept it, to be honest, because
we're nowhere near relegation, so we were comfortable in the end, really. 41
points, we got to that 40-point threshold. 28 points was relegation, and Palace going down is quite a big one for me. Again, it's one of those teams on Foot Manager I think underperform. You do have overperforming clubs quite often on Foot Manager, kind of like West Ham this year. Erling Haaland got 44 goals. That's quite impressive, and yet they still didn't win the league.
I don't think that'll be far off this season, either.
No, not at all. He's been resting for 6 weeks. How terrifying is that? We are recording this just after World Cup has finished. We are on the Wednesday before, so I think it's like EFL Cup games tonight. So I'm excited because I think Man United's playing for the very first time in a long time.
And it's Man City Liverpool tomorrow, I think.
And Man City has just been resting Erling Haaland. He's gone back to his cryo chamber for 6 weeks and just resting while everybody else was.
As much as this hurts me as well, congratulations Argentina for winning the World Cup.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say it.
I'm going to say it.
All I'm going to say is congratulations to Sandro Martinez for winning the World Cup. The rest of them can get okay, let's go and have a look at the rest of the season then. Competitions, let's take a look. Third round by Southampton. Second round by Wolves, which we've already seen, of course, but the cups are not really that important just yet. What we're focusing on is getting Leeds up table. Getting them back into that like European potential spots where they were when they first came in under Bielsa. And they were such a difficult team to beat.
They have actually been in 2 cup finals, European Cup finals. They played in the Cup Winners' Cup in 1973 and lost to AC Milan.
That was when they were amazing, though, wasn't it? In the early 70s,
and then
Don Revie.
2 seasons later, he got them to the European Cup final. And they lost to Bayern Munich 2-0. And I remember watching this game. Referee was very biased.
Really?
And I seen a documentary about the game, funny enough, not very long afterwards, and even Beckenbauer said there was a penalty decision for Leeds, and Beckenbauer brought the player down, and he said it was a penalty. And then he also said that another goal that a goal that Leeds scored just after the penalty decision, class is offside. Never offside. And he even said that. He said never offside.
What was the final score, did you say?
It was 2-0 to Bayern Munich. But the offside goal, I mean, I can see why. Well, no, not really, because the boy hit the ball straight at the goal and it went past the keeper and into the net. But there was two attacking players either side of the keeper.
Yeah.
And they were classed as offside, but they were nowhere near the ball.
Yeah. In this day and age, it would have been given.
Definitely, 100%.
Yeah.
But it was so biased. The referee on that game was unbelievable. Beckenbauer, give him his due. He turned around and said it was a penalty and it was a definite goal.
Corruption in football.
That would have put them 2-0 up.
That's new information for me. That doesn't happen, does it?
No.
Especially with bad officiating. Never.
Yeah, even happened in this World Cup.
Yeah. Okay, goals then. If we ignore Tyler Roberts, who is not even at the club right now because he's out on loan. So if we go like that, we are not scoring many goals at all.
No.
Rodrigo there with 11. Sinistera with 10, and that is disappointing from Eduardo Sasha. 6.3 average rating as well. Only 8 goals in 37 starts.
Not good, is it?
Not good at all. So
that's why it puts us down where we were in the league.
Yeah, definitely. And I look at that and I think we're lucky to survive.
Well, you got Man City got one player scoring 44 goals.
Yeah.
How many players have we got to get to 44?
Exactly. Probably not even until you get down to the ones. I don't think before you get to that, because there's only 21. There's 29.
Did we score 44?
Yeah, exactly. Do we even score 24 across the season? All right, okay, so second season then, how much money have we been given? 49 million, that's not bad at all.
No,
so we are losing Luke Ayling, who is a right back, but of course he didn't play that much because of his injury, and bringing in Mailer, who has probably started majority of the games. So let's take a look. Right, Dad, we mentioned Patrick Bamford. I've sold him.
We're not scoring goals, we said, our main striker.
No, so mainly he didn't actually play a lot of games last season. He was 30 appearances, but 22 of them were from the bench.
Yeah.
And he only scored 3. So I mean, I expect a lot more.
If you reflect on the season so far, that's exactly where it is.
Yeah,
really.
£13 million is what we got for him from Wolves, and he's yet to score there from 3 appearances there too. So I don't think it's too big of a miss, if I'm honest, losing him. But we've also sold another £26 million, Brendan Harrison. I mentioned him. He didn't get a game. No. He wanted to leave. And I was happy to sell him because we managed to get £13 million. I know we spent 25 on him, so it is a loss from last season, but he just hasn't developed into a very good player at all. And that's not Premier League quality player that we need to take us to that next level. A lot of other little transfers going out there, which is bringing in some more money, including Rodrigo, who scored the most goals.
Yeah, that's bad news.
Yeah, but again, he's 32. We didn't get a lot of money. He's not 11 finishing, and he was scoring our most goals.
Yeah.
This is the rebuild summer in the rebuild, isn't it?
I think we're rebuilding from front upwards.
Yeah. So, before we go too disheartening with what we have done, let's take a look at what we have brought in.
That's
because
a good signing.
The first signing is Wilfried Zaha. We've pulled him away from relegation side.
Do you know, I always call him like a Marmite striker type of thing. You either like him or you don't.
Yeah.
I don't like him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think people like him unless he plays for your club.
Yeah.
But I can appreciate how good he is.
I've never met a person, well, I haven't met, I've never seen a player moan so much to a referee.
Yeah.
About any decision.
Yeah.
And it's never him who kicks anybody.
I've played with players who moan as much.
I've seen that.
Yeah. We used to call one of our lads ref because it's all you could hear coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Ben Washam. But there we go. So, anyway, Wilfried Zaha, he would be the ref in this club, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Because I think, you're right. But £6.75 million. He didn't score a lot of goals last year at all, but he's probably not playing as a striker. In previous seasons, though, we know he has a goal in him. And he's got 1 already in the 3 appearances so far. It was a low-risk transfer.
I'm going to say he's a Premier League player.
Yeah. Low-risk transfer. The only thing
player.
is the wage is very expensive, $130K.
He thinks he's something special, doesn't he?
That's true. But who have we complimented him with? Because there is a few free transfers as well, but the big signing of the summer was Salisu from Southampton, was securing that defence. He's probably one of the best defenders, I'd say, in the Premier League on Football Manager to pick up because of his age.
Yeah.
Because if you know you do buy him, you got longevity with him. And what we're also doing, Dad, is we're weakening the clubs around us because Southampton stayed up last year.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
And we've pulled their best player away from them. So that's another club now that I'm expecting us to do a lot better than. £27 million. He was probably their best player last year. I think that's a great signing in the grand scheme of things. Max Aarons from Norwich, who is another right back who can play on the left-hand side. English, young, has
So, yeah,
potential.
He's a good young English player coming through.
Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about maybe signing him as well, Max Aarons. You know, Man United's been linked with him. I think a couple of the top 6 have been linked with him. I think even Spurs was linked with him in the summer. So Max Aarons comes into the club. He's got a lot to like about him, especially those physicals. 17 composure, so he's good on the ball. He doesn't panic so much. And bringing him in for only £3 million is an absolute steal.
Started well as well.
He has started very well. 2 assists from right back. Very good indeed. But the 2 free transfers, Maynor Solomon from Shakhtar. He did play in the Premier League last season with Fulham. He scored 2 goals in just 19 games. I don't think he was given a fair try.
Running for us.
Definitely. 3 goals,
games,
2 assists.
3 goals, 2 assists.
That's
5 goals.
Yeah. So very good indeed from him, and he's a quality player. He's only 24 years of age. Really good. His natural position is on that left-hand side, and he cuts in on his right, but he can play quite well with his left foot. He's got a fairly strong left foot there. And the other free transfer is Jean-Paul Van Heck, who I actually didn't realise is quite a good centre-back that you can pick up on a free transfer at the end of the first season from Brighton. So that's the signings that we have brought in. I actually think it's a really good summer there. Have we changed anything tactically? Because maybe we should have. We've gone to this.
Yeah, you had to change it, yeah.
So 3-4-3. And I've chucked in some random crap in there. Have we ever used a libero, Dad? I don't think we've ever used a libero.
No, I don't think we have we?
But today we're using a libero. So the libero role, you mentioned Beckenbauer. Kind of similar to that, really. Picking the ball up like a sweeper, but is allowed to go as further forward into a midfield position. You can't even put him on attack, and sometimes you'll be like, that's my centre-back in the penalty spot. But the libero role we do have in this tactic. We've got 2 centre defenders either side, 2 wing-backs on attack, a ball winner, box-to-box, 2 inside forwards with that attacking forward. I think we need to go more attacking and try and score more goals at the detriment of conceding less. And trying to score more than your opponent.
Definitely got to score more.
So, if I was to best pick the 11, we got Sinistera, Zaha, and Jack Harrison. So, Maynor Solomon's not even there, but he's been playing. Yeah. And he's been scoring a lot of goals. Pedrosa and Mela are the 2 fullback options. We haven't changed that centre midfield with Rocker and Tyler Adams. Struik, I think is how you say it, is the Belgium centre back. Also from Indonesia, also from the Netherlands. How many parents does he have?
Yeah.
So he's actually really good, to be fair, on the game. 6'3", young as well, good potential. So he joins. Well, he's been playing anyway, but he plays.
A good young side, actually.
Yeah, he plays that libero role with Robin Koch, great name, and Salisu on that left-hand side because he is left-footed. Another good reason to sign him. Yeah. And then obviously, I think now what we have done is we've got a really good backup. Bunch of strikers as well. We've got Tyler Roberts, who's back because obviously we lost 2 strikers. We've only brought in Zaha, and Maynor Solomon's more of a winger. So that's our options now, and I think we have built a better squad.
Yeah.
As you mentioned as well, we've got quite a good young squad for you Patreon members. Patreon.com/MegaLukeGaming. On the £5 tier, you get the save game file at the end, and Dad will be sending you a target. We also have an announcement at the end of this episode. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
You're going to be really excited and love this one. So, anyway, this is what we have got for the 2nd season. It's all green, baby!
Hey!
Southampton, we beat them.
When you conceded 4 goals?
Yeah, so Southampton, we beat them 3-1 after stealing their best centre-back. We then beat newly promoted Luton Town coming up. God, I can't hand it to them for Luton.
They're not doing bad at the moment in the league.
They're doing all right, aren't they? Yeah. A 5-0 against them.
That's the best one. It's 3-0 here.
3-0 against Man City. No, that's not bad. I bet Ellen Road was going absolutely mental when that was happening, and Erling Haaland just cried. 3-0, because that's his club as well, isn't it?
I'm going to say, that's the team he supports.
Yeah,
well, he supports us, doesn't he?
He was born in Leeds.
Yeah.
The big Norwegian supports Leeds. Says he wants to win a trophy for Leeds.
Yeah.
Come on, Erling. Season 5.
Yeah, we're going to get it.
You just never know. That was our big announcement. We signed Erling Haaland. We haven't. Burnley 3-1, so another newly promoted side, and then we even got round to the cup. We got through.
We're getting excited again, but like you just said on the last one, we had all the hard teams and we lost.
We did.
We only had Man City.
Yeah.
All the other sides you would expect to beat.
Yeah, you pick up a bit of momentum and you just never know, do you? Now we've got a couple of hard ones in here. One of them's only in the cup, but Liverpool in the Premier League.
Yeah.
And they're actually spread out, which is only rare. Here, December's going to be the hardest. Man United, Chelsea, Arsenal. That's going to be the difficult one.
Yeah.
Because even Brighton's a tricky game. And Wolves have survived and they got a good side.
Brighton got a World Cup winner in their team.
They have, yeah. McAllister.
Didn't he do well?
Yeah.
I thought he was man of the match
Really
in
good
the
player.
final.
Really good player.
Man of the match in the final.
Have you ever seen the picture of his dad?
No.
The most Scottish bloke you'll ever see in your life.
Was he
Honestly.
white? Is he really white?
Really white, ginger
white.
hair.
Ginger.
Yeah, most Scottish bloke you're ever going to see. Which is amazing because he played with Maradona and obviously his son has played with Messi. So the conversations that they have.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's played with the best player in the world?
Exactly, yeah.
I did that. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
I did.
Be crazy, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely crazy. Right, okay, let's simulate the second season and see how we get on at Leeds United. Because at the minute, we're top. Second season, and it's a 6th place finish.
Ooh, that is brilliant.
69 points.
Joint fifth, really.
Yeah. Only losing out on goal difference by 3 goals.
We were only one win away from finishing third.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, really, is it? Because we had better goal difference than both Spurs and Man United, so we would have finished third with an extra win there. But that's not how it works. We finish above Chelsea, above Newcastle, who have all the money.
Hey, we go an hour in Man City.
And they go and win the league.
They go in the league.
Which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, what was the goals looking like this year? He got 41 this season. Big Rom Lukaku's back, of course, at Chelsea after his loan spell.
Yeah.
Jack Harrison got the most assists with 18 assists. That's very good from him, young English talent. That's a great season for us.
Yeah.
That's a very good season. Only drawing 9 and losing 9, winning 20 games is a very good target there for Leeds, finishing in 6th place. We've got Europa League football next year. You can be very happy with that.
Yeah.
How have we done in other competitions, though? Have we won ourselves a cup? Oh, runners-up of the Carabao. That trophy that everybody wants to get their bloody hands on.
Hey, hang on a minute. You just stepped away from the FA Cup, didn't you? Who knocked us out of the FA Cup?
That doesn't matter. We got to the final, and West Ham beat us in the
3-0.
final 3-0. Leicester won it last year. Now West Ham has won it this year. And Eduardo Sasha is coming back. He got 6 goals in one competition. He couldn't even get 6 goals across the whole season last year. He got it in one competition now, so very, very fair play. And got knocked down the quarters by Spurs. Anyway, let's take a look at the goals.
Leeds, as high as attendance at Ellen Road, is in the FA Cup.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was, I was only 1 at the time, so that tells you how long ago it was. It's 57,000.
In the 1800s.
57,800 in 1967 versus Sunderland.
Oh, okay.
And I'm surprised that they haven't. I know this stadium's gone all-seater now, but I'm surprised with, in between those years before it went all-seater, that they didn't beat that as well.
Especially because early 70s they was like Leeds.
I mean, I know the FA Cup going back, I've always told you the stories of the FA Cup now. It's always a big thing back, going back 10 years ago with the way it was on the telly and all that. But I'm surprised it was that long ago their highest attendance.
I am, to be fair.
Especially seeing I've been to a Leeds game as well, and the ground was absolutely full, and it wasn't seats then.
Have you been to Ellen Road?
I have, yeah. When I was playing for Argo Youth side,
yeah,
we went up to Doncaster and played in Doncaster.
Oh yeah, I won't go saying that out loud.
And we went across to Leeds for a game on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
And we watched Leeds versus Everton, and Leeds won 2-0. And we were put behind the goal at the Leeds end.
Yeah.
And at the time then, where the ground came down like that, they had a fence going across the grandstand and
As
that.
they did back in the day.
And then there was a room for another 2 people to stand in front of that.
Yeah.
And we stood in there, but they found out we were from Plymouth. They just absolutely ripped us at shouting at us, screaming at us. Even the minibus that we came up got wrecked. It was kicked, punched, stones thrown it because it just said, it was rent a van, but the telephone number was Plymouth. And as soon as they seen Plymouth on it, it was so. I mean, bearing in mind we were all kids. I think I was over 15 at the time. We were all kids in there, really. We were shitting ourselves.
You horrible humans! How dare you?
Did we really want to go and watch a game? No, we didn't.
Right, let's take a look at the goals then. This is looking a lot better. We got 18 here for Sinistera, 17 for Will Sahar. Jack Harrison, 27 total assists across the season with 16 goals.
Good.
That's hell of it. He's our best performer by a mile. Even Eduardo Sasha managed to get himself double figures as well as Robin Cox. So really impressive stuff there. Max Aaron's got himself 11 assists as well. Great season all around. But the budget for next year to keep improving, 66 million. I like that. We're being backed. We are losing a couple of players, Liam Cooper and Diego Llorente, both of them centre-backs. That could be a position we have to look at.
But then we bought a couple of centre-backs, didn't we? So
we did.
That's probably why they want to be moved on, because they
haven't really played.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And they're 32 and 30, so
yeah, it is.
That ain't a problem for us.
Not at all. No, we can reinvest in someone a little bit younger who will improve the squad across the next couple of years. Right, first signing coming in. Although Eduardo Sacha had a better second year, I prefer this guy, Yuri Alberto, bringing him in as our Brazilian striker. They've got quite a weird link with Brazil at the minute. Obviously, got Rodrigo. Yeah. They just lost the guy who went to Barcelona, of course, playing on the right-hand side. Now, I've brought in Yuri Alberto from Zenit St. Petersburg, £17.5 million.
He's hit the ground running as well, though.
He has hit the ground running. 3 assists and 3 goals in just 5 appearances, coming off the back of 17 and 28 last year in Zenit. So we know he can score a lot of goals, Yuri Alberto, but he's not the only guy we brought in. I mentioned we might need a centre-back. I have brought in that centre-back, 24 years of age. We have Matteo Lovato, Italian. I know you'd like that one.
I do, yeah.
Because he is an Italian defender. Yeah. So we brought him in. He's 6'2", £11.5 million. He's been around the Italian league quite a bit. This is his first venture outside.
Already as well, look.
He has indeed, and a good performance average rating as well at that. Not the only 2 signings we have made. Now this one, actually let's go to this one first. We have an American goalkeeper. We needed a backup goalkeeper for Meslier. Matt Turner comes in, obviously USA #1 goalkeeper right now, bringing him in from Arsenal. He will do a job for us definitely if Meslier can.
He's not a bad keeper actually.
He's all right, yeah. I think he's all good.
Yeah.
For £9.5 million as a backup, that's not bad at all. But Matt O'Reilly, I remember when this guy was basically a free transfer a couple of FMs ago, and you could only really sign him for like a lower league and he would do a job. He's gone to Celtic, and now he's just like completely rejuvenated his career, because now he is amazing. If you take a look at his career, he moved to MK Dons from Fulham's academy. He played quite a good couple of seasons there. Celtic then paid for him from MK Dons, and he's had a really good couple of years at Celtic there. Developed hell of a well. Centre midfield, he's got 8 goals and 8 assists there. He
started well for us
33. 1 goal, 1 assist. Absolutely.
That's 3 good signings. They've all scored a goal.
Yeah. £20 million is what it cost us, but he does have some great attributes there, which I think, I think is quite good. Now, he is actually English, but he also can play for Denmark and Norway, and it looks like he has chosen Denmark because he's played 2 under-21 caps, because he is still only 23.
Yeah.
So he is still really young. Okay, so those are the signings that we have brought in so far. We spent roughly all of our £50 million budget. Yuri Alberto was 17, was £60 million, 41 for the rest of them. So just short of that. So we're doing quite well for money, I think, considering we only brought in 4.7. And I think tactically we stay exactly as we were. Only changing that when he got us a really good finish across the season.
Did change.
I agree. Our best 11, how different does that look? Because now Yuri Alberto would start up top with Wilf Zaha on that left.
That's his best position, I think.
I agree.
Yeah.
This would probably be our best 11. And you look, Lovato comes in on that right-hand side with Struijk and Salisu. They've got a nice little partnership going, so you hope Lovato can also join in on that. But Matt O'Reilly actually comes in as a starting player.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I think this is a very good team. I think we can continue to challenge. How have we done so far? Let's take a look. Schedule. We've only lost 1 game. That was to Arsenal in a 3-1 loss.
I'll take that.
Yeah, we beat Leicester 4-2. Wilf Zaha got himself a hat-trick. Brentford 3-1. That was Matt O'Reilly's goal. Liverpool beat another big one.
Yeah.
Liverpool 4-2. Good result as well. Yuri Alberto getting himself quite a late one with Jack Harrison getting the 4th. Obviously, we lost to Arsenal, and then we went and defeated Southampton 3-1. Now, the Europa League, it's obviously down to the league phase, so it's not a group phase anymore. So we can take a look at the games we've got to play. Montpellier, Anderlecht, Slovan Bratislava, Lazio is going to be a difficult one. Fenerbahce is going to be difficult. Beersheva. Then we got Molde and Sevilla. 3 difficult games in that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, with Sevilla, Fenerbahce and Lazio, I'd say. The rest of them I'd expect to win, probably.
Fenerbahce is going to be a funny game. I think it's going to be trouble there.
Yeah, because of the history with it. Was it Galatasaray?
Galatasaray, yes. They were playing in the semi-final of a cup, I think.
Yeah, it's Champions League.
Yeah, and the night before, a Leeds fan got stabbed to death.
Yeah.
Didn't go down too well, obviously. The following day when the game was played, Leeds players wore black armbands.
Yeah.
The Galatasaray players refused to wear the black armband and it didn't go down well. So you can imagine there was riots.
Yeah.
So going back to Turkey is not going to be a good thing.
Not at all.
So
is it at home? It is away as well.
Yeah.
It is an away game, so that's probably not going to be great. Hopefully we can get revenge.
Yeah.
Win the game at the very least.
Who's the other team that Leeds hate?
Moving on.
Actually,
Man United.
I did read as well. Alex Ferguson used to hate going to Leeds as well.
Yeah.
Mainly because it was always an hard game, but he always used to say it's an intimidating stadium to play in as well.
Yeah.
And they're right on you.
Very hostile.
Yeah. I mean, it always is against Leeds. Whenever because the fans travel as well, don't they? But
yeah.
He always did say, I hate going to Leeds.
Leeds, every time that I used to have a Argyle season ticket holder, despite what everybody calls me, you don't even support your own club. I did when I could because of football, but most of the time my football was on a Saturday, so I couldn't ever go watch, which is the reason why I supported Man United, because I could watch them on television. But when my football was on a Sunday and I could watch Argyle and I had a season ticket, Leeds in the Championship give me the best atmosphere ever at Home Park.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they filled the whole stand.
Yeah. And
it was so loud for the 90 minutes. They did not stop.
The Leeds game was one of the best ones, and the Portsmouth game.
Portsmouth, of course, was a very good one.
They used to bring a lot of fans down as well for us as well.
Yeah, I agree. So that was definitely an experience watching that at Home Park. But yeah, okay, so that's who we've got in the European competition. Let's see how we do in this third season. Third season, 4th place.
Definitely take that.
Point above Man City.
Definitely take that.
Absolutely. So we're only just behind Man United there on 3 points.
We had a good finish as well.
Yeah. I mean, Man City still get Champions League football because I think now it's gone into the league format. There's obviously more positions opening up for the Premier League, which I'm not a huge fan of, I must admit.
Champions League is exactly what it says.
Yeah.
Champions.
Yeah.
That's what it should be.
Top 4 has always been quite a thing. Now it's like, top 5. It doesn't seem as special, does it?
It's money, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. 34 goals for Erling Haaland. We don't have any players in there other than Tyler Adams, who's getting a yellow card, but it looks like their team did very well. And we knocked off a loss and a draw to 2 wins there, to bring that total up, which took us into the top 4. Fantastic stuff. It does also look like the 3 teams that came up got relegated by the looks of it. Sorry to see you go, Stoke. But let's have a look. Other competitions. First time in Europe for a very long time. How have we done? Round of 16, it had to be by
British
Leicester.
side.
Yeah, and they're down in 10th as well. 1 position above Spurs.
Well, Man City made sure we didn't win any other cups.
No, they knocked us out both the other 2. So although we got 4th place, they made sure we weren't winning anything else. Fair enough. Okay. But we got Champions League football, so I think, we can't complain.
I think that's a good season.
I agree. Goals-wise, Yuri Alberto got 42. That's a good signing, wasn't it?
Hey, that's a brilliant
Not bad at all. How is his value only like 35 million?
Yeah, come on.
That's harsh, isn't it? And he's only 24. Sometimes I just think the value, they just make it up. I really do. Wilfried Zaha is leaving the club. He did not want to sign another new deal. He's aged 32 now. He scored 22 goals and he's leaving us to join Montpellier. Jack Harrison had another good year, 30 goal contributions there, and Luis Sinisterra also did. We want to see the results in Europe, don't we?
Yeah.
Now, that massive game against Fenerbahce, we won in Turkey, 1-0, Yuri Alberto.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. We also beat Anderlecht 6-2. 5-0 against Montpellier, 4-0 against Slovan Bratislava, 2-1 against Lazio.
What was we panicking about?
Did we even drop any points in this? We did. I don't think we did. I think we might have even gone, 8 out of 8. And then we lose to Leicester.
Oh, and where did they finish?
Where did they? No, God's sake. So 20. I don't think we've done that before.
So Leicester would have played in another round because we qualified, didn't we? For the...
Yeah, they would have played against the position 24th, maybe, or 26th, something like that, whatever it is. And then come up against us right after and beat us somehow. Transfer-wise, then, we've only been given 35 million, which...
We're in the Champions League.
I know. Drop us the money or what? All right, let's see who we bring in. Now, after that very good start to his Leeds career, we have sold Manor Solomon. Didn't quite get the mustard once we had brought in some other players. Only 18 games, only 2 starts last year, and he didn't do that well, to be honest. No. We sold him for £21 million, considering we got him on a free 2 seasons before that. It's good business, really, because then it brings in extra money for us to do some damage ourselves in the transfer market. And we started off by doing that by bringing another replacement on that left-hand side in Luis Enrique.
Another Brazilian.
Another Brazilian. Yeah, I thought I'd just trade in the Israeli for the Brazilian instead.
We're going to have to change our kit from white back to yellow.
Yeah, that's what it was before, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is the reason why a lot of the time, and now is the same, their away kit is that, I mean, to this year, that's disgusting in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
it is right.
Usually it's that iconic yellow strip that you remember in like the early noughties them wearing.
I've got a little story about the kits as well. When they actually started, they started off as blue and white stripes.
Yeah.
Which was the same as the Huddersfield kit.
Yeah.
That's what they had that kit for about 34 years, I think it was. And then they decided to go to the yellow.
Yeah.
They had that kit for a few years. And then, when Don Revie took over, usually it's an English team that sort of like favours why teams change their kits or have a certain colour kit. This time it was a Spanish team influenced Don Revie to change his kit to all white.
And I wonder who it would be.
Because they were winning European competitions at the time.
Real Madrid, of course.
Real Madrid, it was, yeah. But the interesting thing with the Huddersfield kit, though, is when on this computer, then, when was Leeds formed?
It says it's founded in 1919.
They were actually formed in 1904 as Leeds City.
Okay.
But they were done for illegal payments to players. They were paying certain players to play for them. And they got caught out. So the league chucked them out of the league. So they reformed as, in 1990, as Leeds United.
Yeah.
From a little bit of help from Huddersfield.
Okay.
Huddersfield gave them £35,000 to help them, and with the kits as well. But they had to pay the £35,000 back when they won the top league.
Really?
Yeah.
What a weird little contingency.
I mean, it took a long time for them to pay it back.
Yeah.
But what a way. It was something to do with the chairman at Huddersfield. He wanted to help Leeds because they are very close. I think he wanted, from what I can read as well, he wanted to merge the two teams. But Leeds didn't want to, so they started off as started up again as Leeds United. So rather than let them fold or whatever, he helped them then by giving them the £35,000.
Yeah.
To help them form, get up and going again.
Yeah.
But then he obviously asked for the money back, but only when they won the top league.
God.
So
I wonder if he was around at the time.
That was a big chance that he was going to get his money back on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a jester, really.
Yeah.
And that goes back to when me and you used to talk about the chairmans that coming in, buying their teams, their local teams, the teams that they loved.
Yeah.
Where now it's just big business abroad,
oil
like
money and things like that. Yeah.
So that's the thing with the kits. So that's why they got the Don Revie.
Ah, okay.
White kit.
With the Real Madrid.
Yeah.
Now, the last two signings that we made, we also brought in £8.75 million, selling Wilfred Gnonto. We've brought in two players for roughly £25 million each. The first one, Tyler Morton from Liverpool, English, 22-year-old centre midfielder. Really talented as well. Good vision, good passing. He's really good on the ball. You can see even his player traits are all around what he does with the ball. Switching the ball to the other flank, comes deep, and he dictates the tempo. He's the engine in the playmaker department there. So that's what he has been brought in to do. And again, he's only 22, so good career ahead of him still. But we needed to upgrade our goalkeeper. There isn't many players who will do that around the world, but Gregor Kobal is the guy that I chose to do that. He is a phenomenal goalkeeper. Messier is good. This guy's better, and I can compare.
The USA goalkeeper as well, isn't
yeah, he's only the backup though, isn't he? But if you compare the two goalkeepers, the green is Cabal. He's better everywhere else, look.
Yeah.
Unless it's matched, he is better everywhere else. And even on this one, attribute-wise, you can see he's far superior on this one. So you can see it is actually a better goalkeeper than what you have there. And I did find, considering his contract's another 5 years, he's only worth 10 million.
Yeah, it's weird that.
What's going on here with the valuations of on Football Manager? It's very odd. But there we go. So those are the signings that we have made. Tactically, then, are we being stupid and changing? No. Why would we? Very silly. I'm enjoying playing something different as well, to be fair, and actually paying off and working. Let's take a look at the schedule. Been a little bit ropey because we beat Man United, the greatest club to ever have lived, 2-1. But then we lost to Southampton. Then we beat Everton 3-0, another very big club in England. And then we lost to Crystal Palace, who've never won anything. 1-0.
I think they've won an FA Cup.
No, they haven't. They've never won anything, Crystal Palace. Them and Watford.
I thought they had with what's it called?
No, we did a rebuild on them, Dad, and we had to win their first ever trophy. Look, they've never won anything. You were there. We spoke about it quite a lot.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Right, so the Champions League then.
They lost against Liverpool, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. And Man United beat them in the FA Cup where Pardew did that silly dance and they like a twat. Now, the Champions League. Let's take a look at the games. Speaking of Real Madrid.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. By the way, we've been shafted in the Champions League because we've got Besiktas, another trip to Turkey, away trip as well. Marseille. Then it's Real Madrid, Juve, Young Boys, Rangers. That's going to be an atmosphere that I'd love to see.
Oh, yeah.
Rangers versus Leeds. That would be amazing. I don't know whether it's a friendly rivalry or anything like that, but that would be funny. Bayern Munich.
I can't think if it is or no.
No, I don't know whether they've had any links or anything like that.
So Man United's friendly with Rangers, isn't they?
Yeah, and then Liverpool's...
Oh, Liverpool's with Celtic, isn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure with them, man.
Bayern Munich.
That's going to be
away.
That's going to be a touchy game as well.
And then Leipzig at home. Some interesting ties that we've got here.
I'll still be disappointed if we don't qualify.
Really?
Yeah.
What, as in the top 8? Probably not.
No,
definitely not. Okay, let's simulate this 4th season, find out. 4th season then, and we've got 4th place again.
Happy with that again?
Yeah, and this time we've actually secured it by quite some distance as well, above Man United there, who have finished 5 points clear from us. Yeah, so they also get that Champions League spot, but we get that top 4 spot quite easily this time. So that's quite good. Looks like Tottenham have won something as well because they've qualified for the EC2, so that could be a cup competition. Yuri Alberto is actually close to Erling Haaland.
Point a season for him. Only 35 as well,
only
isn't it?
35. His career's on the downward. Maybe he should join Leeds United.
He's getting ready, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's getting
ready to join us. Yeah, you know, he did get most player of the matches and the highest average rating as well. But still, he's getting ready to join us. Jack Harrison again getting 19 assists, which is a lot compared to second place there.
Yeah.
So that's really good. Liverpool back to back though. That's not good for me. Competitions. 2 times in a row we are the runners up in the Carabao Cup. Hey, we got through. Round of 16, we were knocked out by Roma. That's only on penalties as well. Only on penalties.
He's done us, didn't he?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It could be still Jose. It might be.
It's got to be in it.
It might not be. It is Jose. Yeah. Of course it is. Okay, let's take a look at the league phase then. Hello. We did finish in the top 6. 8 even. Can't count.
1-6. Drawn 1.
So we lost to Bayern Munich. We also drew to Juve, and then we won the other 6 games. We beat Leipzig 5-0. We beat Real Madrid 3-1. They'll be copying our kit next.
All about winning your games at home, mate.
Yeah, that's very true. And we went to Turkey again and won 5-2. There we go. So overall, I think that's actually another really good season there.
I think that's our best season.
Yeah, definitely. Yuri Alberto got 41 goals this year. Sinistero got 19. Luis Enrique got 14. Jack Harrison 13 with
double
27.
figures. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, 13 goals and 27 assists.
Not bad.
Season's got to be.
Yeah, has to be. And that he's done that on multiple occasions as well, Jack Harrison. Really well worked. Okay, how much money have we been given? 42 million. We made it work last year. Let's try and make it work again this year.
Come on.
Okay, let's see and find out. Okay then, the first signing I actually brought in was a regen, so we might not use him a lot. We might still use him somewhat because he looks phenomenal, but for you Patreon members, you got to be using him soon because he's only 19 and he already looks like he could play in the Premier League, to be honest. Nikola Milosajevic. Nailed that. Oh my god. Absolutely incredible. I could be Serbian myself. I can't wait for the comments. Like, you ruined that name. So we picked him up from Partizan, £5.5 million. He hasn't played that many games, but he has already played 4 games for us, including 1 start. He hasn't done much with it, but he's playing. Yeah. So it's experience. But these next couple of signings, so we brought in Savio from Troyes. £32 million I spent on him.
Brazilian.
He is world class on that right-hand side. Like, Jesus Christ, he is good. 22 years of age as well. £32 million. I think it's worth it because he got 7 assists in 5 games.
Scored 1 goal as well. So that's 8 goals we scored.
Amazing. And if you think he's playing in the French league, like Ligue 1, for a club that's relegation fodder, really, he is doing hell of a well and putting in that across a season in a club which should be relegated.
I mean, look at his average rating as well for those 5 games.
Yeah, 7.94.
Brilliant.
Absolutely exceptional player. One of the world's best, and he is here at Leeds United. And another Brazilian.
This is one hell of a signing, I think.
Bruno Guimaraes.
Yes.
Phenomenal
I do like watching
player.
this guy play.
Free transfer? I mean,
come on.
Newcastle let him go for free, and if you think, we picked him up on the 1st of July, so that's the first day you can get him.
Yeah.
I was the only club going in for him. Mental. But the next one, nobody came in for him until the 15th of August when we finally signed Christopher Nkunku. Of course, he played for Leipzig last year.
Yeah.
We beat them 5-0 and he thought, I don't mind playing for that guy.
Yeah.
They look like cool guys. Let's play for them. So we've also signed Christopher Nkunku. He's still only 28. So what a team we've got now. This is an unbelievable squad. Free transfer. He scored 2 goals in 3 appearances so far. Again, absolutely phenomenal stuff. Gotta be happy with that. What are we looking like tactically, and who is going to fit into this first 11? We have changed. We have changed. And I've kept it the very similar instructions, look, because it's still on the Leeds 3-4-3, but I've just moved around positions. So instead of, basically all I did was I moved the libero to a shadow striker and moved the wing backs back on a support role. Other than that, everything's exactly the same, I think. So what we're given now is more of a presence up front with Nkunku and taking out that libero position. How is it done? Well, schedule-wise, let's take a look. We have 5 wins from 5. We only conceded 3 goals.
Definitely happy with that.
Yuri Alberto got himself a hat-trick first game of the season. What a way to start the season. Getting the match ball on the first day. Love that. We then beat Man United 2-1 there in the 95th minute. Not bad at all. Nope. Arsenal, you know the Yuri Alberto brace. 3-2 against Fulham. And then a 5-0 against
That result
Leicester.
there is probably our best result, because Leicester have beat us quite a few times in the last couple of seasons. Yeah. Especially near the beginning of the season.
I mean, they had a player sent off, but by then we were 4-0 up.
Yeah.
We were 4-0 up by the 20th minute.
That's probably why he got sent off.
Yeah.
Sort of getting niggly, didn't he?
Get out of there. I can't be bothered with this. Let's take a look at our Champions League games then. How are we looking for this? Right, let's move everything else. Copenhagen, Nice, Bayern Munich, first difficult game really. We've got Napoli there, AC Milan,
2 games left.
Real Madrid. Benfica's going to be difficult as well.
We should still qualify, I think.
We should, but we've
after
only
last
got...
season's performance, we should qualify.
We've only really got 3 games where you'd expect us to win. Benfica, Napoli, I'd hope that we'd win. AC Milan, Real Madrid and Bayern, I'd take draws in. I think that's harder than what we had last year.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I got an interesting little question, interesting little fact here.
Go on then.
Leeds were the first team in England to do something considering their football kit.
Numbers on the back of shirts, I don't know.
It was selling the replica.
Oh really? First one to sell the
Leeds,
kit?
Yeah. Do you know what company that used to supply the kit then?
Patrick.
No. Very old one though. Admiral.
Yeah. Admiral. Oh, do you know what? I was trying to remember what it was.
Because they were quite famous.
It's iconic.
Whenever you see an old English, an old Leeds shirt, it's usually an Admiral shirt, isn't it?
I knew that as well because I've watched a documentary on Admiral.
Yeah.
I just thought Patrick. It just had to be one of the old ones.
They were the first team to actually sell a replica kit.
Yeah.
They were also one of the only teams that I can ever remember, and I can remember seeing a lot of Leeds fans all of a sudden come out where they used to wear a number on their socks.
Oh really?
A little leather patches that come out as a tie,
a little tag
with
to
a
keep
number
the socks up.
with a number on their socks as well. And I can remember seeing a lot of little boys hanging around at the time, just buying them just on. I used to play against them. With their numbers that thinking they were Leeds players, not the numbers. Brilliant target coming and snapping necks.
That was the equivalent of wearing pink boots when I was a kid.
Yeah, definitely. I
remember I bought coloured boots for once when I was younger. My first pair of coloured boots. Dad just went, "Oh God. You're going to get kicked."
I just didn't want you to buy them, did I?
No, I bought a nice pair of green ones and I got the crap kicked out of me. Oh, that was funny. Right, okay. Final season then. Let's see how we get on. Final season, we've got 4th place again on the final day of the season as well. So, we couldn't do better than 4th, but I still think what we have managed to do is build a squad which you think
when you look
consistently
at it,
Champions League.
We've been consistent. We gradually climbed up and hit 4th twice. Teams above us haven't been consistent.
No.
So I think that's 2 good seasons by us.
Yeah. What else do you notice about this other than Man City being 11th, which is quite hilarious? What else do you notice about this? I want to see if you pick it up.
No, I haven't picked it up. Preston being in the Premier League?
There's going to be a funeral in Preston.
Yeah. They're getting relegated.
Oh, God. There's going to be a funeral in Preston. Check out the Blackburn rebuild if you have no clue what I'm on about. It's one of the most bonkers storylines you're ever going to hear.
And thank you for the comments for that to confirm the story that we came up with, because we just didn't believe it, did we?
It was hilarious. I can't believe it actually is true. So if you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's brilliant. But anyway, Yuri Alberto has the golden boot for the first time, with 29 goals ahead of Romelu Lukaku.
22.
Down to 22. That's half of what he had that first season.
He must have got injured.
Yeah, he's down in 11th. We can actually check that. We can see whether he has played a lot of games. He played 34. He started 34 games. So he wasn't injured that much at all. He missed 3 weeks maybe.
Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, he's nearly scored that already, isn't he?
Yeah, he pretty much has. Who is the manager? So it's Luis Enrique, the Spanish manager. So from Pep Guardiola. Ex-Spanish manager, yeah. Savio has 25 assists, taking over the reins of Jack Harrison, and then going then some, because 25, that's easy the highest that we have seen so far. We've had a hell of a season here. Let's take a look. It would be capped off if we finally won a trophy. Runners up in the FA Cup.
And knocked out in the semi-final of the Carabao Cup.
I followed as well. Okay, let's check out the FA Cup first.
We got knocked out by Liverpool and we qualified.
Extra time in the Chelsea game. I really hope it's not a late one, because that would be absolutely devastating. 4 minutes left, and Robin Lemnormand has scored the winner there. That's really devastating. That close to an FA Cup.
Yeah.
Round of 16 then. We lost to Liverpool 7-3 on aggregate, so that's not good. The Anfield game really killed us there.
Yeah.
What about the league phase? Let's take a look. We finished in 13th, so I knew it would be a trickier one. We lost to Milan and Benfica. Hey, of all those games, we lost to Milan and Benfica. We drew to Real Madrid and Bayern.
That was the two we thought was going to struggle, weren't we?
Yeah, and then we won the 4 other ones. So Napoli, Rennes, Nice,
that's the 4
Copenhagen.
You should win.
Yeah, right, okay. We'll take a final look before we give our big announcement. 45 goals, 19 goals, 16. Savio, 14 with 35 assists. It's absolutely exceptional. Dad, what is the target for everybody who is going to be taking over this? You've got £46 million there to spend.
Win the FA Cup for me.
Win the FA Cup, okay? Because we haven't won anything.
You got to try and be consistent again and staying in the league or staying in the top 4 or 5 to qualify for the Champions League.
Yeah,
that's what I'd expect you to do with the squad that we've given you.
Yeah,
we didn't win anything, which I'm disappointed about. We got to the final of the FA Cup, win us a trophy, but I would prefer the FA Cup for Leeds.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Would do me.
Then, of course, Leeds fans, let us know what the food is like at Ellen Road. Has it changed much? What's it like? Do you have gravy on everything? Because that's apparently what you Yorkshire people like.
Yeah.
And now,
a bit of gravy.
Yeah, our big announcement, Dad. You have been asking me ever since we first did a rebuild for Dad to do his own rebuild.
I'm going to do it.
We're going to try and make it happen. Over the Christmas period, Dad has quite a lot of time off, so we're going to try our best to get that for you. We're not going to give any spoilers who it's going to be. Were you about to spoil it then?
I was going to say something, but I wasn't going to spoil it, but I was just going to say something. But
go on then.
No, because that probably would have spoiled it.
All right, fine. We're hoping it will be next week. We are hoping it will be next week. There will obviously be a rebuild. We're hoping it will be Dad's rebuild next week.
It could be the first Monday of the new year.
Yeah, new year, new start. First sacking of the new year.
As long as I don't get sacked, I'll be happy.
Yeah, we'll see. So thank you very much to all your support so far and all your support during this year. And keep it coming for next year, because we're going to start off with a bang, hopefully with Dad's rebuild. We'll see you next Monday, maybe, for that video. Bye-bye. After the very average start to the season, we're rebuilding Liverpool today.
Yeah, we get rid of Klopp, shall we?
Yeah, about time, innit?
At it now.
Yeah. Well, we're actually doing it with a bit of a twist as well. So not only are we doing our standard rebuild, but I'm very much restricting myself with the tactics. Now, integrated onto the new Football Manager was the low block, and that is very much the opposite of Jurgen Klopp's tactics, of course.
He presses very high, doesn't he?
Very high at the pitch. So let's take a look. Well, actually, no. We'll look at the transfers first, then we'll look at the tactic, because I'm pretty much restricting myself to only being able to use a low block kind of defensive system, very much like an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer style, I guess. He was very much a low block. Okay, so let's take a look then at the transfers in and out in this very first season. You're going to think I'm mental, but I've sold 2 players. Roberto Firmino being the first one.
Well, you've got to do that. If you're going to do the low block, this has got to go out, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can't have too many attacking players, can you?
Exactly, and he's not got the pace to be able to counter too much. Plus, he's got 11 finishing as a striker. I was quite surprised by that with load up the new game. I thought he's better at finishing than 11, but fair enough. But that's not the only guy. I also sold Jordan Henderson to Real Madrid as well.
Your favourite player?
My favourite player.
Love it.
Yeah, insert picture of me wearing Jordan Henderson shirt on my stag do. But no, the main reason for it was I didn't want this to be too easy. So I started trying to sell players when they got to 31, 32.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you now, I've actively tried to sell Mo Salah and Virgil van Dijk. Yeah,
As well?
this summer I tried to sell both, but these were the ones that I only was successful in actually selling. Naby Keita was another player for £25 million to Manchester City. He's the only club that would come in for Naby Keita, but I believe he's got a bit of an injury record problem, and I think we could do better.
Yeah.
So I had been bringing in some new players, and I think Liverpool fans will like the ones that I have brought in. Here's the big man, Jude Bellingham. They're going to like that one.
I think any team would like him coming to their team now, wouldn't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
Was he
Fantastic
19,
player.
he's captain?
19 years of age, and he's captain of Dortmund in the Bundesliga and in Champions League matches. He is also really good already at the start of the game, but he has a fantastic potential, probably to be the world's best midfielder, I'd imagine, because he looks like he's on track for that.
I hope he does, because he's English.
Yeah, it'd be great for our national team for sure.
Yeah.
But he's got fantastic player traits, and it's pretty much the player that Liverpool fans are hoping they get next summer.
Yeah.
That's kind of the rumour mill going around, that is that they're going to pick up Jude Bellingham. I thought I'd do it the summer before that. £79 million was how much it cost me after a few very good seasons for Borussia Dortmund. But he's not the only guy I brought in. Benjamin Pavard from Bayern Munich was also another player that I brought in. Main reason he can play right back and centre back, so it gives us a little bit of cover in both of those positions, and he's good enough as well. Of course, he won the World Cup for France as well, so he's got a lot of experience on the pitch. But the final player, Yuri Tillemans.
Another good player.
Very good.
Another good midfield player,
Yeah, so I think Liverpool are really struggling in midfield right now, and every Liverpool fan that I speak to, that's their weakness of their
they are,
team.
but they've got a big injury list as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, I do feel sorry for Klopp at this present moment.
I don't.
I know you wouldn't. As a neutral, I feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're going to be a different team when all their players start coming back again.
Yeah, I agree.
They're hot and cold at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, Darwin Núñez is starting to score a lot of goals. Everybody was making him out to be a flop. He's now got more goals than Gabby Jesus.
Yeah.
So whether you consider that to be a flop or not, I think it's just a matter of time. I think he's got the perfect physical structure
100%.
for the Premier League and obviously Champions League. It's just a case of getting his confidence up, which I think he's getting now.
And watching his temperament.
Watch those elbows flying around.
Yeah.
So I mentioned, of course, the tactic of the low block scenario. So our first season, we're going to look at a tactic like this. Now, the trouble is with a low block scenario is you can't kind of play a standard formation because you might get kind of caught out. So what I'm trying to do is pack out the midfield here. We've got 3 centre-backs, which Liverpool do have 3 really good centre-backs in Joe Matip, Virgil van Dijk, Konate, and you've got Joe Gomez, so there's a 4th, and I brought in Benjamin Pavard. There's a 5th, and you've got a couple of backups. Fabinho can even fill in there if you need him to. Of course, we've got right wing back as Trent Alexander-Arnold, who's probably better further up the pitch than he is further back.
Well, that's been proven recently, isn't it?
Exactly. And of course, on the left-hand side, kind of the same with Andy Robertson, but I'm not saying he's a bad defender. I think he's just better going forward.
Yeah.
So that gives these two guys the license to travel forward without relying too much on them coming back, and we've got the 3 centre-backs there to cover.
Talking about Andy Robertson being Scottish.
Big history with Liverpool players.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you go through the Liverpool's history, and most of their trophies that they've won over the years, I think they've won 5 trophies without one Scottish player or someone in the squad to do with Scotland.
Yeah, which is not a lot considering how many trophies they've won.
And their very first game that they ever played in 1892, I think it was, every player was Scottish.
That's mental. That is crazy.
They beat Rotherham in a friendly 7-1, I think it was.
Yeah.
But every player was Scottish.
That's absolutely insane. What a mental fact that is. So in midfield then, I want Segundo Volante. I want this to be Bellingham's role. He's good at a deeper role because he can also tackle and progress forward, and that's the idea of a Segundo Volante. They sit deeper, but they do progress further forward. And then we've got Yuri Tillemans in this centre midfielder on attack because he is a beast at passing the ball. So we want him there. With, of course, 2 strikers. We've got abundance, really, of strikers. And one of these guys are going to be missing out because the likes of Luis Diaz is more of a winger, and that might be a problem for us going forward. But Mo Salah, of course, can play anywhere up front. Jota and Darwin Núñez is going to be kind of battling out for that second position. I find it really funny as a pressing forward. These are our best options, and Virgil van Dijk is at the bottom. That's bizarre, isn't it? ahead of like midfielders.
Well, if you watch the game against Nottingham Forest, he's a very good striker.
So, right, now I mentioned the tactic being a low block. We are playing on a cautious mentality, which in FM22 I would never do. But in FM23, there are some proof that it can work. So I'm willing to give it a try. Cautious mentality. I'll also let you in on a little secret, Dad. I tried this to begin with on a defensive and a very defensive mentality, and I was sacked twice in the first season. One of the times I was sacked, I was top of the league.
Hey.
Top of the league, and I was sacked because I got eliminated in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, and I was out of the EFL Cup. I don't know what happened with the FA Cup.
EFL Cup, done it, mate.
Yeah,
that's when you get knocked out of that, you're in trouble.
You're telling me we're not winning the Carabao Cup? He is gone. So I think it was more to do with they want to play attacking football, which obviously counteracts the club vision, what I'm doing. Cautious mentality will try and go for that. We are hitting early crosses, but everything else I have not touched one bit. In transition, we are countering, but we're not counter-pressing, which is exactly what Jurgen Klopp kind of brought to the Premier League when he signed for Liverpool, has managed that very high press, high intensity, not giving you any space even if you're like really far up the pitch. Distributing the ball to our fullbacks.
Same sort of thing with Pep, and what do they call it? They got 10-second rule, innit?
Yeah.
We lose the ball the first 10 seconds. Everybody goes towards the ball.
Yeah, to try and win it back.
You ain't got it back, then you all
then reshape.
Yeah,
absolutely. We are trying to get the ball to the fullbacks because they're dangerous, and we are throwing it long to them. Alisson's obviously very good in goal for that. Out of possession, this is where we're coming in. This is the low block. I will not be changing this throughout the whole rebuild. We are only a standard defensive line. This can move to a much lower or even a much higher or a higher, but we're going to stick on a standard for now. We don't want the pitch to be too crammed up, so I think doing that. We got drop off more as defensive line instead of step up. This is the new offside rule, or trying to play the offside trap, should I say. I missed out there. The trigger press is a less often. That's very unlike, like we mentioned there, Klopp's actual idea of a tactic. We are usually, this will be right up to the top.
Yeah.
The pressing trap is on the inside. We got so many men on the inside. We are allowing the play to come in the inside to hopefully try and win the ball back in advantageous positions, which is exactly what it says there in the pressing trap information selection. And we are trying to stop crosses should we actually allow the opposition to get on the wings. So that is what we are setting up like. It's very risky because I've never done it before, and this Liverpool side is so used to pressing, it's completely against it, but that's why it's a good challenge, I think, to start things off. So, how have we done so far? Let's take a look at the schedule. We started off winning the Community Shield 3-1 against Manchester City.
Good start then.
Very good. Konate, Salah, and Trent Alexander-Arnold. But our first game of the season, Dad, you're going to enjoy that one. It was a 2-1 win for Tottenham.
Go in the other videos? Get in there.
Yeah, exactly. Brighton, 2-1 win against them. It was a Mo Salah penalty which saved it. But then we lost to West Ham. Fabinho got himself sent off. A 3-0 win against Everton.
Oh, they take out any day of the week, wouldn't they?
Merseyside derby, yeah, we shown up for that one. Mo Salah getting 2 there. And then it was a 1-1 draw against Stevie Gerrard's Aston Villa team. Trent got himself sent off.
Stevie Gerrard, he's not there anymore.
Not anymore, no. But it might have been on this. Actually, I don't know whether the update would have still had it. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah. So Yogi Löw is the new manager. So I don't know whether they had updated it yet.
Yeah.
Chelsea is obviously our next game. Our Champions League group is quite an interesting one because the final of the Champions League last season, we meet them.
Yeah.
In the group
looking
stage.
At that group now, who would you say is the oldest team in that group now?
Well, Club Brugge. Top of the group, gone through.
Top of their group, gone through.
Yeah, I think they actually got Bayern in their group as well, haven't they?
Did,
yeah. But fair play to Club Brugge. Really
that
well
group,
impressed.
if you look at that group at this present moment,
it's upside down. Yeah. Incredible. So that is our Champions League group. Obviously, we've got the World Cup happening, so we've got a big gap in there. What do you think is the predict? What would you want to see? Because obviously Liverpool, they're a very successful team.
They are
already, and this team is very good.
I've read somewhere, but since they've been into the top league from, I think it was 1969, I think it was, they've never finished lower than 8th. So I'm going to say we can't afford to finish lower than 8th. So 8th is the lowest.
I think I'd be sacked if I went that low. I think I would be sacked.
Top 7 then with a bit of silver.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'd expect a lot better anyway from Liverpool, but I'll take that.
First season though, players have got to get used to the system.
Yeah,
it can take them half a season to get used to the system.
Oh, it looks like it's going to. Yeah, fair enough. Right, okay. So, in case this is your first ever rebuild, by the way, with this being a new football manager, this is how we run things, and then we'll simulate the season, and then we'll check the results at the end. All my Patreon members have access to the save game files at the end of the rebuild. It's on a £5 tier should you wish to try and participate in that, and you also get to vote on future rebuilds. But by all means, leave comments in the comment section on who you want us to rebuild. Yeah, because if you give us suggestions as well, the ones that get suggested the most, I then put in the Patreon poll, and that's how they get voted. So if this is your first time, then that's how we kind of run these rebuilds, and it's patreon.com/MegaLootGaming should you wish to save game file at the end, and the links down in the description. So, right, okay, let's simulate this first season and see how we get on. First season then, 4th place.
I'll take that.
And it was on the last game of the season. We overtook Arsenal there, 67 points.
I mean, we expect Man City to be top of the league.
Yes, we did indeed. Yeah, they got an unbelievable team with Erling Haaland join us. He wasn't the top scorer though. That was
Cristiano
Ronaldo, 42. That is definitely unrealistic because he's not even starting.
No.
Right, okay. Isak there in 3rd place. There's no Liverpool players other than Alisson's clean sheet.
Looking at Isak there, what player I reckon he's going to be, for Newcastle.
I think he's going to be
insane. It's a shame at the moment. He came there, scored his first goal, got injured.
Yeah.
What a shame, because I think he's going to be a good player.
I think so as well.
And what a good team they are at the moment.
Oh, yes. Very hard to beat. They beat your Spurs team the other day.
Well, they're a better team one, I reckon. But
yeah.
Take that result to one side. What a good side they are.
Yeah, I agree. Everton got themselves relegated. Very good for this rebuild for Liverpool fans. So yeah, I mentioned the only player that's on this statistic is the clean sheets, which we kind of was hoping for, I guess, in a way, playing a low block. Yeah, so more defensive formation. Yeah. Other competitions though, how have we done? Have we got any silverware? Let's take a look. Runners-up of the Carabao Cup. That trophy everybody wants. It's unbelievable now when you look at this and you think I was sacked in 1st place, eliminated from the quarterfinal, but because of that Carabao Cup, I was sacked.
Told you, mate, didn't I?
But this time round, I kept my job. Yeah. If we take a look at the club vision, we can see here. So they're rating it as a C. So that's not good. And the supporters are C-. And now supporters have an effect in this new game now. If they don't like you, that can have an effect on your job. So you have 2 things to please, which is realistic.
There's a couple of new things in the game though. I quite like them, really.
Absolutely. And you can see here the supporters, one of the supporter cultures is the desired importance to play attacking football. And that is very disappointing that we're not doing it.
A lot of the supporters, they do say things, I guess, don't they?
100%.
There's a lot of pressure on the directors and all that because they're not playing entertaining football. I mean, Spurs are a prime one, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're having a right go at Conte at the
Wolves
moment.
are another one.
Yeah.
If they don't like how defensive it's set up and stuff like that. And there you go, like play entertaining football. They want to be entertained through attacking football.
West Ham,
we're not doing that.
They've always had the West Ham way, haven't they?
Call
it sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. So we need to keep note of this because we're actively going against it, really. So it's difficult, but we need to kind of overperform and prove them right. Mo Salah got 31 goals this season. I've seen him break a lot more bigger records than that. Darwin Núñez's first season in England, 20 goals. It's not too bad.
I'll take that.
And Jota with 14. Very underwhelming for Jude Bellingham there. Only 2 goals, 3 assists, but he is playing a lot deeper. And it looks like Luis Diaz is unhappy, like I mentioned, because he is not playing a lot of games. How much money do we have to spend next season? Though it's £115 million with a good wage budget. We are losing James Milner, but there's no way that I'm going to be renewing a 37-year-old contract during a rebuild.
What a legend.
Well, he's played against all of my rivals for my Leeds, Liverpool, and City. Newcastle, I'm all right with, but still, I'm not exactly too fond about.
Many neutral fans that doesn't like him though.
Oh yeah, he's a likable. I like him for how
no trouble whatsoever about coming from India.
I like him because how much he embraces himself being boring.
Yeah.
Like he genuinely lives up to it.
He's never had an alcoholic drink.
It's mental. Yeah. Absolutely weird. Okay, we'll go forward to the second season. Now, Dad, Alisson, I'd say, is one of the best goalkeepers in the world, right?
Yeah.
He's left and he is now at PSG. So the reason for it. Now, this is a rebuild, like I said, and PSG came in.
You start from the number 1, didn't you?
Yeah, well, we didn't actually get any money for him either.
Hey.
£0.
So he wanted to leave, did he?
He wanted to leave. PSG wanted to buy him. They offered me a certain amount of money, and I didn't want to give it to him. Then he kicked off because he wanted to leave even more. So I said, all right, PSG, you want Alisson. I'll do a straight swap. Alisson for Donnarumma.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Now, arguably, he is the best young goalkeeper on the game. So if we had to replace him with anybody, it is Donnarumma. So a straight swap. I'm all right with. So as you can see there, an exchange there of players. I mean, how good a goalkeeper he is. He's gone 3 different clubs and he's never cost a penny. But still, I'll take it. Now, he's not the only player that we signed. Rafael Leao. He has been tearing things up for AC Milan. Very good in the Champions League this season and in Serie A in the last couple of seasons. We assigned him on that left-hand side, or a striker, sorry, he can play both. 79 million pound is how much I spent on him. He had a very dull season last season, although he did have a good average rating, but still.
He's hit the ground running with us, so he's got 1 goal already.
Absolutely. And there was one more signing. I signed Michael Olise from Crystal Palace, who I think is one of the best young wingers in the Premier League. I think he's so exciting to watch. And on this game, he actually looks like he's really good. So, as maybe a future replacement for Mo Salah, who is in his 30s now, that is another deal that we have brought into the club. So that was the only first team out. And we've brought in, I'd say, 3 good first teamers in.
Yeah, definitely,
So, we have changed tactics ever so slightly. We have gone to more of a Liverpool-friendly style tactic. We've moved from the 3 at the back and gone to a half-back role there, which is kind of Fabinho's forte. And now we've gone for 2 on the wings, which inside forwards with that pressing forward up top. This is Mo Salah's bread and butter on this right-hand side here. We've got Michael Olise and Diogo Jota who can do a job. And we've got on that left-hand side now, we've got the likes of Leao, Diaz and Jota who can do all 3. And then, of course, up front, we have Mo Salah or Darwin Núñez or Diogo Jota, depending on how the assistant wants to run it. But I have changed it ever so slightly in the instructions as well. You're going to see... Have I changed it in the instructions? Yes, fairly wide attacking width there, because now that we have the wingers, when we are on the counter-attack, we have... Not only do we have the wingers to start off with, but we have the fullbacks bombing on. Once they cut inside and drag the fullbacks away, there's space.
That's what Man City do, don't they? I mean,
pretty much,
you look at Jack Grealish, he's got weight all down his boots all the time, but he's so far out of the line.
Yeah. And then when he comes in, you've got the likes of Cancelo or whoever's playing left back now out there filling in the gap. So that's what we're looking like instead. Now, I haven't actually saved any of these tactics either because I'm toying with them as I'm going, but we've got a box-to-box and a ball-winning midfielder there with the half-back. That's what I'm looking like. And I've changed the sweeper keeper from defend to sweeper keeper on support because we are less defensive than what we were last season, so he kind of might need to come out a little bit more. That's my thinking, to be honest. I'm not the best tactician, in all fairness. It takes me a while to get into it throughout the game. So there we go. Right, now let's take a look at the schedule because it's been very fruitful for us so far this season.
Hello.
Yes. On the first game of the season, it was Aston Villa and we won 1-0. Mo Salah, 52nd minute. Good stuff. Leeds, a 2-0 win away from home. Good stuff. Didn't concede a goal in either of those games, Robertson and Núñez, but this is my favourite result there because even though it was Man City, and yes, we were at home, it's a great result considering we are playing a low block. Darwin Núñez with 2, Rafael Leao with 1. Really good. Our Champions League group, let's take a look at it. We've got AC Milan, who we've just signed one of their best players from, arguably maybe their best player, Leipzig and Celtic.
I'll be disappointed if we don't win the group.
Yeah, I would be as well. So that's what we are hoping for. Right, okay, let's simulate this second season. Second season, and we win the title.
Get in.
And that game at the start, look, proved to be very important.
Yeah, definitely,
Won it by 2 points ahead of Manchester City. Huge result for us there, and we lost 3 out of the last 5. Yeah, we almost did. Maybe we were already crowned champions, I don't know, but we did very well. Darwin Núñez hot on the tails of Erling Haaland, just 1 goal away. So he started catching up. Lukaku is back in the Premier League and doing well for Chelsea. We do have 5.
You've gone back to Chelsea, though, do you?
I know. We have 5 Champions League winners, so maybe United won the Europa League. Yeah. Actually, I don't think they would have been in it. They might have been. I don't know. So, right, okay, we got Trent there in the most assists as well, playing very high now, given that license to go through. Yeah, Hugo Lloris the most. So we didn't get the most clean sheets this time round. We're not even in the top 3, which I am surprised with. So even though we're playing a low block,
I don't believe who it was at the top.
Yeah. Best keeper in the league.
Weakest keeper in the league, I think.
All right, okay, so that's good, that's fantastic. But what have we done in other results? That's our first piece of silverware and getting the league title done. I think now I want to start winning over those fans who have maybe been questioning my methods of a low block. They might have gone, all right, fair enough.
Do you know who Liverpool's most successful manager was?
Paisley?
Paisley, yeah. He won 20 trophies in 9 years.
Yeah.
But he didn't win 1 trophy.
FA Cup?
FA Cup, yeah. I couldn't believe that.
That is mental, to be fair,
I thought he must have been gutted when he was... I don't know whether he actually resigned or they sacked him in the end. I don't know. I can't remember now. But not to win that
Especially when that was really important back then as well, in the 70s, wasn't it?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to win the FA Cup.
Yeah.
It was when I've always said to you about the day of the FA Cup when I was younger, it was a whole day's entertainment.
Yeah.
Right from the players leaving the hotel, on the coach, you'd be on the coach with them, you'd be on the coaches with the spectators and all that. It was a whole day's entertainment. Brilliant. I love the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't believe it didn't win the FA Cup. No, 20 trophies in 9 years.
If somebody gave you the option, though, back then, of one FA Cup, or how many European Cups did he win? 3?
3-1.
Of that, what would you have taken, though? 3 European champions.
You got to
one
take the
FA Cup.
European champion.
Yeah.
You got to take that.
Yeah, I agree.
As much as you'd love to win the FA Cup because of what comes with it. Your bread and butter is your league.
Yeah.
I think every player wants to win their own league, and then it's the Champions League.
Yeah.
Because then you're the best in Europe and in your league.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
So obviously we've won our league, bread and butter.
Yeah.
What have we done in other competitions? Let's take a look. Oh.
Nearly won them all.
Still can't win that Carabao Cup.
So we got in every final.
We did what Liverpool did last season, and we played every possible game that we possibly could.
Yeah.
And we've seen how much that has been detrimental to Liverpool at the start of this season. Obviously, I still think I actually reckon that might be the reason why they're still very tired. They didn't really get a rest today.
No.
We got to the Champions League final. We won the FA Cup.
Yes.
And we lost the Carabao Cup.
I can handle losing that.
Let's take a look at the final there. We lost to Man City in the final there, so that's disappointing 1-0. We never actually seen what we did the season before, do we? We'll check that now. Who did we lose against that first season? It was Man City again. 3-0 that time round. I reckon the amount of games we played Man City must be outrageous. FA Cup final, was it against them? No, Brighton got to the final. Fair play.
Yeah.
But we beat them 4-0, so that's annoying for them, isn't it?
Is it going to be an English team or a foreign team?
What, for the Champions League?
Yeah.
I'm going to go English. I reckon it's all English final, yeah.
I reckon it's going to be a Spanish side.
Really? Yeah. Only because there's 4 players or 4 clubs there, so one of them might have won that. I don't know. Let's take a look. Champions League, runners-up, beaten by PSG. Ooh. Jordan Henderson. No, it wasn't Jordan Henderson. Who did we sell? The goalkeeper, Alisson. Damn it. We sold the goalkeeper, Alisson.
This is our thinking Champions League.
It did. Inter Milan won it the first season, interestingly enough. Yeah. Quite good for them. But that's devastating. Let's take a look at that final game then and see how it played out. So we had Mbappe scored in the 12th minute. Mo Salah scored in the 63rd, 80th minute, Neymar, with an assist from Sergio Ramos, which is a bit odd, but there we go.
I watched them the other night when they won 7-1.
Against Maccabi Haifa.
I mean,
that front three looked deadly, didn't it?
Messi is just doing what he's back to where he was playing
for Barcelona. Yeah, in his prime.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a huge Mbappe fan. I know he's talented, of course. I just don't like the attitude and the stigma around it. Yeah. But some of the finishes that he was pulling out, good lord! Like it was like, oh, you blocked my shot, did you? I'll just stick it in the top corner then. I felt so sorry for that keeper. He couldn't get close to any of it, could he?
No.
He was diving. I just thought, stop diving, mate. There's no point. There's literally no point. Okay, but that was a deadly front three. 7-1 in the end, was it? Something else. 7-2.
They're going to be an hard side to stop this year in the Champions League. I think.
But they always fall, don't they, against a big team? That's the trouble.
I mean, they're like Man City, aren't they? But they've improved and improved each year. Same as Man City, and it could be down to one of those teams. I think.
Yeah.
Win the Champions League this year.
I think it's City's to lose. I really do.
100%. With Haaland being playing there now.
Yeah, I really do.
So many different ways they can play now.
Yeah, same as the Premier League. And I know Arsenal's had a great start. I really do think it's City's to lose.
Yeah.
I think Arsenal haven't played City yet. I'm really interested about that game. It was supposed to be on Tuesday when we're recording this.
Yeah.
But it got cancelled because Arsenal had to play their Europa League.
Yeah.
So, okay, fair enough. Right, so, great season, I think. I'm curious of what the fans... So, bored, A+, absolutely loving us. They think we're amazing.
Well, they got it, haven't they?
Yeah.
And across the money, we just won the Bledding League and got every final. So
yeah.
Got to be an A+, isn't it?
Play attacking football and it's satisfied. Okay. Again, play attacking football, satisfied. When you're winning, still supporters at C+.
Yeah.
They're still going to gripe against me. Play high tempo pressing, disappointed. That's new, isn't it? Did that come up? I can't remember whether that was there before, but there we go. Even though it's only a C+, we've won the league, runners up the Champions League and the FA Cup. They're still not exactly too happy. We got something to prove in our third season there. 127 million.
First as well, Liverpool was involved in the very first game that was televised on Match of the Day.
Oh, really?
Against Arsenal. I think it was 1964.
Yeah.
But they were also involved in the very first game that was televised in colour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. I can imagine watching games in black and white. I think it's hard enough, like, sometimes when you watch a game now and you think, who's that on the ball?
Yeah.
Like, imagine there being black and white, so you can't really tell the difference between the two kits. Okay, let's go on to the third season then, see how we get on. Now, our first signing of the year was Eduardo Camavinga. Fantastic young talent from Real Madrid. Now, he wasn't playing many games for Real Madrid, which is the reason why he wanted to leave. He was on the transfer list of £55 billion, and for me, he is kind of the perfect player to bring in when we're looking to kind of phase out the likes of Thiago, who has left the club now, run out of contract, and Fabinho, who is in his 30s. So as a midfield player, this guy's fantastic. He joins the club 21 years of age, £55 million.
That's a good price, to be honest with you, for a player like that.
I agree. Champions League winner already at the age of 18, 19, wherever he was when he won that. Incredible. We sold Fabio Carvalho as a kind of replacement, really. He plays a little bit further up the pitch, but he never really developed because we're not really giving him the game time, and he's 22. Dortmund offering me £20 million. I'm going to take that. We also signed two players. We signed a goalkeeper, which Liverpool sold a few years ago, and I didn't realise it until I bought him. Because I bought him, and then I seen Liverpool up there. I was like, oh, look, he already played for Liverpool. Camille Grabara, I actually shown him in a must-buy video because he's a good backup goalkeeper, £7.5 million. And to be honest, you can't argue he's good enough. So when Donnarumma, if he cannot ever play, this is the guy to go to. He's quite cheap. Why not pick him up? He's only 25 years of age, and we're in the third season here. But the final signing that we made was Mohamed Simakan, £47 million. This guy is going to be kind of like a legacy signing again for when Van Dijk leaves, because I think Van Dijk is 33, something like that now. So if I was trying to, well, I did try and sell, I'm not gonna lie, Salah and Van Dijk every single season. I've tried to make this like a complete rebuild, and yet still haven't been able to get rid of them yet. Although Real Madrid are very cheeky. So Salah was worth £120 million. So I put him on the transfer list, or I offered him out for £100 million. Guess how much they offered?
70?
50. I was like, what? As if I'm going to accept that.
Yeah.
I was like, 55 and we'll have a deal.
Yeah.
Simakan then, so we brought him in. He can also play right wing back, which is the reason why. And should we really need to, you can play in the half back roles, which I think is quite good. So we brought him in from Leipzig, £47 million. He did quite well last season. He's doing quite well at the start of this season. He's played 3 games so far for us. Okay, so that's good. Tactically then, we are exactly the same as what we was last season, because why would we change it? We did very well. Won the league, got to the champion. We played every single game we possibly could. Yeah. We actually did really well. So this is what we're looking like. Let's take it. And I want Camavinga to play as many games. I think it's about time. We need to give him that game time so he can reach his full potential. And he's not going to do that sat on our bench. So schedule-wise then, let's take a look at the start of the season. We start off the Community Shield as a 5-1 drumming by Manchester City. But if I was going to lose any game, it's the Charity Shield. Yeah. Don't really care, because then after that, then we turned things on and we scored 14 goals and only conceded 1. Leicester, 4-1 away from home. Darwin Nunez got himself a hat-trick. Rafael Leao scored. He did have a good season last season, Leao. That's one thing that I forgot to show you. He had a very poor season. Only 6 goals from 34 games. It's not great when you're playing in a league-winning side. Playing the front 3. Watford, 3-0 against them. Konate, Van Dijk and Salah. That looks like probably 2 corners maybe. And I haven't set up any of the corners or anything like that. Crystal Palace, 7-0. But Darwin Nunez, he lost his head and got himself straight red carded.
What was he saying about him?
Yeah, 87th minute. He probably walloped someone. Yeah. 7-0 up at that point as well. And he got himself red carded.
Why?
Absolute idiot. And he misses now the Chelsea game, the Hull game, and the Arsenal game. So he misses 2 very important games. Yeah, or if it counts the Carabao Cup, he misses the Man City game, which is a difficult Carabao. Are we not going to win the Carabao Cup or what?
Don't look like it, is it?
God. Champions League group then. Let's take a look.
We won it first season, didn't we? That's what kept me job.
Did we?
Yeah.
We did.
Job, didn't it? Yeah.
Thank God for that. Champions League has all changed now, Dad. This is going to be the new format going forward in the 24-25 season in real life as well. It looks like it sucks. Yeah. I don't really know how it works, to be honest, but it looks like you need to be in the top 8 to go through to the round of 8, the round of 16.
How many games
I don't really know. I think you play 8. But you play 6 before Christmas, 2 after. Right. I believe. From when I was reading, because I flicked over to see, I haven't had my group stage yet. Clicked. I was like, what the f*** is this? For some reason, there's 36 teams in here. So, yeah, I don't really know. We'll have to see how this goes. So we can't really predict how we're going to do in the groups or anything. It's going to be something that's going to be brand new to us going forward in the rebuilds once we get to that 3rd season every single year. I don't really like it. We fought against the Super League And the Champions League changed theirs
Yeah.
into a Super League.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look then. That's what it's going to be for this third season. How do you think we should do after obviously winning the league, runners up in every other competition, and winning the FA Cup?
You're not going to have a good season like that again, are you? So
No.
You've got to stay in the top 4.
Yeah.
Stay in the Champions League, I expect. But I still want a bit of silver, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Before we go a bit further, though, we'll just
Okay.
get a little bit of history on Liverpool. I've spoken about you about the Liverpool ground before. Who was the first tenants at Liverpool?
Everton. Yeah.
And they were Everton, weren't they? They left because of the rent.
Yeah.
They put
Do you
the
reckon that's why Jamie Carragher claims he supports Liverpool? Even though we all knew he grew up as an Everton fan.
He's an Everton fan. I know he is.
Yeah. I can't stand him. Ever since he spat at that person, I can't stand
No,
him.
I must admit,
Yeah.
that did put me off him. But so they wouldn't pay the rent. They moved off somewhere else, and someone set up a team called Liverpool then. But they played in blue and white. Their first 4 seasons they played in blue and
I bet
white.
they got their kit from Blackburn.
Well, you funny.
God, no way.
No. It was a half and half.
Oh, right, okay,
So
yeah,
it
like
wasn't far
Blackburn.
off Blackburn
Yeah.
kit, so, as we would know the old Blackburn kit. So
Yeah.
and that's the sort of a bit of history with Liverpool. But in their first season that they played in the Football League, which was 1894, I think it was, they beat a team called Newton Heath 2-0.
Manchester United.
Yes, they are. They're Man United. As we
Green
know
and
now.
gold until we're sold.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But they were also, when we was talking about first team to do something, they were also first to something else as well. They were also the first team to have a sponsorship on their shirts.
Oh, really?
Which was Hitachi.
Money grabbers. Oh, was
Yeah.
there controversy when that happened?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine there would be.
'Cause
Now
it
it's just pitch.
It was like,
happens, isn't it?
out there for money again and all that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
That was unfortunate. That's the way things are going nowadays,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, the naming your
Can't
stadiums.
get rid of they're everywhere, aren't they? Arms,
yeah.
back,
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah.
On the
Yeah.
back of the shorts.
The back of the shirts as well.
Yeah.
Things like that. Well, yeah, a lot of teams would do. Leagues, I think, were one. They had
All of the
advertising on the
shorts.
shorts as well, didn't
Yeah,
they? So,
yeah, happens.
So, and you can't blame these teams.
I mean, Man United get, I think it was £20 million for their training tops.
yeah.
For their training, who's buying that?
You'd be surprised.
It's mental, isn't it?
I think sometimes their training tops are better than the blinging
yeah.
kits they
Yeah,
actually
very
wear.
true.
And
Yeah.
some of the blinging teams you play.
Yeah, £20 million. I think that's like £20 million maybe a season. I don't know whether that's true or not. I know it was £20 million a figure, whether it was throughout
like
the
a
whole
5-year
thing or
five-year
across the
contract or
season.
something,
But
yeah, gotta be in it.
yeah, 20 minutes. Because then all of a sudden it was like Rashford come out was like a picture in his training top, like on his Twitter and that. It's like, oh, it was so social media. But yeah, that's quite an interesting Liverpool first team ever to do it. Were they the most successful at the time when it happened? Then that's probably what I imagine would have been the case. They were probably league winners, most successful probably around Europe.
I think it was in the 70s. I'm not
Yeah,
really
late
sure on
70s
that.
probably,
Yeah.
I'd imagine. So
Yeah.
I think it's quite funny how Nottingham Forest still don't have a sponsor. I mean, we're looking at their kit right here. They still don't, in the Premier League for the first season in such a long time, and they don't have a shirt sponsor.
I mean, you can only put it down to like the man who owns them now is one of the richest men in the world, type thing, and so
Yeah.
they can afford not to have it
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
present moment. But you would think that someone would be jumping to get their name on that shirt,
Yeah.
even if it was a 1-year contract.
Just eyes on the shirt, innit?
Yeah.
Eyes on the shirt. Like, companies don't care whether it's the worst club in there. With the eyes that go on the Premier League around the world, because a lot of them are all betting sites, aren't they? And they're not even English betting sites.
Which I don't think should be allowed.
No, I agree. I remember there was a big stigma around like booze, and obviously Liverpool was one of them, weren't they? Carlsberg for a long time.
They were Liverpool's biggest and longest sponsorship.
Yeah, they were like the Vodafone.
They were
for Man
probably
United,
the best team in the world at the time.
at the time. Yeah, probably so. Okay, let's we'll take a look. Here we go. Like goals, 5, and Nunez and Haaland already after three games, both are on 5. They're locking horns already this early on. Van Dijk's up there with the highest average rating, and Trent's up there with 4 assists already. So we're already topping the player statistics. So we need to keep that going.
Erling Haaland, I heard an interesting thing on him the other day.
Go on.
I think he's got 16 goals. Is it 16 or 17
Yeah,
goals
something
already?
disgusting like that already.
And someone said he's 6 goals away from the Golden Boot last season, and we haven't put our clocks back yet.
Mental, innit? Absolutely mental.
Oh, what a start of the season he's had. And who doubted him?
Oh,
who thought he wasn't going to do it?
I seen the other day, it was like the only team Erling Haaland scored against this season is Bournemouth. Okay, let's simulate this season, see how we get on. Third season, and we drop down to 3rd place.
All right.
We are 12 points behind Manchester City as well. So we didn't have that good of a season. We lost 9 games in total there.
Yeah.
Not the
too
best.
many, innit?
Yeah. Man City, did they get the double on us? They didn't. No, it looks like we actually lost against every team we lost against. We lost against once.
Lost against Watford and they got relegated. Though.
Yeah. Champions League in 11th place there. That's mental, isn't it? You did finish in 11th. I won't celebrate too much.
We've won something, though.
How embarrassing are these Spurs fans? Hey, how embarrassing. The Golden Boot, though, who won it? Oh, we're not even in it. What? After five goals in 3 games, he didn't even get to 21. I can't believe that. How many did he get in the end then? He must have dropped off massively. He finished in 4th place on 20 alongside Romelu Lukaku there. So Erling Haaland finished on 30, running away with it. Didn't really had anybody chasing him. He did get the second highest average rating. And Kostas Tsimikas got the most assists there, 14, even though Robertson also got 12. So we got a lot of goals from that left-hand side because they're both left backs. Okay, other competitions then. How did we do? We are the Champions League winners. We've done it. We've done it. Yeah.
Full lot.
3-2 against Chelsea. Fantastic. Kai Havertz in the 6th minute. 32 minutes we scored Michael Olise. Darwin Nunez got the 72nd. 78 was Rafa Leao. James Maddison only got an 83rd consolation goal, but we won the Champions League. So we take a look at the route for the Champions League and see. I want to see this stage first. I want to see this weird. What is going on here? So
we finished 5th.
God, we're going to have to see who we actually played. So Lazio finished top. They only lost 1 game against Man United, who finished 3rd. I don't really know what's going on, but PSG finished outside of it. So does that mean PSG, Milan, Chelsea, Athletic, Real Madrid down in 14th? Does that mean they don't actually go through? I don't know.
I mean, they got, beside all our names as well, they got all qualified. So
yeah.
Qualified for what? Qualified for the next round or qualified for next year?
Yeah, that's God knows. If we go to the knockout round, so this is the first round of knockouts. So finals there, Juve, Ajax, they didn't qualify. PSG. So this, I see. So that might be the following 20 teams, is it? What's that?
Because Lazio was not there.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Lazio,
so that's 16.
There.
That's 16 teams that didn't make the top 8.
Right. Then
8 of them go through. Obviously, whoever wins. And they play the 8 that did qualify. So they've got to play another round. So that's what it is. So you want to finish the top 8, so you avoid playing another round of games. Okay, it kind of makes sense. I just don't like change. But yeah, it's 8 games that you play.
Do they?
But who determines what 8 games it is? That's what I don't agree with. Because imagine if you played against random teams down the bottom, and say Bayer Leverkusen here played Man City, Inter Milan, Bayern Munich, and Man United. You'd be a bit hard done by, wouldn't you? Whether it's seeded or not, I really don't know, but it's a little bit confusing. So round of 16
We've got that to look forward to then, haven't we?
Yeah, I can't wait. Celtic we faced. We beat them 5-1 on aggregate across the 2 legs there. On to the quarter-final. Then we played Arsenal, which actually had 4 English teams in the quarterfinals there. We beat them 4-1 on aggregate. Semi-final, we played against Manchester City.
Yes.
And that's where we overcame them 6-2 on aggregate. Very good result there. Yeah. And then, of course, we beat Chelsea in the final. Who did we face in the group stage then? So we played Valencia, Juve, Benfica, Basel, Ajax, Bayer Leverkusen, and Celtic and PSV.
So we're only playing teams once then?
Yeah, we played
teams.
Yeah, and we played teams in January, which is odd. And then we played Celtic after just facing them 2 games ago in the round of 16. It's very odd and peculiar. I don't understand how the 8 teams get determined who you play against. But let's take a look at player statistics then. We had a lot of injuries too. Look at this. So 31st of May, he was injured during the final, which I did see. Mo Salah broke his ankle against Man City in the semi-final and missed the final and the end of the season. And Jude Bellingham damaged cruciate in April and missed the last two months.
So we won the Champions League without 2 of our best players.
Without Mo Salah and Jude Bellingham. That's quite impressive. Yeah. That is quite impressive. And Mo Salah is leaving the club and is joining Real Madrid. He did not sign a new deal. I did offer him one. At the last season.
You spent 3 seasons trying to get rid of him, and then when he decided to go, you tried to keep him.
Yeah. I should have took that £50 million from Real Madrid because they got him on a freebie now. But this is where the rebuild ends because we've won everything.
Yeah.
We've won everything using a low block. God, I don't want to try it again. I probably will with other teams, just not with Liverpool. It's been very difficult to play a low block and keep your job. But there we go. So Patreon members, you're going to take it over in the 4th season. And your first job is to either integrate another player like Leao, like Jota, or Olise, or Diaz into that Mo Salah role. Because, of course, he is leaving the club. Or you do have a grand total of £91 million to find a player to buy instead. So that's your task. What about Dad's task? What would you say is the target for the next 3 or 5 years for anybody else who wants to take this on?
We're champions of Europe. I would struggle to say that you're going to do that again. We come third in the league. So this season, you've got to try and win the league.
Win the league.
Yeah, that's the main challenge. Try and win the league. If you win anything apart from that, great.
Yeah.
But there's your challenge, to win the league in your 5 seasons that you take it over there.
Yeah. If you can do it with a low block, then bonus points.
Yeah, just have a go at it.
Yeah.
Even if you try it for 2 seasons, we've done it for 1 season, got ourselves going, and then just sort of built on that.
Yeah.
Have a go at it and see how you get on with it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
We've got to ask the Scousers first.
Oh, yeah. Anfield.
How's the food?
What's the food like at Anfield? We want to know. Is it nice? Is it expensive? What is the food like at Anfield? Let us know down in the comment section. I know quite a lot of people who've been to Anfield, and I know there's quite a lot of Liverpool fans who are viewers, so I'm sure we'll get some good answers. I'm excited to read them. But thank you very much for everybody watching. Let's hope for a massive year in FM23. If you haven't picked it up yet and you're still waiting to, of course, there's my code Omega at 2game.com, which you can check out, and I'll put the link in the description for that, as well as the Manscaped link as well. Everybody who supports my sponsors, you're actually supporting me as well, because it means they want to sponsor me more, so I really do appreciate that. And of course, Patreon members, the save game file will be available to you as soon as this video ends, so go over there and take a look. And if you want to sign up, I thank you very much, and hope you enjoy using the save game files and try and complete some of Dad's tasks that he gives you with these save game files. Thank you, and we'll see you next week. I'm not going to tell you who it's going to be, but it's going to be a banger. Bye bye.